Harper Audio presents How to Marry a Millionaire Vampire by Carolyn Sparks. Performed by Suzanne Cypress. Chapter 1. Roman Dragonesti knew someone had quietly entered his home office. Either a foe or close friend. A friend, he decided. A foe could never make it past the guards at each entrance of his Upper East Side Manhattan townhouse, or past the guards stationed on each of the 5 floors. With his excellent night vision, Roman suspected he could see much better than his uninvited guest. His suspicions were confirmed when the dark silhouette stumbled into a Louis XVI bomb chest and cursed softly. Grigory Holstein. A friend, but an annoying one. The vice president of marketing for Roma Tech Industries tackled every problem with tireless enthusiasm. It was enough to make Roman feel old. Really old. "What do you want, Grigory?" His guest whipped around and squinted in Roman's direction. "Why are you sitting here all alone in the dark?" Tough question. I suppose I wanted to be alone, and in the dark. You should try it more often. Your night vision is not what it should be. Why bother to practice my night vision when the city's lit up all night? Grigory groped along the wall till he located the switch. The lights came on with a muted golden glow. There, that's better. Roman leaned back into the cool leather of his wingback chair and took a sip from his wineglass. The liquid burned his throat. God-awful stuff. Is there a purpose for your visit? Of course. You left work too early and we had something important to show you. You're gonna love it. Roman set his glass on the mahogany desk in front of him. I have learned that we have plenty of time. Grigory snorted. Try to work up some excitement here. We had an amazing development at the lab. He noted Roman's half-empty glass. I feel like celebrating. What are you drinking? You won't like it. Grigory strode toward the wet bar. Why? Are your tastes too refined for me? He grasped the decanter and sloshed some red liquid into a wineglass. Color looks good. Take my advice and get a new bottle from the fridge. Ha! If you can drink it, so can I. Grigory tossed back a good portion before slamming the glass down with a victorious sneer aimed at Roman. Then his eyes widened. His normally pale face turned a purplish red. A strangled sound vibrated deep in his throat, and then the sputtering began. Coughing followed by choked curses, followed by more coughing. Finally, he pressed his palms against the bar and leaned forward to gasp for air. God-awful stuff indeed, Roman thought. Have you recovered? Grigory took a deep, shuddering breath. What was in there? 10% garlic juice. What the hell? Grigory jerked to an upright position. Have you gone mad? Are you trying to poison yourself? I thought I'd see if the old legends were true. Roman's mouth curled into a slight smile. Obviously, some of us are more susceptible than others. Obviously, some of us like to live too damn dangerously. Roman's attempt at a smile faded into oblivion. Your observation would have more merit if we weren't already dead. Grigory stalked toward him. You're not going to start that woe is me, I'm a cursed demon from hell crap again, are you? Face the facts, Grigory. We have survived for centuries by taking life. We are an abomination before God. You're not drinking this. Grigory wrenched the glass from Roman's hand and set it down out of his reach. Listen to me. No vampire has ever done more than you to protect the living and tame the cravings within us. And now we're the most well-behaved pack of demonic creatures on Earth. Bravo. Call the Pope. I'm ready for sainthood. Grigory's impatient look melted into curious speculation. Is it true what they say, then? You were once a monk? I prefer not to live in the past. I'm not so sure about that. Roman clenched his hands into fists. His past was a subject he would discuss with no one. I believe you mentioned some sort of development at the lab. Oh, right, sheesh. I left Laszlo waiting in the hall. I wanted to set the scene, so to speak. Roman took a deep breath and slowly relaxed his hands. Then I suggest you begin. There are only so many hours in a night. Right, and I'm going out clubbing later. Simone just flew in from Paris and boy, are her wings tired. That was old a century ago. Roman's hands fisted once again. Stay on the subject, Grigori, or I will be forced to send you to your coffin for a timeout. Grigori gave him an exasperated look. I only mentioned it in case you wanted to join us. It's a hell of a lot more fun than sitting here alone drinking poison. He adjusted his silk black tie. You know, Simone has always been hot for you. In fact, any of the ladies downstairs would love to cheer you up. I don't find them particularly cheerful. The last time I looked, they were all dead. Well, if you're going to be picky about it, maybe you should try a live one. No. Roman jumped to his feet, grasped his wineglass, and zoomed with vampire speed to the wet bar in 1 second. Not a mortal. Never again. Whoa, that hit a nerve. End of discussion. Roman poured the blood and garlic concoction down the drain, then emptied the remainder of the poisonous brew from the decanter. He'd learned his lesson long ago. A relationship with a mortal could only lead to heartbreak. Literally. And he'd rather not experience a stake through the heart. What a great choice he had for companionship. A dead female vamp or a live woman who would want him dead. And it would never change. This heartless existence would stretch on and on for centuries. No wonder he was depressed. As a scientist, he could usually find something intriguing to occupy his mind. But sometimes, like tonight, it wasn't enough. So what if he was close to a breakthrough on a formula that would enable a vampire to stay awake during the day? What would he do with those extra hours? More work? He had centuries ahead of him for work. The truth had hit him tonight. If he stayed awake during the day, there would be no one to even talk to. He'd only be adding more hours of loneliness to his so-called life. And that was when he'd given up hope and come home. To be alone in the dark, listening to the monotonous beat of his cold, lonesome heart. Relief would come at dawn when the rising sun would stop his heart, and once again he would be dead during the day. Unfortunately, he was beginning to feel dead all the time. Are you all right, Roman? Grigori watched him warily. I've heard that sometimes the really old ones like you get kinda down in the dumps. Thanks for reminding me. And since I'm not getting any younger, perhaps you could bring Laszlo in from the hall? Right, sorry. Grigori tugged on the cuffs of his snowy white evening shirt. Okay, I wanted to set the scene. Remember the mission statement for Romatech Industries? Make the world safe for vampires and mortals alike? I'm aware of it. I believe I wrote it. Yes, but the major threat to peace has always been the poor and the malcontents. Yes, I know. Not all modern-day vampires were ridiculously rich like Roman, and even with his company making synthetic blood affordable and accessible, those who were financially challenged would always be tempted to feed off a mortal for free. Roman had tried to convince them that there was no such thing as a free lunch. The victimized mortals tended to take offense. Then they would hire a few Buffy wannabes, and those vicious little killers would destroy every vampire who crossed their path, even the peaceful, law-abiding vamp who wouldn't bite a flea. The sad truth was that as long as any vampire persisted in attacking mortals, no vampire on Earth would be safe. Roman ambled back toward his desk. I believe I put you in charge of the poor problem. I'm working on it. I'll have the presentation ready in a few days. Meanwhile, Laszlo had this brilliant idea for handling the malcontents. Roman sat heavily in his chair. The malcontents were the most dangerous group of vampires in existence. The secret society called themselves the True Ones and spurned the more evolved sensibilities of the modern-day vamp. The malcontents could afford to buy the richest blood manufactured by Romatech Industries. They could afford the most exotic gourmet blood from Roman's popular line of vampire fusion cuisine. They could even afford to drink from the finest crystal. They just didn't want to. For them, the thrill of drinking blood was not the blood itself. These creatures lived for the bite. They believed nothing could replace the intense pleasure of sinking one's fangs into the warm, pliant skin of a mortal's neck. In the past year, communication between the malcontents and modern vamps had degenerated until an undeclared state of war hovered over them. A war that could result in many deaths, both mortal and vampire. "Have Laszlo come in." Grigori zoomed to the door and opened it. "We're ready." "About time." Laszlo sounded upset. "The guard out there was about to perform a cavity search on our guest of honor." "Ugh, you have a bonny lass there," the guard murmured in his Scots accent. "Leave her alone." Laszlo marched into Roman's office with a female clutched in his arms, as if the two of them were doing the tango. Not only was the female taller than the short vampire chemist, she was noticeably naked. Roman jumped to his feet. "You brought a mortal here? A naked mortal?" "Relax, Roman, she's not real." Grigori leaned toward Laszlo. "The boss is a little nervous about mortal females." "I am not nervous, Grigori. Every nerve ending in me died over 500 years ago." Roman could see only the back of the false female, but her long blonde hair and rounded derriere certainly looked real. Laszlo set the female in a wingback chair. Her legs stuck out straight, so he leaned over to bend them. With each adjustment, her knees made a small pop. Grigori squatted beside her. "She's very lifelike, don't you think?" "Very." Roman eyed the curly hair, trimmed in a narrow stripper style, between the false female's legs. "Apparently, she's a dyed blonde." "Look!" With a grin, Grigori nudged her legs apart. "She comes fully equipped. Sweet, huh?" Roman gulped. "Is this—" He cleared his throat and tried again. "Is this some sort of mortal sex toy?" "Yes, sir, she is." Laszlo pried open her mouth. "Look, she even has a tongue. The texture is incredibly lifelike." He inserted a short, stubby finger. "And the vacuum causes a very realistic sucking sensation." Roman glanced down at Grigori, who was kneeling between the female's legs, admiring the view, then at Laszlo, who was slipping his finger in and out of the doll's mouth. God's blood. If he were capable of getting a headache, he'd have a migraine by now. "Shall I leave you three alone?" "No, sir." The short chemist struggled to free his finger from the doll's greedy mouth. "We just wanted to show you how real she is." His finger was released with a small pop. Then the doll's mouth relaxed into a frozen smile that seemed to indicate she was enjoying herself. "She's amazing!" Grigori ran an approving hand down her leg. "Laszlo sent for her in the mail." "It was your catalog." Laszlo looked embarrassed. "I don't usually have mortal sex. Too messy." And too dangerous. Roman dragged his gaze away from the doll's beautifully shaped breasts. Maybe Grigori was right and he should enjoy himself with one of the lady vamps. If mortals could pretend this doll was alive, maybe he could do the same with a vampire. But how could a dead woman warm his soul? Grigori lifted one of the doll's feet for a closer look. "This little babe is tempting, though." Roman sighed. This mortal sex toy was supposed to solve the malcontent problem? They were wasting his time, not to mention making him feel horny and damned lonely at the same time. "All the vamps I know prefer brain sex. I assume it's the same with the malcontents." "Not possible with this one, I'm afraid." Laszlo tapped the doll's head, producing a ripe melon echo. Roman noted the doll was still smiling, though her blue glass eyes gazed straight ahead with a vacant look. "So she has the same IQ as Simone." "Hey!" Grigori scowled as he cradled the doll's foot to his chest. "That's not nice." "Neither is wasting my time." Roman glared at him. "How can this toy possibly solve the problem with the malcontents?" "But she's much more than a toy, sir." Laszlo fiddled with the buttons on his white lab coat. "She's been transformed." "Into Vanna!" Grigori gave the doll's little toe a playful tug. "Sweet little Vanna. Come to Papa." Roman gritted his teeth, remembering first to make sure his fangs were retracted. Otherwise a vamp could accidentally pierce his bottom lip. Enlighten me, please, before I resort to violence. Grigori laughed, apparently unconcerned by his boss's anger. Vanna is a vampire artificial nutritional needs appliance. Laszlo twirled a loose button on his lab coat, his brow furrowed with worry. Obviously, he took the boss's temper much more seriously. She's the perfect solution for the vampire who is still compelled to bite, and she'll be available in whichever race or gender you prefer. You're going to make male toys, too? Roman asked. Yes, eventually. The loose button tumbled onto the floor. Laszlo picked it up and stuffed it in a pocket. Grigori thought we could advertise her on the digital vampire network. You'd have your choice of Vanna Brown, Vanna Black, and this would be Vanna White. Roman grimaced. The legal department will love this. We could take some promotional photos of her in a fancy evening gown. Grigori stroked the arch of her foot. And some sexy, high-heeled black sandals. Roman gave his vice president of marketing a worried look, then turned to Laszlo. Are you saying this doll can be used for the purpose of feeding? Yes. Laszlo nodded enthusiastically. Just like a live female, she's capable of multitasking, satisfying both your sexual and feeding needs. Here, let me show you. He leaned the doll forward and brushed her hair to the side. I did the work back here where it wouldn't be so noticeable. Roman studied the small switch and U-shaped cut. At the base of the U, a small tube protruded with a clamp on the end. You put a tube in her? Yes, it's specifically designed to simulate a real artery. We developed a circular pattern inside her. Laszlo ran his finger over her body to show the location of the false artery. It travels through her chest cavity, then up one side of her neck and down the other, finally returning to the chest. And you fill it with blood? Yes, sir. She'll come packaged with a free funnel. Blood and batteries not included. They never are, Roman noted dryly. She's easy to use. Laszlo pointed at the doll's neck. You remove the clamp, insert the small funnel, select 2 quarts of your favorite blood from Romatech Industries, and fill her up. I see. Does she light up when she's running low? Laszlo frowned. I suppose I could put in an indicator light. I was kidding, Roman sighed. Please, continue. Yes, sir. Laszlo cleared his throat. The switch here turns on a small pump inserted inside her chest cavity. A false heart, so to speak. It will cause the blood to flow through the artery and simulate a real pulse. Roman nodded. And that's where the batteries come in. Grigori's voice sounded muffled. She keeps going and going. Roman glanced at his vice president and found him raking his teeth over Vanna's big toe. The red glow in Grigori's eyes served as a different sort of indicator light. Grigori, back off! With a low growl, Grigori dropped the doll's foot. You're no fun anymore. Roman took a deep breath and wished he could pray for patience, but no self-respecting god would want to hear the supplications of a demon with a mortal sex toy. Has she been tested yet? No, sir. Laszlo flipped on Vanna's switch. We thought you should have the honor of being first. First. Roman's gaze swept over the doll's perfect body, a body that now pulsed inside with life-giving blood. So, at last, a vampire can have his cake and bite it, too. Grigori smiled as he smoothed out his black dinner jacket. The taste test challenge. Enjoy! Roman arched an eyebrow at his vice president of marketing. No doubt this testing was Grigori's idea. He probably thought his boss needed a little excitement to feel alive. Unfortunately, he was right. Roman extended a hand to touch Vanna's neck. The skin was cooler than a real human's, but still very soft. Beneath his fingertips, the artery throbbed, strong and constant. At first, he felt the pulse with only his fingers, but then the pounding sensation crept up his arm and into his shoulder. He swallowed hard. How long had it been? 18 years? The pulse spread inside him, filling his empty heart and all his senses. His nostrils flared. He could smell the blood now. Type A positive. His favorite. His entire body throbbed in sync with the female. His rational thoughts seeped away, overpowered by a driving sensation he hadn't experienced in years. Bloodlust. A growl vibrated deep in his throat. His groin hardened. He curled his fingers around the doll's neck and dragged her toward him. "I'll take her." With lightning speed, he tossed her onto a velvet reading chaise. She lay still, her legs still bent and now sagging open at the knees. The erotic sight was almost too much to bear. The small amount of blood in Roman's veins cried out for more. More woman, more blood. He sat and brushed her blonde hair away from her neck. Her dopey grin was a bit disconcerting, but easily ignored. As he leaned over, he caught sight of a reflection in her blank glass eyes. Not him, for his form could not be mirrored. All he could see were the red, glowing lights of his own eyes. Vanna had turned him on. He turned her face away to expose her neck. The pulsing artery within her sang out, "Take me, take me." With a low growl, he pressed against her body. His fangs sprang out, causing a ripple of pleasure to surge through his body. The scent of blood rushed through him, stripping away the last shreds of self-control. The beast within was unleashed. He bit her. Too late, his frenzied mind realized an unusual fact. Her skin might feel soft on the surface like a human's, but the inner texture was totally different. Tough, thick, rubbery plastic. If this was relevant, it didn't register, for the smell of blood shattered his thoughts. His instincts claimed victory, howling in his brain like a starving animal. He sank his fangs in deeper and deeper, till at last he felt that sweet popping sensation as he broke through the arterial wall. Heaven. He was swimming in blood. With a long suck, the blood gushed into his fangs and filled his mouth. He gulped it down and greedily drank more. She was delicious. She was his. He smoothed a hand down her breast and squeezed. What a fool he'd been, content to sip blood from a glass. How could that possibly replace the hot rush of blood flowing through one's fangs? By the devil, he'd forgotten how sweet this was. It was a total body experience. He was rock hard. All his senses were on fire. He'd never drink from a glass again. With another tug on her neck, he realized he'd drained her dry. Good to the last drop. But then a touch of clarity broke through the sensual daze. Bloody hell, he'd lost control. If she were mortal, she'd be dead. And he would have murdered another child of God. How could this possibly advance the cause of civilized vampire behavior? This doll would remind every vampire how intensely pleasurable it was to bite. No vampire, even the most evolved modern-day vamp, could partake of this experience without wanting the real thing. All he could think about now was biting the first live female he came across. Vanna was not the answer to human preservation. She was the death knell to their existence. With a groan, Roman ripped his mouth away from her neck. Blood splattered onto the doll's white skin, and at first he thought she'd sprung a leak. But no, he was sure he'd drained her dry. Damn, the blood was coming from him. What the hell? Oh my God, Laszlo whispered. What? Roman looked at her neck, and there, lodged in the tough plastic, was one of his fangs. Sheesh! Grigori stepped closer for a good look. How'd that happen? The plastic. More blood dripped from Roman's mouth. Damn, he was losing his lunch. The plastic is too tough and rubbery inside. Not at all like human skin. Oh dear. Laszlo attacked another button with his nervous fingers. This is terrible. The texture was so real on the outside, I didn't realize... I'm so sorry, sir. That's the least of our problems. Roman wrenched his tooth from the girl's neck. He'd explain his unfortunate conclusions later. For now, he needed his fang fixed. You're still bleeding. Grigori handed him a white handkerchief. The feeding vein that connects to the fang is open. Roman pressed the handkerchief against the gaping hole where his right fang should be. Fit. You could use your own healing powers to seal the vein shut, Laszlo suggested. It would be clothed permanently. I'd be a one-thided eater for all eternity. Roman removed the bloody handkerchief from his mouth and reinserted his fang into the hole. Grigori leaned over to look. I think you got it. Roman released his hold on the tooth and attempted to retract his fangs. The left fang did as it should, but the right one fell from his mouth and landed on Vanna's stomach. More blood seeped from the wound. Shit. Roman stuffed the handkerchief back in his mouth. Sir, I suggest you go to a dentist. Laszlo picked up the fang and offered it to Roman. I've heard they can put a lost tooth back. Oh, right, Grigori snorted. What's he supposed to do, waltz into a dental office and say, "Excuse me, I'm a vampire and I lost a fang in the neck of a sex toy"? They're not going to line up to help him. I need a vampire dentist, Roman announced. Look in the black pages. The black pages? Grigori zoomed to Roman's desk and began opening drawers. You know, you're starting to lisp. I have a bloody rag in my mouth. Look in the bottom drawer. Grigori located the black phone directory for vampire-owned businesses and flipped it open to reveal the white pages within. Okay. He ran a finger down the advertisements. Cemetery plots, coffin repair, crypt keeper services, custom-made crypts, 50% off. Interesting. Grigori, Roman growled. Right. He turned the page. Okay, D's, dance lessons, learn to move like a Latin lover, dirt deliveries, sleep like a baby in topsoil from the old country, Dracula costumes, small to plus sizes. Roman groaned. I'm in deep thit. He swallowed hard and grimaced at the taste of stale blood. The meal had tasted better the first time down. Grigori turned another page. Draperies, guaranteed to block out that annoying sunlight. Dungeons, your choice of several floor plans. He sighed. That's it. No dentists. Roman slumped into a wingback chair. I'll have to go to a mortal. Damn. He'd have to use mind control, then wipe the dentist's memory clean afterward. Otherwise, no mortal would be willing to help him. We may have trouble finding a mortal dentist who's available in the middle of the night. Laszlo dashed to the wet bar and grabbed a roll of paper towels. Then he proceeded to wipe the blood off Vanna. He gave Roman a worried look. Sir, it might be best for you to keep the tooth in your mouth. At the desk, Grigori thumbed through the yellow pages. Sheesh, there's a ton of dentists. He straightened with a jerk and grinned. I found it! Soho So Bright Dental Clinic, open 24 hours a day for the city that never sleeps. Bingo! Laszlo let out a deep breath. What a relief. I'm not sure since I've never heard of anything like this happening before, but I'm afraid if your fang is not successfully implanted tonight, then it never will be. Roman sat up. What do you mean? Laszlo threw the bloodied paper towels in a trash can by the desk. Our injuries are naturally healed while we sleep. If dawn comes and you fall asleep with your fang still missing, your body will close the feeding veins and the wound for good. Shit. Roman stood. Then it must be done tonight. Yes, sir. Laszlo fingered a button on his lab coat. With any luck, you'll be in perfect shape for the annual conference. God's blood. Roman gulped. How could he have forgotten the annual spring conference? The gala opening ball was scheduled for 2 nights from tonight. All the major coven masters from around the world would be there. As master of the largest coven in America, Roman was hosting the big event. If he showed up missing a fang, he'd be the brunt of jokes for the next century. Grigori grabbed a piece of paper and scribbled down the address. Here you go. You want us to come with you? Roman removed the handkerchief and tooth from his mouth so his directions would be clear. Laszlo will drive me. We'll take Vanna with us so everyone will assume we're taking her back to the lab. You, Grigori, will go out with Simone as planned. Nothing will appear out of the ordinary. Very well. Grigori zipped over to his boss and handed him the address of the dental clinic. Good luck. If you need any help, just give me a call. I'll be fine. Roman gave his 2 employees a stern look. This incident will not be spoken of again, not to anyone. Do you understand? Yes, sir. Laszlo picked Vanna up. Roman watched the chemist's hand curve around one plump buttock. God's blood, with all that had happened, he was still hard. His body thrummed with desire, craving more blood and more female flesh. He could only hope that this dentist would be male. God help any mortal female who crossed his path right now. He still had one fang, and he was afraid he'd use it. Chapter 2. It was another endlessly boring night at the dental clinic. Shanna Whalen leaned back in the squeaky office chair and gazed at the white ceiling tiles. The water stain was still there. What a surprise. It had taken her 3 nights to conclude that the stain was the exact shape of a dachshund. Such was her life. With another loud creak, she straightened in her chair and glanced at the clock radio. 2:30 in the morning. 6 hours left on her shift. She turned the radio on. Elevator music droned forth to fill the office, an uninspired instrumental version of Strangers in the Night. Yeah, like she was going to meet a tall, dark, handsome stranger and fall in love. Not in her boring life. Last night, the pinnacle of her evening had been when she learned how to make her chair squeak in time with the music. With a groan, she folded her arms on the desk and pillowed her head. How did the saying go? Be careful what you ask for because you might get it? Well, she had begged for boring, and boy did she have it. In the 6 weeks she'd been working at the clinic, she'd had one customer, a young boy with braces. In the middle of the night, a wire had come loose in his mouth. His frantic parents had brought him here so she could reconnect the wire. Otherwise, the loose wire could have stabbed the inside of the boy's mouth, resulting in blood. Shanna shuddered. Just the thought of blood made her woozy. Memories of the incident swelled in the dark recesses of her brain, gruesome, bloody images that taunted her, threatening to come into the light. No, she would not let them ruin her day, or her new life. They belonged to another life, another person. They belonged to the brave and happy girl she'd been for the first 27 years of her life, before all hell had broken loose. Now, thanks to the Witness Protection Program, she was boring Jane Wilson, who lived in a boring loft in a boring neighborhood and spent every night at a boring job. Boring was good. Boring was safe. Jane Wilson had to remain invisible and disappear into the ocean of countless faces in Manhattan for the sole purpose of staying alive. Unfortunately, it seemed that even boredom could cause stress. There was just too much time to think. Time to remember. She switched off the music and paced across the empty waiting room. 18 chairs, upholstered in alternating hues of dusty blue and green, lined the pale blue walls. A framed copy of Monet's Water Lilies hung on one wall in an effort to inject calm serenity into nervous patients. Shanna doubted it worked. She was as edgy as ever. Usually busy during the day, the clinic was a lonely place at night. Just as well. If anyone came in with a serious problem, Shanna was no longer sure she could deal with it. She'd been a good dentist before the incident. Don't think about that. But what would she do if someone actually came to the clinic with an emergency? Just last week, she'd accidentally nicked herself shaving her legs. One tiny drop of blood, and her knees had shaken so badly she'd been forced to lie down. Maybe she should give up dentistry. So what if she lost her career? She'd lost everything else, including her family. The Department of Justice had made it clear. Under no circumstances was she to contact any family members or old friends. Not only would it put her own life back in jeopardy, but it would endanger those she loved. Boring Jane Wilson had no family or friends. She had one assigned U.S. Marshal she could talk to. No wonder she'd gained 10 pounds in the last 2 months. Eating was about the only thrill left to her. That and talking to the handsome young pizza delivery guy. She quickened her pace as she circled the waiting room. If she kept eating pizza every night, she'd puff up like a whale, and then the bad guys might never recognize her. She could be safe and fat for the rest of her life. Shanna groaned. Safe, fat, bored, and lonesome. A knock at the front door brought her skidding to a stop. Probably the pizza delivery guy, but even so, for a second her heart had lurched in her chest. She took a deep breath and ventured toward the front windows. She peeked through the white mini-blinds she always kept closed at night so no one could see inside. "It's me, Dr. Wilson," Tommy called. I've got your pizza. All right. She unlocked the door. The clinic might be open for business all night, but she still took precautions. She only unlocked the door for legitimate customers. And pizza. Hey, Doc. Tommy sauntered in with a grin. For the last 2 weeks, the teenager had made a delivery every night, and Shanna enjoyed his adolescent attempts at flirtation as much as the pizza. In fact, this was the highlight of her day. Geez, she was on the fast track to becoming pathetic. Hi, Tommy. How's it going? She went to the office counter to locate her purse. I've got your giant pepperoni right here. Tommy tugged on the waistband of his loose jeans, then let go. The jeans slid slightly down his narrow hips, revealing 3 inches of silk Scooby-Doo boxer shorts. But I ordered a small one. I wasn't talking about the pizza, Doc. Tommy gave her a big wink and set the pizza box on the counter. Right, well, that was a bit too cheesy for me, and I don't mean the pizza either. Sorry. With pink-tinted cheeks, he gave her a sheepish smile. A guy's gotta try, you know? I suppose so. She paid for the pizza. Thanks. Tommy pocketed the money. You know, we make a jillion kinds of pizza. You ought to try something new. Maybe I will. Tomorrow. He rolled his eyes. That's what you said last week. The phone rang, splitting the air with its shrill sound. Shanna jumped. Whoa, Doc, maybe you should switch to decaf. I don't think I've heard that phone ring since I started working here. The phone jangled once again. Wow, a pizza guy and a ringing phone at the same time. This was more excitement than she'd seen in weeks. I'll let you get to work. See you tomorrow, Dr. Wilson. Tommy waved goodbye and swaggered toward the front door. Bye. Shanna admired his low-slung jeans from the back. She was definitely going on a diet. After the pizza. The phone rang again, and she lifted the receiver. Soho So Bright Dental Clinic, may I help you? Yes, you may. The man's gruff voice was followed by a heavy breath, then another. Oh, great. A pervert to brighten her evening. I believe you have the wrong number. She started to lower the receiver when she heard his voice again. I believe you have the wrong name, Shanna. She gasped. It had to be a mistake. Yeah, and Shanna is such a common name. People were always calling places asking for Shanna. Who was she kidding? Should she hang up? No, they already knew who she was. And where she was. Terror jolted through her. Oh my God, they were coming for her. Calm down. She had to remain calm. I'm afraid you have the wrong number. This is Dr. Jane Wilson at the Soho So Bright Dental. Cut the crap. We know who you are, Shanna. It's payback time. Click. The call was over, and the nightmare was back. Oh no, oh no, oh no. She dropped the receiver in place and realized she was mumbling louder and louder, working her way up to a full-fledged scream. Get a grip. She mentally slapped herself and punched in the numbers 911. This is Dr. Jane Wilson at the Soho So Bright Dental Clinic. We're under attack. She gave the address and the dispatcher assured her a squad car was on the way. Right, with an ETA of 10 minutes past the time of her murder, no doubt. With a gasp, she remembered the front door was unlocked. She sprinted to the door and locked it. As she dashed through the clinic to the back door, she grabbed her cell phone from her lab coat pocket and punched the number of her assigned U.S. Marshal. First ring. Come on, Bob, pick up. She reached the back door. All the deadbolts were secure. Second ring. Oh no, what a stupid waste of time. The entire front of the clinic was glass. Locking the door wouldn't keep anyone out. They'd simply shoot through the glass. Then they'd shoot her. She needed to think better than this. She needed to get the hell out of here. The third ring was followed by a click. Bob, I need help! She was interrupted by a bored voice. I'm away from my desk at the moment, but leave your name and number and I'll get back to you as soon as possible. Beep. This is bullshit, Bob. She ran back to the office for her purse. You said you'd always be there. They know where I am and they're coming for me. She jabbed the end button and dropped the phone back into her pocket. That damned Bob. So much for his saccharine assurances that the government could protect her. She'd show him. Why, she'd... She'd stop paying her taxes. Of course, if she was murdered, that would no longer be a problem. Focus, she reprimanded herself. This sort of jumbled-up thinking would get her killed. She skidded to a stop at the desk and grabbed her purse. She'd escape out the back and run till she found a taxi. Then she'd go... Where? If they knew where she worked, they probably also knew where she lived. Oh, God, she was so screwed. Good evening. A deep voice rumbled across the room. With a squeal, Shanna jumped. A gorgeous man was standing by the front door. Gorgeous? She was really losing it if she was checking out a hitman. He held something white against his mouth, but she hardly noticed it, for his eyes caught her attention and didn't let go. His gaze swept over her, his eyes a golden brown and tinged with hunger. A spurt of frigid air jabbed at her head, so sudden and intense she pressed a hand against her temple. How did you get in? He continued to stare at her, but with a slight movement of one hand, he motioned toward the door. That's not possible, she whispered. The locked door and windows were intact. Had he managed to sneak in earlier? No, she would have noticed this man. Every cell in her body was aware of this man. Was it her imagination, or were his eyes growing more golden, more intense? His shoulder-length black hair curled slightly on the ends. A black sweater accentuated broad shoulders, and black jeans hugged his hips and long legs. He was a tall, dark, and handsome hitman. My God. He could probably kill a woman just by giving her wildly erratic heart palpitations. In fact, that was probably what he did. He wasn't carrying a weapon of any kind. Of course, those large hands of his. Cold pain pierced her head once more, reminding her of the times she'd slurped down a frozen slushie too fast. I have not come to harm you. His voice was low, almost hypnotic. That was it. He lured his victims into a trance with his golden eyes and honeyed voice. Then, before you knew it... She shook her head. No, she could fight this. She would not give in. He frowned, dark brows drawing closer together. You are being difficult. You better believe it. She fumbled in her purse and whipped out her .32 caliber Beretta Tomcat. Surprise, sucker! No shock or fear registered on his rugged face, only a slight hint of irritation. Madam, the weapon is unnecessary. Oh, the safety catch. With trembling fingers, she switched it off, then pointed the gun back at his broad chest. Hopefully he hadn't noticed her lack of expertise. She widened her stance and used both hands like she'd seen on cop shows. I've got a full clip with your name on it, scumbag. You're going down. Something sparked in his eyes. It should have been fear, but she could have sworn it was amusement. He stepped toward her. Drop the gun, please. And the dramatics. No! She gave him her best and meanest glare. I'll shoot! I'll kill you! Easier said than done. He took another step toward her. She raised the gun an inch. I mean it. I don't care how incredibly handsome you are. I'll splatter you all over the room. His dark brows rose. Now he looked surprised. Slowly, he inspected her once more, his eyes darkening to the color of hot, molten gold. Stop looking at me like that. Her hands trembled. He stepped toward her again. I will not harm you. I need your help. He lowered the handkerchief from his mouth. Red splotches stained the white cotton. Blood. Shanna gasped. Her hands lowered. Her stomach lurched. You're bleeding. Put the gun down before you shoot yourself in the foot. No. She raised the Beretta again and tried not to think about blood. After all, if she shot him, there'd be plenty more. I need your help. I lost a tooth. You're a customer? Yes, can you help me? Oh, sheesh. She dropped her gun into her purse. Sorry about this. You don't normally greet your customers at gunpoint? His eyes twinkled with more amusement. Oh, God, he was gorgeous. Just her luck that the perfect man would waltz into her life 2 minutes before her death. Look, they'll be here any second. You'd better get out of here fast. His eyes narrowed. You're in trouble? Yes, and if they catch you here, they'll kill you too. Come on. She grabbed her purse. Let's go out the back. You are concerned for me? She glanced back. He was still hovering by the desk. Of course, I hate to see innocent people killed. I am not what you would call innocent. She snorted. Did you come here to kill me? No. Innocent enough for me. Come on. She headed across the examining room. Is there another clinic where you can help me with my tooth? She turned and caught her breath. He was right behind her, though she hadn't heard him move. How did you? He opened his hand, palm up. This is my tooth. She flinched. A few drops of blood had pooled in his palm, but with effort she managed to focus on the tooth. What? Is this some sort of sick joke? That's not a human tooth. His mouth tightened. It is my tooth. I need you to put it back in. No way am I implanting an animal tooth in your mouth. That's just sick. That thing's from a dog. Or a wolf. His nostrils flared, and he seemed to grow 3 inches. His fingers curled around the tooth, forming a fist. How dare you, madam? I am not a werewolf. She blinked. Okay, he was weird. A little psycho, maybe. Unless... Oh, I get it. Tommy put you up to this. I don't know a Tommy. Then who? Shanna was interrupted by the sound of cars screeching to a halt outside the clinic. Was it the police? Please, God, let it be the police. She edged toward the office door and peeked out. No siren, no flashing lights. Heavy footsteps pounded on the sidewalk. Her skin crept with cold sweat. She hugged her purse to her chest. They're here. The psycho customer wrapped his wolf tooth in the white handkerchief and stuffed it into a pocket. Who are they? People who want to kill me. She ran through the examining room to the back door. Are you that bad of a dentist? No. She flipped the deadbolt locks with trembling fingers. Did you do something wrong? No, I saw something I shouldn't have, and so will you if you don't get out of here. She grabbed his arm to push him out the back door. A trickle of blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. He quickly wiped it with his hand, but it left a red smudge along his chiseled jaw. There had been so much blood, so many lifeless faces coated with blood. And poor Karen. The blood had pooled in her mouth, choking her last words. Oh, God. Shanna's knees wobbled, her vision blurred. Not now, not when she needed to run. The psycho customer grabbed her. Are you all right? She looked at his hand, firmly gripping her upper arm. A red smear stained her white lab coat. Blood. Her eyes flickered shut as she sagged against him. Her purse tumbled to the floor. He lifted her in his arms. No. She was fainting away. She couldn't let this happen. With one last feeble attempt, she opened her eyes. His face was close. The world was fading away, and still he studied her, his eyes slowly starting to glow. His eyes were red. Red like blood. Dead. She would soon be dead. Like Karen. Save yourself, please, she whispered. Then all went black. Unbelievable. If Roman didn't know better, he'd swear she wasn't mortal. In more than 500 years, he had never met a mortal who could resist his mind control. He'd never met a mortal who wanted to save him instead of kill him. God's blood, she even believed he was innocent. And incredibly handsome, those had been her words. But she was mortal. Her body felt warm and soft in his arms. He dipped his head lower and inhaled deeply through his nose. The rich aroma of fresh human blood filled his senses. Type A positive, his favorite. His grip tightened. His groin swelled. She was so vulnerable in his arms, her head dropped back to expose her virginal white neck. And damn if the rest of her didn't look just as tasty. As much as he craved her body, her mind intrigued him even more. How the hell had she managed to block his mind control? Every time he'd attempted it, she'd slapped it back in his face. The struggle of minds hadn't angered him, though. Quite the contrary. He had still managed to read a few of her thoughts. Apparently she was frightened by the sight of blood, and her last thought before fainting had been about death. But she was very much alive. She shimmered with heat and vitality, pulsed with vibrant life, and even unconscious, she was giving him one hell of an erection. God's blood. What was he going to do with her? His extra-sensitive hearing caught the sound of male voices on the front sidewalk. "Shanna, don't make this hard on yourself. Let us in." Shanna? He noted her fair skin, pink mouth, and light sprinkling of freckles across her pert nose. The name suited her. Her soft brown hair looked dyed. Interesting. Why would a lovely young woman hide her true hair color? One thing was certain. Vanna was a poor substitute for the real thing. "That's it, bitch, we are coming in." Something crashed through the front of the clinic, splintering glass. The mini blinds rattled. God's blood. These men truly meant to hurt her. What could she have done? He seriously doubted she was some kind of criminal. She'd been too inept with her revolver, and too trusting of him. In fact, she seemed more worried about his safety than her own. Her last words had begged him to save himself, not her. The sanest course of action would be to drop her and run. After all, there were other dentists out there, and he rarely involved himself in the mortal world. He looked down at her face. Save yourself, please. He couldn't do it. He couldn't leave her to die. She was different. Something in his gut, an instinct that had rested dormant for centuries, flared within him, and he knew. He was cradling a rare treasure in his arms. More glass shattered in the front office. God's blood, he'd have to move fast. Luckily for him, that wasn't a problem. He hefted over her one shoulder and grabbed her strange handbag with pictures of Marilyn Monroe printed on each side. He cracked open the back door and peered outside. The buildings across the street were jammed together with metal fire escapes zigzagging up the walls. Most of the businesses were closed. Only a restaurant on the corner was still lit up. Cars dashed along the busier street, but this side street was quiet. Parked cars lined both sides. His extra-sharp senses detected life. 2 men behind the parked car across the street. He couldn't see them, but he felt their presence, smelled the blood pumping through their veins. In an instant, he pushed the door open and swooshed to the end of the block. As he zoomed around the corner, he saw the 2 mortals just starting to react. They ran toward the open door, their pistols drawn. Roman had moved so fast they hadn't even seen him. He rounded another corner to the street in front of the clinic. There he hid behind a parked delivery van and watched the scene unfold. 3 black sedans blocked the street. 4 men were there, 2 acting as sentries while the other 2 smashed their way through the glass storefront. Bloody hell. Who were these men who wanted Shanna dead? His arms tightened around her. "Hang on, sweetness, we're going for a ride." He focused on the roof of the 10-story building behind him. A second later, they were there, and he was looking down on the group of thugs. Shards of glass littered the sidewalk, crunching beneath the shoes of Shanna's would-be killers. Only jagged stalagmites remained of the clinic windows. One of the thugs reached a gloved hand through the broken glass door and unlocked it. The others drew pistols from their coats and entered the clinic. The door banged shut behind them, causing a shower of glass bits to rain down onto the sidewalk. The mini blinds swung back and forth with a metallic rustling sound. Soon the scrape and crash of furniture could also be heard. "Who are these men?" he whispered, but received no answer. Shanna lay still across his shoulder, and he felt stupid standing there holding a woman's purse. He spotted some plastic patio furniture on the roof, 2 green chairs, a small table, and a chaise longue left in a flat, horizontal position. As he lowered the dentist onto the chaise, his hand glided down her body and knocked into something hard in her pocket. Felt like a cell phone. He set her purse down and removed the phone from her pocket. He'd call Laszlo and have him return with the car. It was possible to contact other vampires mentally, but telepathic communication didn't always guarantee privacy. Roman was in a dilemma he didn't want accidentally overheard by another vampire. He was short one fang and had just kidnapped a mortal dentist in worse trouble than he. He zipped back to the building's ledge and peered over. The thugs were leaving the clinic, 6 of them now, since the 4 in front of the clinic had been joined by the 2 from the back. They gestured angrily. Their muttered curses filtered up through the air to his extra-sensitive hearing. Russian. and they were built like defensive linemen. Roman glanced over his shoulder at Shanna. She'd have a tough time surviving with these gorillas on her trail. Abruptly, the men halted. Their voices hushed. Out of the shadows, a figure emerged. Damn, so there was a total of 7 thugs. How had he missed this one? He could always sense the flowing blood and heated body of a mortal, but this one had completely escaped his notice. The other 6 men slowly gravitated toward one another as if they felt safer in a huddle. 6 against 1. How could 6 hefty thugs be afraid of 1 man? The dark figure moved to the front of the clinic. Stripes of light shot through the ravaged blinds and lit his face. Bloody hell! Roman stepped back. No wonder he hadn't sensed the 7th man. He was Ivan Petrovsky, Coven Master of Russian vampires, and one of Roman's oldest enemies. For the past 50 years, Petrovsky had divided his time between Russia and New York, keeping tight control over Russian vampires worldwide. Roman and his friends always kept themselves up to date on this old enemy. According to the latest reports, Petrovsky was making good money as a paid assassin. Hiring oneself out as a killer was an age-old tradition among the more violent vampires. Murdering mortals was easy, even enjoyable for them, so why not get paid for the pleasure of going out to eat? The logic obviously appealed to Petrovsky, and he was making his living doing a job he could really love, and no doubt he excelled at it. Roman had heard that Petrovsky's preferred employer was the Russian mafia. That would explain the 6 Russian-speaking, gun-toting mortals in his company. God's blood. The Russian mafia wanted Shanna dead. Did the Russians know Petrovsky was a vampire? Or did they merely think he was a hired assassin from the old country who preferred to work at night? Either way, they clearly feared him. They had reason to. No mortal would stand a chance against him. Not even a gutsy young woman with a beretta hidden in her sequined Marilyn Monroe handbag. A moan drew his attention to the gutsy young woman. She was wakening. God's blood, if the Russians had hired Ivan Petrovsky to kill Shanna, she wouldn't live through another night. Unless she was under the protection of another vampire. A vampire with enough power and resources to take on the entire coven of Russian vampires. A vampire with a security force already in place. A vampire who had fought Petrovsky before and survived. A vampire who badly needed a dentist. Roman approached her quietly. With a groan, she lifted a hand to her brow. Her struggles against his mind control had probably given her a headache. Still, just the fact that she could resist him was amazing. And since he couldn't control her, he had no idea what she would do or say next. It made her a dangerous commodity to deal with. It made her fascinating. Her unbuttoned lab coat had fallen open, revealing a baby pink t-shirt molded perfectly to her breasts. With each breath of air, her chest expanded. His jeans grew tighter. Her heated blood pumped through her veins, drawing him closer with each pulse. His gaze swept down to her tight, hip-hugging black pants. She was so beautiful, and she'd be so delicious, in more ways than one. God's blood. He wanted to keep her. She believed he was innocent. She believed he was worth saving. But what if she found out the truth? If she discovered he was demon, she'd want to kill him. He'd learned that too well with Eliza. Roman straightened. He couldn't make himself vulnerable like that again. But would this one betray him? She seemed different somehow. She'd begged him to save himself. Her heart was pure. She moaned again. God's blood, she was the vulnerable one. How could he leave her to that monster Petrovsky? Roman was the only one in New York who could protect her. His gaze wandered down her body and back to her pretty face. Oh, he could protect her all right. But as long as his body howled with hunger and thrummed with desire, there was no way he could guarantee she'd be safe. Not from him. Chapter 3. Shanna rubbed her brow. In the distance, she heard honking cars and the wail of an ambulance siren. No need for those in the afterlife. She was definitely still alive. But where? She opened her eyes and beheld a night sky, stars partially hidden with mist. A breeze ruffled her hair against her cheek. She looked to her right. A rooftop? She was stretched out on patio furniture. How did she get here? She looked to her left. Him. The psycho customer with the wolf tooth. He must have brought her here, and he was coming toward her right now. She scrambled to get off the chaise lounge and gasped when the flimsy furniture started to tip. Careful. He was there immediately, startling her when he grabbed her arms. How did he reach her so quickly? The pain in her head dropped a few degrees colder. His grip on her was firm, possessive. Let me go. Fine. He released her and straightened to his full height. Shanna gulped. She hadn't realized he was so tall. And big. You may thank me later for saving your life. That voice again. Low and sexy. So beguiling, but she wasn't in the mood to trust anyone right now. I'll send you a card. You don't trust me. Perceptive, wasn't he? Why should I? As far as I can tell, you've abducted me, without my permission. His mouth tilted up. Do you normally give your permission? She glared at him. Where have you taken me? We're across the street from your clinic. He sauntered toward the ledge. Since you don't trust me, take a look for yourself. Right. Stand on the edge of the roof with a psycho. No way. She'd been stupid enough, fainting in the clinic when she should have been running. She couldn't afford any more moments of weakness like that. The gorgeous man must have carried her out. He really had saved her life. He was tall, dark, handsome, and heroic. Altogether perfect, except for the fact that he wanted a wolf's canine tooth jammed into his mouth. Did he labor under the misconception that he was Wolfman? Was that why her gun hadn't scared him? Only silver bullets could hurt him. She wondered if he was going to howl at the moon. Get a grip. She rubbed her aching forehead. She needed to stop imagining nonsense and figure out what to do next. She noticed her purse sitting by her feet. Hallelujah. She set the purse in her lap and peeked inside. Yes! The Beretta was still there. She could still defend herself, even against the gorgeous wolfman if she had to. They're still down there if you want to see them. He glanced back at her. She snapped her purse shut and gave him a wide-eyed Bambi look. Who? His gaze flickered down to her purse, then back to her face. The men who want to kill you? Well, actually, I think I've seen enough of them today, so I'll just be going now. She eased to her feet. If you leave now, they'll catch you. That was probably true. But was she any safer on a roof with a gorgeous escapee from a mental institute? She clutched her purse to her chest. Okay, I'll stay for a little while. Good. His voice softened. I'll stay with you. She backed away, putting the patio furniture between them. Why did you rescue me? He smiled slowly. I need a dentist. Not with a smile like that. Damn. A smile like that could melt a woman into a puddle of quivering hormones. I'm melting. I'm melting. How did you get me up here? His eyes glimmered in the dark. I carried you. She gulped. Obviously, a few extra pizza pounds hadn't overly strained the guy. You carried me all the way to the roof? I used the elevator. He pulled a cell phone from his back pocket. I'll call someone to pick us up. Us? Who was he kidding? She didn't trust him any farther than she could spit. But he had saved her from the hitman. And so far, he'd behaved like a gentleman. She ventured toward the edge of the building, keeping a safe distance from the mysterious rescuer. She glanced down. Wow, he'd been honest with her. They were across the street from the clinic. 3 black sedans were double parked in the street, and a group of men stood there, talking, planning how to kill her. She was so screwed. Maybe she could use an ally. Maybe she should trust the crazy but gorgeous wolfman. Radinka? He held the cell phone against his cheek. Can you give me Laszlo's cell phone number? Radinka? Laszlo? Were those Russian names? Her skin chilled with goosebumps. Oh, God. Big trouble. This guy was probably pretending to be her friend so he could lure her away from the city and Thanks, Radinka. He punched in a new number. Shanna looked around and located the stairway entrance. Now, if she could just ease over there without him noticing. Laszlo. His voice became authoritative. Bring the car back immediately. We have an emergency situation here. Shanna moved slowly, quietly. No, you don't have time to go to the lab. Turn around now. A slight pause. No, I didn't get the tooth fixed, but I have the dentist with me. He glanced her way. She froze and tried to look bored. Maybe she should hum a tune, but all that came to mind was the one she'd heard earlier in the evening. Strangers in the Night. Well, that fit. Have you turned around yet? Wolfman sounded irritated. Good. Now listen carefully. Do not, I repeat, do not drive past the clinic. Go 1 block north of the clinic and we'll meet you there. Do you understand? Another pause. He turned to look over the ledge. Shanna resumed her stealthy approach to the stairway. I'll explain later. Just follow my directions and we'll be safe. She slipped past the patio furniture. I know you're just a chemist, but I have full confidence in your abilities. Remember, we don't want anyone else to know about this. And now that I think about it, is our passenger still in the car with you? Wolfman walked toward the corner of the building, keeping his back to her and his voice low. So the rascal didn't want her to hear this. Can you hear me now? The phrase goaded her. No, she couldn't hear, damn it. Quickly she tiptoed after him. Her old ballet teacher would have been impressed with her speed. Look, Laszlo, I'll have the dentist with me and I don't want to alarm her any more than necessary. So take Vanna out of the back seat and stick her in the trunk. Shanna halted. Her mouth dropped open. Her throat seized up, making it hard to breathe. I don't care how much crap you have in the trunk. We're not driving around with a naked body in the car. Oh, no, she gasped for air. He was a hitman. He whirled around suddenly to face her. With a strangled squeak, she leaped back. Shanna? He turned off the phone and held it out to her. Stay away from me. She backed away, fumbling in her purse. He frowned. Don't you want your phone back? That was her phone? He was a murderer and a thief. She yanked out her Beretta and pointed it at him. Don't move! Not that again. I can't help you if you keep fighting me. Yeah, like you really want to help me. She eased toward the staircase. I heard you talking to your friend. Oh, Laszlo, we have company. Put the dead body in the trunk. It's not what you think. I'm not stupid, Wolfman. She continued to move toward the stairs. At least he was staying put and not making any moves. I should have shot you the first time. Do not fire the weapon. The men below will hear it. They'll come up here, and I'm not sure I can defeat all of them. All of them? My, don't we think highly of ourselves? His eyes darkened. I have some special talents. Oh, I bet you do. I bet that poor girl in the trunk could say a lot about your special talents. She's incapable of speech. Well, duh. Once you kill someone, they tend to be lousy conversationalists. His mouth twitched. She reached the stairway door. If you come after me, I'll kill you. She pulled the door open, but in the blink of an eye, he was there. He slammed the door shut, wrenched the gun from her hand, and tossed it aside. It hit with a clunk and skittered across the rooftop. She squirmed, wiggled, kicked at his shins. He grabbed her by the wrists and pinned her against the door. By God, woman, you are hard to control. You better believe it. She pulled against his grip, but she couldn't free her wrists. He leaned closer. His breath stirred her hair and feathered her brow. Shanna. He whispered her name like a cool breeze. She shivered. His hypnotic voice tugged at her, lulling her into a sensation of comfort and security. False security. I won't let you kill me. I don't want to kill you. Good, then let me go. He lowered his head, his breath tickling her throat. I want you alive. Warm and alive. Another shiver zigzagged through her body. Oh God, he was going to touch her. Maybe even kiss her. She waited, her heart hammering in her chest. His voice whispered in her ear, I need you. She opened her mouth, then snapped it shut when she realized how close she'd come to saying yes. He moved back, still gripping her wrists. I need you to trust me, Shanna. I can protect you. Her headache returned with a vengeance, cold pain stabbing at her temples. She gathered all her strength, every fiber of resistance, and rammed her knee into his groin. Breath whooshed out of him, strangling his shout before it could erupt from his throat. Only a few garbled croaks emerged. He doubled over and fell to his knees. His complexion, pale before, turned a mottled red. Shanna winced. She'd gotten him good. She spotted her gum beneath the patio table and ran to collect it. Holy Mother of God, he gasped, supporting himself on all fours. That hurts like hell. It's supposed to, big guy. She dropped her Beretta back in her purse, then sprinted for the staircase. No one's ever done that to me. He gazed up at her, his contorted expression of pain mellowing into a look of stunned wonder. Why? Just one of my special talents. She stopped at the staircase door and grasped the knob. Don't follow me. Next time I'll shoot you down there. The door opened with a loud, scraping noise. She stepped onto the stairway landing and let go of the door. With a loud creak, it started to swing shut. She was halfway down the stairs when it closed with a final bang and left her in total darkness. Great. She slowed her pace. The last thing she wanted was to act like one of those girls in the movies, always tripping and twisting her ankle, then lying there helpless and screaming when the bad guy arrived. The banister ended, and she was on the bottom landing. She inched forward with her hands stretched out until she reached the door. She yanked the door open and was greeted by light. The hallway was empty. Good. She ran to the elevator. A sign dangled in front of the metal doors. Out of order. Damn. She glanced back over her shoulder. So the scumbag had lied to her. He couldn't have brought her up the elevator. She looked around for a service elevator but couldn't see one. However he'd gotten her on the roof, she didn't have time to worry about it. She located the central stairwell. Thank God it was lit inside. She rushed down the flight of stairs and reached the ground floor. There was no noise behind her. Thank God. It appeared that Wolfman was not giving chase. She inched open the stairwell door and peered outside. The lobby was dimly lit and empty. The building's main entrance boasted 2 glass doors. Through them, she could see the black cars and hitmen. She slipped into the lobby and, hugging the walls, she retreated toward the back entrance. The glowing red exit sign called to her like a beacon, promising freedom. Safety. She'd find a taxi, go to some obscure little hotel, and then, in the safety of her room, she'd call Bob Mendoza again. And if the U.S. Marshal was still missing, she'd empty her bank account in the morning and take a train somewhere. Anywhere. She peeked outside, saw no one, then exited the building. Immediately, a strong arm encircled her waist and pulled her back against a rock-hard body. A hand smacked across her mouth in an iron grip. She kicked at his shins and stomped on his feet. Stop it, Shanna, it's me. A now familiar voice whispered in her ear. The Wolfman? How could he have beaten her down the stairs? She moaned her frustration against his hand. Come on. He pulled her down the street, past a row of empty umbrella tables. A banner fluttered overhead, announcing the name of the bistro. The next shop had a glass storefront, lined with burglar bars. He dragged her into the recessed doorway. The awning overhead shaded them from the street lamps. Laszlo will be here soon. Just stay quiet until he arrives. She shook her head, trying to dislodge his hand. Can you breathe all right? He sounded concerned. She shook her head again. You won't scream if I let go? I'm sorry, but I can't have you making noise with the hitmen so close. He loosened his grip. I'm not that stupid, she mumbled against his palm. I think you're very intelligent, but you're also in deep shit. That kind of stress can cause anyone to make a bad move. She turned her head to see his face. His jaw was strong and lean. His eyes were focused on the street, no doubt scanning for danger. Who are you? She whispered. He glanced down, and a ghost of a smile haunted his wide mouth. I'm someone who needs a dentist.
Don't lie to me. There's a gajillion dentists out there.
I'm not lying.
You lied about the elevator. It's out of order. I had to use the stairs.
His mouth tightened, and he resumed his search for danger without bothering to answer.
How did you get here so fast?
Does it matter? I want to protect you.
Why? Why should you care?
He paused. It's complicated.
He looked at her, and the pain in his eyes took her breath away. Whoever this man was, he understood suffering. You're not going to hurt me?
No, sweetness. I've had my fill of causing pain.
He smiled sadly.
Besides, if I really wanted to kill you, I could have done it 12 times by now.
How reassuring. She shuddered, and his arms tightened around her. Across the street, a neon sign glowed. The neighborhood psychic was still open for business. Shanna considered making a wild dash across the street and calling the police. Or maybe she should ask about her future. Did she even have one, or had her lifeline run out? Strange, but she didn't feel endangered. The wolfman's arms were strong. The chest she was leaning against was broad and solid, and he claimed he wanted to protect her. She'd been so alone lately. She wanted to trust him. She took a deep breath to calm her nerves and coughed. Geez, it stinks here. What is this place?
A cigar shop. I gather you don't smoke?
No, do you?
He smiled wryly. Only if I'm out in the sun.
Huh?
Before she could respond, a dark green car drove past them, and Wolfman started dragging her toward the curb. That's Laszlo. He waved to get his friend's attention. The green Honda Accord pulled over to double park. The Wolfman strode toward it, pulling Shanna with him. Should she really trust him? Once she got into a car with him, how could she escape? Who is this Laszlo? Is he Russian? No. His name doesn't sound very American. Wolfman lifted a brow as if he found her comment annoying. He's Hungarian, originally.
And you?
American.
You were born here?
Now both brows went up. He was definitely annoyed. But he did have a slight accent, and she'd rather be safe than sorry. The man inside the Honda fumbled around, and the trunk popped open a few inches. Shanna jumped, suddenly remembering there might be a body inside. Relax. Wolfman tightened his grip on her.
Are you kidding?
She tried to jerk away, but her attempt failed miserably.
Don't you have a dead body in there?
He sighed. God help me. I suppose I deserve this. A short man in a white lab coat scrambled out of the green Honda.
Oh, there you are, sir. I came as quickly as I could.
He noticed Shanna and fingered a button on his lab coat.
Good evening, miss. You're the dentist?
She is. Wolfman glanced over his shoulder. We're in a hurry, Laszlo.
Yes, sir.
Laszlo opened the back door and leaned inside.
I'll get Vanna out of your way.
He straightened, dragging a woman's naked body from the back seat. Shanna gasped. Wolfman clapped a hand over her mouth. She's not real. Shanna struggled to escape, but he pulled her against his chest and held tight. Look at her, Shanna. She's a toy. A human-sized toy. Laszlo noticed her distress.
He's right, miss. She's not real.
He pulled the wig off her head, then plopped it back on. Oh, God. Her Wolfman was not a killer. He was a pervert. She elbowed Wolfman in the stomach, and catching him by surprise, she managed to pull away from his grasp. Shanna. He made a grab for her, and she jumped back.
Stay away from me, you pervert.
What? She pointed at the doll that Laszlo was shoving into the trunk.
Any man with a toy like that has got to be a pervert.
Wolfman blinked. It's not my car.
And it's not your toy?
No.
He glanced back.
Shit. He seized her and shoved her toward the car. Get in.
Why?
She grabbed each side of the doorway and locked her elbows. This was the maneuver that always worked in the cartoons when a cat didn't want to be pushed into a tub of water. Wolfman moved to her side, blocking her view. A black car is turning onto the street. We can't let them see you.
A black car? Black sedan or green Honda. Those appeared to be her choices. God help her that she was making the right decision. She climbed into the back seat of the Honda Accord and set her purse on the floor. She looked out the back window but couldn't see a black car. Laszlo still had the trunk up.
Hurry, Laszlo, we've got to go.
Wolfman got in beside her and shut the door. He glanced out the back window. Laszlo slammed the trunk shut.
Shit.
Wolfman grabbed Shanna by the shoulders and pushed her down.
Ah!
It all happened so fast. A whoosh of air and then wham, her nose was pressed flat against scratchy black denim. Oh great, she was face down in his lap. Her nostrils filled with the scent of He-Man and fresh soap. Or was that laundry detergent? She struggled to sit up, but he held her down.
Sorry, but our windows aren't tinted, and I can't risk them seeing you.
The engine started, and they were on the move. She felt the car vibrating around her, his jeans giving her a full facial massage. She wiggled until her nose and mouth found a pocket of air. After a few deep breaths, she realized her precious pocket of air was the crevice between his legs. Wonderful. She was doing heavy breathing on his crotch.
The black car is following us.
Laszlo sounded worried.
I know.
Wolfman sounded annoyed.
Take the next right.
Shanna attempted to roll onto her side, but the car made a turn and she lost her balance. She fell against Wolfman, the back of her head bumping against his zipper. Oops. Maybe he hadn't noticed. She wiggled forward, moving her head away from his groin.
Is there a purpose for all this activity?
Oh dear. He had noticed. I couldn't breathe. She squirmed onto her shoulder and curled her legs up so she was lying on her side with her cheek against his thighs. The car suddenly halted. Shanna slid back and knocked against his zipper once again. He winced. Sorry. Geez. First she'd given him the knee. Now she was a headbanger. How much abuse could a guy take in one evening? She inched her head forward again.
Sorry, sir, Laszlo said. The light just turned red all of a sudden.
I understand.
Wolfman laid a hand lightly on Shanna's head.
Could you stop wiggling, please?
Sir, they're pulling up beside us.
That's all right. Let them take a good look. They'll only see 2 men.
What should I do now? Laszlo asked. Go straight or turn?
Make a left turn at the next intersection. We'll see if they follow us then.
Yes, sir.
Laszlo was beginning to sound ill.
You know, I'm not trained for this sort of thing. Maybe we should call for Connor or Ian.
You're doing fine. That reminds me.
Wolfman lifted his hips. Shanna gasped and grabbed his knees to keep steady. The muscles in his thighs bunched and rippled beneath her cheek. Oh, Lordy, what a thrill ride.
Here.
He lowered his hips back onto the seat.
I had your damn phone in my back pocket.
Oh. She shifted onto her back so she could see. The car lurched forward and she rolled into his groin, nose against his zipper. Sorry, she murmured and scooted away.
No problem.
He dropped the phone on the car seat.
I don't think you should use it. If they know your number, they can trace any call you make and find your location.
He moved his hand to her shoulder, probably hoping to keep her from rolling around. The car swerved left. Luckily, she slid only a fraction down his thighs this time. Are they still following us? She asked.
I don't see them.
Laszlo sounded excited.
Let's not celebrate just yet.
Wolfman looked from side to side.
Drive around a bit more to make sure.
Yes, sir. Shall we go to your home or the lab?
What lab? Shanna attempted to sit up. Wolfman tightened his grip on her shoulder and forced her back down.
Stay put. This isn't over yet.
Great. She was beginning to suspect he enjoyed manhandling her. Okay, what lab? He glanced down at her.
Romatech Industries.
Oh, I've heard of them. He raised a brow.
You have?
Of course. They've saved millions of lives with their artificial bee blood. Is that where you work?
Yes, we both work there.
Shanna breathed a sigh of relief. That's wonderful. Then you're into saving lives, not destroying them.
That is our wish, yes.
You never introduced yourself. I can't keep calling you Wolfman.
His brows shot up. I told you I am not a werewolf.
You have a wolf's tooth in your pocket.
It's part of an experiment, like the doll in the trunk.
Oh. Shanna turned her head toward the front seat. Is that what you're working on, Laszlo?
Yes, miss. The doll is one of my current experiments. Nothing to be alarmed about.
Well, that's a relief. Shanna smiled. I'd hate to think I was driving around with a couple of perverts. She turned back to Wolfman, but her nose grazed his zipper. Oops. His pants hadn't stuck out that far before. She scooted back an inch. Maybe I should sit up now.
It's not safe.
Right, and she was safe 1 inch from his growing crotch. Obviously, her earlier attack on his groin had not caused any lasting damage. Wolfman was well on his way to a full recovery. Very full. So, what is your name?
Roman. Roman Dragonesti.
Laszlo spun around a corner too fast. She slid against Roman. A huge, rock-hard Roman. Sorry. She tilted her head away from his erection. He was getting bigger by the minute.
Where do you want to go? Laszlo asked. The lab or your home?
Roman's hand moved from her shoulder to her neck. His fingers gently stroked, drawing little circles on her skin. She shivered. Her heart started to race.
We'll take her to my home, he whispered.
Shanna swallowed hard. Somehow she knew she was taking a turn tonight, a turn that would change the rest of her life. The car came to an abrupt stop. Her head wobbled with the car's movement, rubbing against the strained denim of the wolfman's beastly-sized erection. He groaned and fixed his eyes on her face. She gasped. His eyes were red. It couldn't be. It had to be a reflection from the red stoplight.
Are you sure she'll be safe at your house?
Laszlo asked.
As long as my mouth stays shut.
He smiled slightly.
And my zipper stays up.
Swallowing hard, Shanna turned away. She should have appreciated boredom when she had it. This much excitement could kill a girl. Chapter 4. So much for keeping his raging lust a secret. As far as Roman could tell, the lovely dentist in his lap had finally realized the futility of escaping his erection. Each time she succeeded in putting a little space between her head and his crotch, he rose to the challenge and filled the gap. He was a bit amazed himself. He hadn't experienced this much desire in more than 100 years. Now, instead of bumping against him, Shanna was lying very still against his zipper. Her smoky blue eyes were focused on the car's ceiling as if nothing was going on. But the blush on her cheeks and the occasional shudder that rippled down her warm body told him otherwise. She was extremely aware of him, and she knew he wanted her. Roman didn't have to read her mind to know this. He could read her body instead. The distinction was new to him, and the result was powerful, fueling his lust to a higher degree. Roman? She glanced at him, her blush deepening. I hate to sound like a nagging kid, but are we there yet? He glanced out the window.
We're at Central Park. We're almost there.
Oh, do you live alone?
No, there are a number of people who live there, and I have security teams on duty day and night. You'll be safe.
Why do you have so much security? He continued to look out the window.
To feel secure.
From what?
You don't want to know.
Oh, that's informative, she muttered. Roman couldn't help but smile. The lady vamps in his coven were too busy trying to seduce him to ever show displeasure with him. Shanna's attitude was a refreshing change, though he did hope her irritation wouldn't lead to another knee in the groin. Somehow, he'd managed to exist for a total of 544 years without experiencing that particular form of torture. Vampire killers went straight for the heart. Though, to be honest, Shanna was assaulting his heart. The dried-up husk in his chest was beating to an ancient, primeval drum. Possess and protect. He wanted this woman, and he wouldn't allow his old enemy to have her or harm her. But it went much further than that. He wanted to know why he couldn't control her. She was a challenge that mentally he couldn't resist. And obviously, given his current condition, he found her physically irresistible too.
"Here we are, sir."
Laszlo slowed to a stop, double parking next to one of Roman's cars. Roman opened his door. Lifting Shanna's head a fraction, he slid out from under her. She started to sit up.
"No, stay down until I make sure it's safe."
She heaved a sigh of frustration. "Okay." Roman climbed out and closed the door while Laszlo did the same. He motioned for the chemist to follow him a few yards from the car.
"You did well, Laszlo. Thank you."
"You're welcome, sir. Can I go back to the lab now?"
"Not yet. First, I want you to go inside and warn everyone that we have a mortal guest. We need to protect her, but at the same time, she must not discover who we really are."
"May I ask why we're doing this, sir?"
Roman surveyed the street for any sign of the Russians.
"You've heard of the Russian coven master, Ivan Petrovsky?"
"Oh, God."
Laszlo clutched at one of the 2 remaining buttons on his lab coat.
"They say he's vicious and ruthless."
"Yes, and for some reason he wants to kill the dentist. But I need her too, so we have to keep her safe without Petrovsky figuring out that we're the ones interfering with his plans."
"Oh, dear."
Laszlo twirled the button furiously.
"He would be so angry, he might declare war on us."
"Exactly. But there's no reason for Shanna to know about that. We'll keep her as ignorant as possible."
"That may be difficult with her living in your house."
"I know, but we have to try. And if she finds out too much, I'll erase her memory."
As CEO of a major corporation, Roman was constantly struggling to remain invisible in the mortal world. Mind control and memory wipes made the task much easier. Unfortunately, he wasn't sure he could erase Shanna's memory. He climbed the front steps to his townhouse and punched in a security code on the keypad by the door.
"Explain things as quickly as possible."
"Yes, sir."
Laszlo swung open the door and was greeted by a long dagger aimed at his throat.
"Eek!"
He stumbled back, bumping into Roman, who stopped him from falling down the stairs.
"Begging your pardon, sir."
Connor slid his Highland dirk back into the sheath hanging from his belt.
"I wasn't expecting you at the front door." "I'm glad you're vigilant."
Roman pushed Laszlo into the entryway.
"We have a guest. Laszlo will explain."
Laszlo nodded, his fingers fumbling once again for a button on his lab coat. Connor shut the door. Roman hurried down the steps to the Honda. He yanked the back door open to find Shanna pointing her Beretta at him. "Oh, it's you." She blew out a sigh of relief and dropped her gun back into her purse. "You were gone so long, I was beginning to think I'd been abandoned."
"You're under my protection now. I'll keep you safe."
He smiled.
"At least you no longer want to shoot me."
"Yeah, that's always a positive sign in any relationship." Roman laughed, a rusty sound, but a definite laugh. God's blood, how long had it been since his last laugh? He couldn't even remember. And there was beautiful Shanna, returning his smile. The lovely dentist had brought a spark of life back into his God-forsaken, endless existence. Still, he should fight this compulsion to be with her. After all, he was a demon. She was immortal. Historically, he should be seeing her as lunch, craving her blood, not her company. But he did want her company. It was as if his mind was waiting for the next words to come out of her mouth, just so he could have the pleasure of responding. And his body was waiting anxiously for the next accidental touch. Hell, accidental wasn't enough. "I probably shouldn't trust you, but for some reason I do." She climbed out of the car, and instantly his entire body wakened to her proximity. "You're right," he whispered, lifting a hand to touch her cheek. "You shouldn't trust me at all." Her eyes widened. I thought you said I was safe." "There are different kinds of danger." He skimmed his fingers along her jaw. She stepped back, but not before he felt a shiver run through her. She turned toward his townhouse, shifting her purse to her shoulder. "So this is where you live? It's very nice. In fact, it's quite lovely. Great neighborhood." "Thank you." Which floor are you on? She rushed her words, apparently trying to pretend there was nothing going on, that the air between them wasn't sizzling with sexual awareness. Maybe she didn't feel it. Maybe it was just him. Which floor would you like? She glanced his way, then her gaze locked with his. Her chin lifted slightly, her mouth slowly falling open. Oh yeah, she was feeling it. She sounded breathless. What do you mean? He stepped toward her. They're all mine. She retreated a step. The entire townhouse? Yes, and I will provide you with the new wardrobe. What? Wait. She broke from his gaze and squeezed between two cars to step onto the sidewalk. I'm not going to be your kept woman. I have my own clothes, and I'll gladly pay for room and board. Your clothes are in your home, and I doubt it's safe for you to go back there. I will provide you with clothing. He stepped onto the sidewalk beside her. Unless you'd rather go without. She gulped. A few clothes will be fine. I'll reimburse you for them. I don't want your money. Well, you're not likely to get anything else. Not even a little gratitude for saving your life? I am grateful, she glared at him, but you can expect all my thank yous to be extended in a vertical position. In that case, let me remind you. He stepped closer. We are vertical right now. I suppose so. Her glare dissolved into a look of wary speculation. He moved close enough that only a fraction separated his chest from her breasts. He placed a hand on the small of her back, just in case she tried to step back. She didn't try. He touched her cheek, so soft and warm. She took a deep breath and closed her eyes. He skimmed his fingers down to her neck. Her pulse throbbed, quickening its pace. When she opened her eyes, there was trust in them, and desire. He pulled her against his chest and brushed his lips across her temple into her soft hair. He'd seen her shocked expression earlier when his eyes had turned red, so just to be safe, he wanted to avoid eye contact until her eyes were firmly shut and her lips parted, begging for their first kiss. He smoothed her hair back to expose her neck, then slid his mouth down past her sweet ear to the throbbing pulse. With a sigh, she tilted her head back. He inhaled her scent, type A positive. It was coursing through every cell in her body. He ran the tip of his tongue along the artery and felt her shudder in response. He risked a look at her face. Her eyes were closed. She was ready. He moved in for the kiss just as a block of light suddenly fell on them. Oh, bugger! A Scots accent rolled the final R. Connor had swung open the front door. Shanna jumped, then stared at the doorway. What's wrong? Laszlo asked. Maybe we should shut the door. No way, Grigori's voice piped in. I want to watch. Shanna eased back, blushing. Roman glared at the three men squeezed into the doorway. Great timing, Connor. Aye, sir. Connor's complexion turned a few shades lighter than his red hair. We're ready for you now. Maybe it was good timing after all. Now that he thought about it, Roman figured his mouth would taste like blood, and given Shanna's fear of the stuff, the kiss could have been a disaster. He'd have to be more careful in the future. Future? What future could there be? He'd sworn never to involve himself with a mortal again. Once they figured out who he really was, they invariably wanted to kill him. And who could blame them? He was a demonic creature. Come. He took her by the elbow to escort her up the stairs. She didn't budge. She was frozen in place, staring at the door. Shanna? She was staring at Connor. Roman, there's a man in your doorway wearing a kilt. There are a dozen Highlanders in the house. They're my security force. Really? How amazing. She proceeded up the stairs without him, without even glancing his way. Damn, had she forgotten their embrace already? Welcome, my lady. Connor stepped back to let her pass. Laszlo and Grigori moved back, though she appeared oblivious to their presence. Smiling, she faced the Scotsman. My lady? I've never been called that before. It sounds almost medieval. With good reason. Connor's old-world charm was really old. Roman rushed up the stairs. He's a bit behind the times. Well, I like it. She scanned the entry hall with its polished marble floors and sweeping staircase. And I love this house. Absolutely beautiful. Thank you. Roman locked the door and made introductions. Shanna turned her attention back to Connor. I love your kilt. Which plaid is that? 'Tis the tartan of the Clan Buchanan. He bowed slightly. And the little tassels on your socks, they match your kilt. That's so cute. Och, lassie, those be flashes to hold up my hose. Is that a knife? She leaned over for a closer look at Connor's socks. Roman suppressed a growl. Next she'd be telling Connor his hairy knees were cute. Connor, take our guest to the kitchen. She may be hungry. Aye, sir. And have your men conduct a full surveillance sweep every half hour. Aye, sir. Connor motioned to the back of the entry hall. This way, miss. Go with him, Shanna. I'll come for you shortly. Aye, aye, sir. She gave him an annoyed look, then followed Connor to the kitchen, mumbling, I should have shot him. Grigori whistled low as the kitchen door swung shut. Sweet! Your dentist is one feisty little babe. Grigori. Roman gave him a stern look that was ignored. He adjusted his silk tie. Yeah, I think I need a checkup. I've got a cavity that needs to be filled. Enough, Roman growled. You will leave her alone, understand? Yeah, we know. We saw you drooling on her outside. Grigori strolled toward Roman, his eyes twinkling. So, you got the hots for a mortal, huh? What happened to the never again speech? Roman lifted an eyebrow. Grigori grinned. You know, I could tell she really likes those guy skirts. Maybe Connor could loan you one of his. They're called kilts, Laszlo said as he fiddled with a button. Whatever. Grigori looked Roman over. So, how sexy are your legs? Roman gave him a warning look. Why are you here, Grigori? I thought you were going out with Simone. Oh, I did. I took her to this new club over by Times Square, but then she got mad because nobody recognized her. Why should they? She's a famous model, bro. She was on last month's cover of Cosmo. Don't you keep up? Anyway, she was so pissed off she threw a table across the dance floor. Roman groaned. Becoming a vampire could vastly increase one's strength and enhance the five senses, but unfortunately it did nothing to improve one's intelligence. I thought it might look suspicious for someone that skinny to be so strong, Grigori continued, so I took care of it. I erased everybody's memories and brought her back here. She's with your harem now, getting sympathy and a pedicure. I would prefer that you not call them my harem. Roman glanced toward the closed parlor doors. Are they in there? Yeah. Grigori looked amused. I told them to stay put and be quiet, but who knows if they'll behave. Roman sighed. I don't have time to deal with them. Call your mother and see if she'll keep an eye on them. Grigori snorted. She'll love that. He pulled his cell phone from his pocket and stepped away to make the call. Laszlo. The short chemist jumped. Yes, sir? Would you go to the kitchen and ask Shanna what she'll need for the, procedure? Laszlo looked confused for a second, then his expression cleared. All right, the procedure. And tell Connor to come out here for a second. Yes, sir. Laszlo scurried to the kitchen. Mom's on her way. Grigori slipped the phone back into his pocket. So the dentist hasn't implanted your tooth yet? No, we ran into a problem. Ivan Petrovsky. It appears the young dentist is on his latest hit list. You're kidding! What did she do? I don't know exactly. Roman glanced toward the kitchen. But I mean to find out. The kitchen door swung as Connor strode into the foyer. He met them at the base of the stairs. Can you tell me why I just made a turkey sandwich for a dentist? Roman sighed. He'd have to let his head of security in on the situation. Earlier tonight, I lost a tooth while conducting an experiment. He removed the bloody hanky from his jeans pocket and displayed the contents. You lost your fang? Holy Christ almighty! Connor whispered. I've never heard of that happening before. Neither have I, Roman confessed sadly. "And I've been a vampire for over 500 years. "Wow, maybe it's old age," Grigori suggested, then winced at the look Roman and Connor gave him. "The only explanation I can think of is our new diet." Roman wrapped the tooth and stuffed it back into his pocket. "It's the only variable that has changed since we became vampires." Connor frowned. "But we're still drinking blood, man. I don't see the difference." "It's how we drink it," Roman explained. "We no longer bite. When's the last time either of you extended your fangs?" "I don't even remember." Grigori tugged at one end of his black bow tie to unravel the knot. "Who needs fangs when we drink our meals from a glass?" "Aye," Connor agreed. "And if you don't keep them retracted, they'll be clinking on the glass, getting in the way." "Right." Roman didn't like his conclusion, but it was the only explanation he could come up with. "I think it's a case of if you don't use 'em, you lose 'em." "Bugger," Connor muttered. "We need our bloody fangs." Grigori's eyes widened. "Well, we can't start biting mortals. I refuse. All the progress we've made would be lost." "Exactly." Roman nodded. Grigori Holstein was annoying at times, but totally committed to their mission of making the world safe for vampires and mortals alike. "Perhaps we could come up with some sort of exercise program." "Yeah!" Grigori's eyes sparkled. "I'll get right on it." Roman smiled. Grigori attacked every problem with unfailing enthusiasm. It was times like this that he knew promoting Grigori had been a wise choice. The kitchen doors swung open, and Laszlo rushed toward them. "There's a problem, sir. The lady insists the implantation procedure is best achieved in a dental office, and she refuses to return to her place of work." "She's right about her clinic," Roman conceded. "No doubt the police are all over the place by now." Connor closed a fist over the hilt of his Highland dirk. "Laszlo told us there were some bastards wanting to kill the poor woman. Those bloody horsens." "Yes," Roman sighed. He had hoped Shanna could fix his tooth in the safety and privacy of his home. "Grigori, you'll need to locate another dental office, one close by that we can use." "No problem, bro." "I'd better watch the lass," Connor grumbled. "We canna having her digging about in our fridge." The Scotsman hurried back to the kitchen. Laszlo plucked at a loose button on his coat. "Sir, she mentioned a specific product that would greatly increase your chances of a successful reimplantation. She was certain that any dental office would have the product on hand." "Good." Roman removed the handkerchief-wrapped tooth from his pocket and handed it to Laszlo. "I want you to go with Grigori and take care of my fang until I arrive." Laszlo gulped and stuffed the fang into his lab coat pocket. We'll be breaking and entering, won't we?" "Don't worry about it." Grigori gripped the small chemist by the shoulder and herded him toward the front door. "The place will be empty, and the mortals will never know what happened." "Well, okay, I guess." At the door, Laszlo halted and looked back. "I should warn you, sir. Even though the young lady was forthcoming with information, she insists that she will not, under any circumstances, put a wolf's tooth in your mouth." Grigori laughed. "She thinks it's a wolf's tooth?" Roman shrugged. "It's a logical misperception on her part." "Well, yeah." Grigori gave him an exasperated look. "But why didn't you just plant the right perception in her head?" Roman paused. Laszlo and Grigori watched him, waiting for the reply. God's blood. Hadn't he endured enough humiliation for one night? I was unable to gain control of her mind." Laszlo's mouth dropped open. Grigori jolted back. "Snap! You couldn't control one measly mortal?" Roman clenched his fists. "No." Grigori slapped a hand against his brow. "Snap! Why the hell are you snapping? Are you a turtle?" It was times like this that firing Grigori seemed to be the wise choice. "It means I'm floundering in stunned disbelief." "Sheesh, bro, you gotta keep up with the latest lingo." Laszlo frowned, his fingers fiddling even faster with a button. "Begging your pardon, sir, but has this ever happened before?" "No."
Maybe you are getting old, Grigori suggested. Screw you, Roman growled. No, you gotta sound more modern, bro. Try using the F word. Grigori paused, then his face slowly turned pink. You, were referring to me, weren't you? Roman lifted an eyebrow. The young can be a little slow. Laszlo paced across the foyer. This is somewhat beyond my area of expertise, but it seems to me that it is highly likely that you are missing a distinct possibility. They turned to stare at the small chemist. He licked his lips and yanked at a button. Since Mr. Dragonesti has never experienced this sort of, problem before, the answer may not lie in his abilities or, lack thereof. The button tumbled to the floor, and the chemist leaned over to pick it up. What are you saying? Grigori asked. Laszlo slid the loose button into his coat pocket. I mean, the problem may rest with the mortal. She's extremely strong-willed, Roman conceded, though I've never known a mortal who could resist our power. I agree, Laszlo nodded, attacking the last button on his lab coat. But the fact remains that somehow she did resist. There is something different about that woman. There was utter silence while Laszlo's announcement sank in. Roman had already suspected she was different, but to hear one of his smartest scientists reach the same conclusion, it was unnerving. This is bad, Grigori murmured. Really bad. If we can't control her, then she's fascinating, Roman whispered. Grigori winced. I was going to say dangerous. That too, but even the thought of danger seemed appealing to Roman tonight, especially when it involved Shanna. We could try to find another dentist, Laszlo suggested. No. Roman shook his head. We have only a few hours of darkness left, and you said it yourself, Laszlo, the tooth must be fixed tonight. Grigori, take Laszlo to the nearest dental office and secure the premises. You can take his car. It's out front. Laszlo, do what you can to save my fang. Give us 30 minutes, then call my office upstairs. Laszlo's eyes widened. You'll use my voice to teleport? Yes. It would be the quickest way to get the procedure over with. But they would never be able to do it unless they had full control of Shanna's mind and could erase her memory afterward. Grigori, come back as soon as you can. I'll need you and Connor to assist me with the dentist. We have to gain control of her mind. No problem, Grigori shrugged. At the club, I erased 100 mortal minds all at once. This'll be child's play. By the worried expression on Laszlo's face, it was clear he didn't share Grigori's confidence. It should work, Roman said. Even if she can resist the power of one vampire, she'll be no match for the three of us. While Grigori and Laszlo hurried out the front door, the words of the chemist echoed in Roman's mind. There was something different about Shanna. What if he couldn't gain control of her mind? She'd never agree to implant his fang as long as she believed it belonged to an animal. He'd spend the rest of eternity as a joke, the one-fanged wonder. And he didn't dare tell her he was a vampire. She wouldn't want to implant his tooth. She'd react like Eliza and want to bury a stake in his heart. Chapter 5. Tell me you found Shanna Valen. Ivan Petrovsky glared at 4 of the best thugs the Russian mafia had to offer. They avoided looking him in the eye. Cowards, all of them. Ivan had insisted on staying close to the dental clinic in case Shanna Whalen was hiding nearby. These 4 men had completed their search of nearby alleys and come up empty-handed. 3 blocks away, police cars screeched to a halt in front of the ransacked clinic. Their flashing lights bounced off nearby buildings, waking the inhabitants. Mortals ventured onto the street, hoping to see something exciting, like a dead body. It was a thrill Ivan was usually happy to supply, but tonight, Stesha's thugs had screwed up. Incompetent cowards. Ivan strode toward the 2 black sedans they had moved away from the crime scene before the police could arrive. She couldn't have just disappeared. She's only immortal. The 4 thugs followed him. A blonde giant with a square jaw replied, We didn't see her go out the front or the back. Ivan breathed in the blonde Neanderthal scent. Oh, positive.
Too bland. Too damned stupid.
So, you think she did disappear?
No answer. They watched their feet as they shuffled along.
We did see the back door swing open,
a thug finally confessed, his face stippled with acne scars.
And?
Ivan waited impatiently.
I thought I saw 2 people.
Acne Face frowned.
But when we ran to the door, there was no one there. I thought I heard something like a swoosh,
a third thug offered.
A swoosh?
Ivan clenched his fists.
Is that all you can tell me?
Tension coursed through him, zeroing in on the muscles in his upper spine. With a sudden tilt of his head, he snapped his neck and felt a small measure of relief. The 4 mortals winced. Stesha Bratsk, the local Russian mafia boss, had insisted his own men take part in the Shanna Whalen assignment. A big mistake. Ivan's fingers itched to encircle their thick bull necks and squeeze the life out of them. If only he had used his own vampires. Then the Whalen girl would be dead, and he'd be receiving the bounty money of 250 grand. He was going to get that money one way or another. He thought back, recalling the interior of the dental clinic. No sign of the girl anywhere. The only interesting thing he had found was an uneaten pizza with the name of a deli emblazoned on the box in red and green letters.
Where is Carlo's Deli?
Little Italy, the blonde thug replied.
Great pizza. I like their lasagna better,
Acne Face said.
You idiots!
Ivan glowered at them.
How will you explain your failure to Stesha tonight? His cousin in Boston is serving a life sentence, all because that little bitch testified against him in court.
They shifted from one foot to another. Ivan took a deep breath. He didn't care what happened to Stesha or his family. They were mortals, after all. But these guys worked for them, so they needed to show more loyalty, and less stupidity.
From now on, I use my own men at night. During the day, you watch the deli and the Whalen girl's apartment. If you find her, follow her. Do you understand?
Yes, sir, they mumbled in unison. Unfortunately, Ivan didn't have much hope for their success. His own vampires would prove much more capable at finding the missing Shanna Whalen. The only problem was they could only work at night. He needed these damned mortals to carry on the mission during the day. A third black sedan pulled up beside the other 2 cars, and 2 more of Stesha's employees got out.
Well, did you find her?
Ivan asked. A bearded thug with a shaved head came forward.
We spotted another car a block north of here, a green Honda. 2 men. Pavel thinks he saw a woman. I did, Pavel insisted. They were sticking her in the trunk.
Ivan raised his eyebrows. Had someone else captured the Whalen girl before him? Crap. Someone else wanted the reward money. His reward money.
Where did they go?
Pavel cursed and kicked a car tire.
We lost them.
Ivan snapped his head once more to relieve the building pressure in his neck.
Doesn't anyone train you people? Or does Stesha hire you right off the boat?
The bald one's face turned red and fully flushed with blood. Ivan's nostrils flared. AB negative. God, he was hungry. He had planned to feast on the Whalen girl, but now he would have to look elsewhere.
We did get the license plate number,
Pavel offered.
We'll find out who owns the car. You do that and report to me in 2 hours. I'll be at my home in Brooklyn.
Pavel's face turned pale.
Yes, sir.
No doubt he'd heard the rumors. Sometimes people who entered the home of the Russian coven at night were never seen again. Ivan stepped closer to the 6 men and stared at each of them in the eye.
If you find her, you will not kill her. That is my job. Don't even think about earning the reward money for yourself. You won't live long enough to enjoy it, understand?
There was a series of gulps and nods.
Leave me now. Stesha is waiting to hear from you.
The 6 thugs climbed into the black sedans and drove away. Ivan strolled toward the crime scene. Neighbors stood about, huddled in groups while they watched the police. A pretty blonde in a pink bathrobe caught his eye. He stared at her.
Come to me.
She turned and looked him over. Slowly, she smiled. Foolish woman, she thought she was seducing him. He gestured toward a dark alley. She sauntered toward him, swaying her hips, stroking her fluffy pink bathrobe with long pink fingernails. He stepped into the darkness and waited. She sailed into her doom as dumbly as a pink poodle bouncing into a grooming parlor, eager to be admired and petted.
Are you new in the neighborhood? I don't recall seeing you before.
Come closer. Are you wearing anything under that robe? She giggled.
Shame on you. Don't you know the police are just a few feet away?
Makes it more exciting, doesn't it? She laughed again, her voice taking on a huskier tone.
You are a bad boy, aren't you?
He took her by the shoulders. You have no idea. In an instant, his fangs sprang out. She gasped, but before she could react further, his fangs were deep in her neck. Blood flooded his mouth. Rich, hot, and with the added risk of the nearby police, it was extra spicy. At least the evening had not been a complete failure. Not only was he getting a delicious meal, but this girl's dead body would serve to distract the police from the missing dentist. Ivan just loved mixing business with pleasure. Shanna paced the kitchen floor. She wasn't going to do it. No way was she sticking a wolf's canine into that man's mouth. Laszlo had just left with the information she'd reluctantly given him, and now she was alone in the kitchen of Roman Dragonesti's house. True, he had saved her life. Also true, he was generously offering her asylum. But she had to wonder why. Was he so determined to have an animal tooth implanted in his mouth that he wanted her in his debt? She paused at the table for another sip of Diet Cola. The turkey sandwich that Connor had made for her was still uneaten. She was just too nervous to eat right now. She'd come so close to being murdered. The full impact of that fact was only now sinking in. She owed Roman her life. But that didn't mean she was going to implant his stupid wolf tooth. Who was this Roman Dragonesti anyway? Sure, he was about the most handsome man she'd ever met, but that didn't guarantee he was sane. He seemed genuinely concerned about protecting her, but why? And why did he have a small army of kilted Highlanders? Where on earth did a person acquire such an army? Did he place an ad in the paper? Wanted, small army of kilted Highlanders? If he needed this much protection, he must have made some bad enemies. Could she trust someone like that? Well, maybe. She had some bad enemies herself, and through no fault of her own. With a sigh, Shanna stopped at the table for another drink. The more she tried to understand Roman, the more confused she became. And adding to the confusion was the fact that she'd come darn close to kissing the man. What on earth was she thinking? Well, duh. She wasn't thinking at all. The car ride had turned her on. Escaping the Russians and bouncing into Roman's swollen manhood had combined to give her one powerful adrenaline rush. It was a mixture of excitement and lust. That was all. The door swooshed open and Connor rushed in. He glanced around the room. Are you all right, lass? Yeah, did you tell Roman that I refused to put that animal tooth in his mouth? Connor smiled. Don't worry yourself. I'm sure Laszlo will be telling Mr. Dragonesti how you feel. For all the good that'll do. Shanna sat at the table and dragged the plate holding the sandwich toward her. According to Laszlo, Mr. Dragonesti had insisted on her cooperation, and whatever Mr. Dragonesti wanted, he was sure to get. What arrogance. The man was obviously used to being in charge. Romatech. That's where he said he worked. Romatech. Roman. Oh my God. She sat back in her chair. Connor raised his eyebrows. Roman's the owner of Romatech, isn't he? Connor shifted his weight from one foot to another. He watched her with a wary look. Aye, that he is. Then he's the one who invented the formula for synthetic blood. Aye, he did. That's amazing. Shanna stood. He must be the most gifted scientist alive. Connor winced. I wouldn't say that exactly, but he's a very intelligent man. He's a genius. Shanna raised both hands in the air. My God, she'd been rescued by a scientific genius, a man who was responsible for saving millions of lives around the world, and now he'd saved her. She sat down, dazed. Roman Dragonesti. Gorgeous, strong, sexy, mysterious, and possessing one of the most intelligent minds in the world today. Wow. He was perfect. Too perfect. I guess he's married?
Nay.
Connor's blue eyes twinkled.
Are you saying you like him, lass?
She shrugged. Maybe. Her turkey sandwich suddenly looked very appealing, and she picked it up for a big bite. The most incredible available bachelor had entered her life tonight. As exciting as that was, she had to remind herself of his bizarre reason for coming to the dental clinic. She swallowed. I'm still not implanting that tooth. Connor smiled.
Roman is accustomed to getting his way.
Yeah, reminds me of my father. That was another point against him. She downed the last of her Diet Cola. Do you mind if I have some more? I can get it. She rose.
No, I'll do it.
Connor hurried to the fridge and retrieved a 2-liter bottle from the bottom shelf. He brought the bottle to the table. The sandwich is great. Are you sure you won't join me? He filled her glass.
I already ate, but thank you for asking.
So, why did Roman hire a bunch of Scotsmen to guard his house? No offense, but it seems kinda unusual.
I suppose it does.
Connor screwed the top back on the Diet Cola bottle.
We all do what we're best suited for. I'm an old warrior, you might say. So working for the McKay is the best job for me.
McKay? Shanna took a bite of her sandwich and hoped Connor would elaborate.
McKay Security and Investigation.
Connor sat across from her at the table.
'Tis a large company based in Edinburgh, run by Angus McKay himself. Ye haven't heard of it?
She shook her head no, since her mouth was still full.
'Tis the premier company of its kind in the world,
Connor announced proudly.
You see, Angus and Roman are old friends. Angus does all the security work for Roman, here and at the corporate office.
A beep sounded at the back door, and Connor jumped to his feet. Next to the door, Shanna spotted a light switch with 2 indicator lights protruding from it, one red and one green. The red one was lit. Connor whipped the short sword from the sheath on his belt and paced silently toward the door. Shanna gulped. What's going on?
Don't be alarmed, lass. If the person outside is one of our guards, he'll swipe his ID card and the light will turn green.
Just as Connor spoke, the red light went off and the green one came on. Connor eased to the far side of the door, his blade still drawn, his stance like a tiger ready to pounce. Then why are you...
If an enemy attacks a guard, he could steal the ID card.
Connor put a finger to his lips to warn Shanna to remain quiet. Quiet? Geez, she was giving considerable thought to getting the hell out of there. The door slowly opened.
Connor, it's me, Ian. Oh, good, come on in.
Connor sheathed his sword. Ian was yet another kilted Highlander, though Shanna thought he seemed incredibly young for security work. He couldn't be a day over 16. He slipped his ID card back into the leather pouch at his waist, then gave her a shy smile.
Good evening, miss.
Nice to meet you, Ian. Oh, he was definitely young. The poor boy should be in school, not up all night guarding people from the Russian mob. Ian turned back to Connor.
We conducted a full surveillance sweep. Everything is clear, sir.
Connor nodded.
Good. Ye should return to your post.
Aye. If you don't mind, sir, after all the running aboot, me and the lads are thirsty. Very thirsty. Ian glanced nervously at Shanna.
We were hoping for a wee drink?
A drink? Connor glanced at Shanna, a worried look furrowing his brow.
Ye'll need to do your drinking outside.
It seemed to Shanna that for some reason they were suddenly uncomfortable around her, so she tried her best to appear friendly. With a smile, she grabbed the cola bottle off the table. Would you like this, Ian? I really don't need it anymore. He grimaced with a look of disgust. She set the bottle down. Okay, it's diet, but it's not that bad, really. Ian gave her an apologetic look.
I'm sure it's perfectly fine, but the lads and I, we prefer a different sort of drink.
A protein drink,
Connor blurted out.
Aye,
Ian nodded.
'Tis a protein drink, to be sure.
Connor hurried to the fridge, motioning for Ian to follow. With whispered voices, they huddled in front of the open fridge, removing something. They stepped back to let the refrigerator door close. Then they sidestepped together, their backs turned to Shanna and their shoulders connected like Siamese twins as they shuffled over to the microwave on the counter. Whatever they were doing, it was obvious they didn't want her to see it. How strange was that? Oh well, it was a night for strangeness. Shanna munched on her sandwich and observed the two Scotsmen. It sounded like they were opening bottles. Click. Probably the microwave door shutting. A series of little beeps, then, sure enough, she heard the whirring sound of the microwave. The two Scotsmen turned toward her, their backs to the counter and their shoulders pressed together to keep her from seeing behind them. She smiled at them. They smiled back.
We, like our protein drinks warm,
Connor said as if he wanted to break the silence. She nodded. That's nice.
So you're the last the Russians are hunting?
Ian asked. Afraid so. She pushed back her empty plate. I'm sorry about dragging you guys into this. You know, I have a contact at the U.S. Marshal's office. I could let him handle this. Then you wouldn't have to concern yourselves with me anymore.
Nay, lass,
Connor said.
You're to stay here.
Aye, Roman's orders,
Ian added. Sheesh. The mighty Roman has spoken and all must obey. Well, if he expected her to implant that tooth in his mouth, he was in for a surprise. Thanks to her father, she had become an expert in rebelling against domineering men. The microwave dinged and the two men whirled around and busied themselves at the counter. They appeared to be screwing the tops back onto the protein drinks and shaking them. Then they stopped and looked at each other. Connor glanced back at Shanna, then rushed over to a cabinet and pulled out an old paper sack. Ian remained huddled over the bottles. When Connor returned, there was a flurry of activity that Shanna couldn't see, accompanied by the crunchy noise of paper. Then Ian turned with the paper sack in his arms. The top had been rolled down. Inside, no doubt, were the mysterious protein drinks. He walked toward the door, the glass bottles clinking together inside the bag.
I'll be going now.
Connor unlocked the door.
Report again in 30 minutes.
Aye, sir.
Ian glanced at Shanna.
Good evening, miss.
Bye, Ian. Be careful, she called after him. After Connor locked the door, she smiled at him. Connor, you rascal. I know what you were doing. Protein drink my ass. His eyes widened.
You canna.
You should be ashamed of yourself. Isn't that boy underage?
Ian.
Connor looked confused.
Underage for what?
Drinking beer. Isn't that what you gave him? Though why anyone would want a warm six-pack is beyond me.
Beer!
In Connor's shocked voice, the final R seemed to roll for a full 30 seconds.
We have no beer, ma'am, and the guards wouldn't ever get drunk while on duty, I assure you.
He looked so offended, Shanna decided her conclusion must have been faulty. Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to infer that you weren't doing your job well. He nodded, somewhat mollified. In fact, I'm terribly grateful for your protection. She just couldn't leave well enough alone, though. But I do have to object to using guards as young as Ian. That boy should be in bed and going to school in the morning. Connor frowned.
He's a wee older than he looks.
What, 17? Connor folded his arms across his chest.
Older.
92? Sarcasm crept into her voice, but Connor didn't appear amused. He looked about the kitchen as if he was genuinely stumped on how to answer. The door to the hallway swung open and a large figure entered the room.
Thank God,
Connor muttered. Roman Dragonesti was back. Chapter 6. Shanna had no doubt Roman ruled his house and corporation with well-assured ease. His dark clothing should have looked drab compared to the colorful kilts of the security team, but it only served to make him look more dangerous, more aloof, more bad boy, mouth-watering sexy. She watched as he nodded at Connor, then focused his golden brown eyes on her. Once again, she felt the power of his gaze, as if it could imprison her and force the rest of the world beyond her reach. She broke the connection and shifted in her chair to gaze at her empty plate. She wouldn't let him affect her. Liar. Her heart was pounding. A wave of goosebumps was creeping up her arms. He affected her whether she liked it or not. "Did you get enough to eat?" His low voice rumbled toward her. She nodded, refusing to look at him. "Connor, leave a note for the day shift. They need to keep the kitchen stocked with food for Dr. Shanna hesitated, then said, "Waylon." After all, they already knew her first name, and that the Russian mob wanted to kill her. There didn't seem any point in keeping up the pretense of the Jane Wilson identity. Dr. Shanna Whalen. He repeated her name as if just saying it would give him control over it, and over her. "Connor, could you wait in my office? Grigori will be back soon, and he'll fill you in on all the details." "Aye, sir." Connor nodded at Shanna before he left. She watched the kitchen door swing to and fro. "He seems very nice." "He is." Roman leaned against the kitchen counter, his arms folded over his broad chest. An uncomfortable silence ensued. Shanna fiddled with her napkin, aware that he was watching her. He had to be one of the most brilliant scientists in the world. She'd love to see his lab. No, wait. He worked with blood. She shuddered. "Are you cold?" "No, I want to thank you for saving my life." "Are you sure? Your position is not quite vertical." Surprised, she glanced his way. The corner of his mouth was lifted. His eyes were glimmering with humor. The rascal was teasing her about the fuss she'd made earlier, but even a vertical position had proven dangerous with him. Her cheeks grew warm, remembering their near kiss. "Are you hungry? I could make you a sandwich." The gleam in his eyes grew more intense. "I'll wait." "Okay." She rose and took her empty plate and glass to the sink. This might have been a mistake. Now she was only a few feet away from him. What was it about this guy that made her want to throw herself into his arms? She rinsed out her glass. I know who you are." He moved back a step. "What do you know?" "I know you're the owner of Romatech Industries. I know you're the one who invented the formula for synthetic blood. You've saved millions of lives around the world." She turned the water off and gripped the edge of the counter. "I think you're absolutely brilliant." When he didn't respond, she chanced a look at him. He was staring at her with a stunned expression. Good God, didn't he know he was brilliant? Frowning, he turned away. "I'm not what you think." She smiled. "You mean you're not intelligent? I admit, wanting to sport a wolf tooth in your gorgeous smile is not the brightest idea I've ever heard." "It's not a wolf tooth." "It's not a human tooth." She cocked her head, studying him. "Did you really lose a tooth? Or did you just show up like Prince Valiant to rescue me and whisk me away on your noble steed?" His mouth twitched. "It's been many years since I owned a noble steed." "And I suppose your armor is a bit rusty?" "Yes, it is." She leaned toward him. "But you're still a hero." His smile, faint as it was, faded away completely. "No, I'm not. I really do need a dentist, see?" He lifted the corner of his mouth with a forefinger. There was a gap right where his canine should be. "When did you lose it?" "A few hours ago." "Then it may not be too late. That is, if you have the real tooth." "I do. Well, actually, Laszlo has it." "Oh." She stepped closer and rose up on her toes. "May I?" "Yes." He lowered his head. She shifted her gaze from his eyes to his mouth. Her heart pounded in her chest. She touched his cheeks, then lifted her fingertips. I'm not wearing gloves.
I don't mind.
Neither do I. Good God, she'd examined a lot of mouths in the last few years, but it had never felt like this. She lightly touched his lips. Wide, sensual lips. Open. He did. She slipped a finger inside and examined the gap. How did you lose it?
Ah!
Sorry. She smiled. I have a bad habit of asking questions when the patient can't talk. She started to remove her finger, but his lips closed around it. She glanced at his eyes and instantly felt surrounded by their golden intensity. Slowly, she dragged her finger out. Good God. Her knees weakened. She had a vision of herself sliding down his body to collapse on the floor. She would reach up to him and say, "Take me, you fool." He touched her face.
Do I get a turn?
She could hardly hear with her heart pounding in her ears. His gaze dropped to her mouth. He skimmed his thumb over her bottom lip. The kitchen door swung open.
I'm back,
Grigori announced. He looked them over and grinned.
Am I interrupting something? Yes, my life.
Roman glared at him.
Go to my office. Connor is waiting for you.
Fine. Grigori headed out the door.
My mom's out here waiting, and Laszlo's ready. I understand.
Roman straightened his shoulders and gave Shanna a bland look.
Come.
Excuse me? Shanna watched him march out the door. Of all the nerve. So it was back to business then. He'd opened up a bit, but now he was back to being the big boss man. Well, if he thought he could order her around, he was sadly mistaken. She took her time, buttoning her lab coat. Then she grabbed her purse off the table and stalked after him. He stood at the base of the staircase, talking to an older woman. She wore an expensive gray business suit and sported a purse that was worth some people's monthly salary. Her hair was mostly black, though a silver streak ran from her left temple to disappear into the bun at the nape of her neck. She noted Shanna's approach with a lift of her perfectly arched brows. Roman turned.
Shanna, this is Grigori's mother and my personal assistant, Radinka Holstein.
How do you do? Shanna extended a hand. Radinka looked her over for a moment. Just when Shanna thought the woman was going to refuse to shake hands, she suddenly smiled and gave Shanna's hand a tight squeeze.
At last, you have come.
Shanna blinked, not sure how to respond. Radinka's smile widened, and she switched her gaze to Roman, then to Shanna, then back to Roman.
I'm so happy for you both.
Roman crossed his arms and scowled at the woman. She touched Shanna on the shoulder.
If there is anything you need, you let me know. I'm either here or at Romatech every night.
You work at night? Shanna asked.
The facility is open 24/7, but I prefer the night shift.
Radinka waved a hand in the air, her perfect fingernails painted a glossy dark red.
The day shift is far too noisy, all those trucks coming and going. You can hardly hear yourself think.
Oh. Radinka adjusted her purse in the crook of her elbow and looked at Roman.
Was there anything else you needed? No, I'll see you tomorrow.
He turned to go up the stairs.
Come, Shanna.
Sit, bark, roll over. She glared at his back. Radinka chuckled, and even that sounded exotic and foreign.
Do not worry, dear. All will be fine. We will talk again soon.
Thanks, it was nice to meet you. Shanna went up a few steps. Where was Roman taking her? Hopefully he was just showing her to a guest room. But if Laszlo had his tooth, she should try to implant it as soon as possible. Roman? He was too far ahead of her, already out of sight. At the first landing, between floors, Shanna paused to look down at the beautiful entryway. Radinka was headed for a pair of closed doors on the right of the foyer. Her gray leather pumps clicked on the polished marble floor. She seemed sort of odd, But then Shanna figured everyone in this house was a little on the strange side. Radinka opened the doors, and the faint sound of a television spilled into the entryway. "Radinka!" a female voice squealed. "Where is the master? I thought he would be with you." As she continued to speak, her French accent became more apparent. Another accent? Good God, she was trapped inside the International House of Nutcakes. "Tell him to come," the French accent continued. "We want to play." Other female voices joined in, all urging Radinka to fetch the master at once. Shanna snorted. The master? Who the hell was that? He sounded like a male playmate of the month. "Hush, Simone." Radinka sounded angry as she entered the room. "He is busy." "But I came all the way from Paris." The plaintive voice was cut off when Radinka shut the doors. Weird. Which guy were these ladies wanting? One of the Scotsmen? Yum. She wouldn't mind a peek under a kilt herself. "Are you coming?" Roman stood on the second floor, glowering down at her. "Yes." She ascended the stairs, taking her time. "You know, I really appreciate all you've done to ensure my safety." His frown cleared. "You are welcome. So I hope you won't mind that I have a few concerns about your security team." His brows lifted. He glanced behind him, then gazed at her calmly. "They are the finest security force in the world." "Well, maybe so, but—" Shanna reached the second floor, and there, on the landing behind Roman, was another kilted Highlander. The Scotsman folded his brawny arms across his broad chest and regarded her sternly. Behind him, on the wall, a series of oil paintings hung, all portraits of richly dressed people who appeared to be glaring at her. "Would you care to elaborate?" Roman asked quietly, a glint of amusement in his golden brown eyes. Damn him. "Well," Shanna cleared her throat. It was a good thing she was a dentist. Every now and then she had to extract her foot from her mouth. "I must admit that the Scotsmen are all extremely handsome men. Any woman would think so." She noted the Highlander's face softening a bit. "They're very sharp dressers, gorgeous legs, and I just adore the way they talk." Now the Scotsman was starting to smile. "Good save, lass." "Thank you," she smiled back. Roman, however, was frowning once again. "Since you obviously consider the guards to be perfect specimens of manhood, then what, pray tell, is your objection?" Shanna leaned toward him. "It's the weapons. All they have is a little sword at their waist." "A Highland dirk," Roman interrupted. "Yeah, that and a knife in their sock." "The Skian do," he interrupted once again. "Whatever." She glared at him. "I mean, look at that little knife. It's made of wood. We're talking pre-Bronze Age here, and the Russians have freaking machine guns. Need I elaborate?" The Scotsman chuckled. "Ye have a clever one there, sir. Shall I give her a wee demonstration?" Roman sighed. "Fine." The Scotsman instantly spun about, opening a portrait on the wall to disclose a hidden compartment, while he kept turning till he was facing Shanna once again. It all happened so fast, she barely had time to admire the swirl of his kilt when she realized he was now pointing a machine gun at her. "Wow," she breathed. The Scotsman put the weapon back and shut the portrait that was hinged along one side. "Are ye happy now, lass?" "Oh yeah, you were magnificent." He grinned. "Any time. There are armaments stashed throughout the house," Roman growled. "When I say you are safe, I mean it. Need I elaborate?" She pursed her lips. "Nope." "Then come." He headed up another flight of stairs. Shanna heaved a sigh. There was no need to be rude. She turned once more to the Scotsman. "I love your plaid. It's different from the others." "Shanna!" Roman waited on the next landing. "I'm coming!" She stomped up the steps with the sound of the Scotsman chuckling behind her. Geez, why was Roman in such a foul mood all of a sudden? While we're on the subject of security, there's one more problem I'd like to discuss. He closed his eyes momentarily and took a deep breath.
And what would that be?
He ascended the next flight of steps. It's about Ian. He's too young for such dangerous work.
He's older than he looks.
He's not a day over 16. The boy should be in school.
I assure you, Ian completed his schooling.
Roman reached the 3rd floor and nodded at the kilted guard posted there. Shanna waved at the guard and wondered if one of the paintings was hiding a thermonuclear device. Somehow she doubted that a house loaded with armaments was all that safe. The point is, I object to a child being used to guard me. Roman continued up the next flight of stairs.
Your objection is noted.
Was that it? Objection noted and dismissed? I'm serious about this. You're the boss here, so I'm sure you can do something about it.
Roman halted. How did you find out I'm the owner of Romatech?
I guessed it, but Connor confirmed it.
Roman sighed, then resumed his climb up the stairs. I need to have a little talk with Connor.
Shanna followed him. And if you won't do anything about Ian, I'll have to talk to his boss, Angus McKay.
What?
Roman halted once again. He glanced back at her, his eyes wide with shock.
How did you hear about him?
Connor told me he was the owner of McKay Security and Investigation.
God's blood, Roman whispered. I need to have a long talk with Connor.
He trudged up more steps to the 4th floor. Which floor are we going to?
The 5th.
Shanna kept climbing. What's on the 5th floor?
My private rooms.
Her heart skipped a beat. Oh, Lordy. She reached the 4th floor and stopped to catch her breath. A kilted guard stood in the shadows. Where are the guest rooms?
Yours will be on the 4th floor. I'll take you there later.
He continued up the stairs.
Come.
Why are we going to your office?
We need to discuss something important.
We can't discuss it now?
No.
What a stubborn man. With a sigh, she tried to think of something he would discuss. Have you ever considered installing an elevator?
No.
She tried another topic. Where is Radinka from?
I believe it is called the Czech Republic now.
What did she mean, at last you have come? Shanna started up the last flight of stairs. Roman shrugged.
Radinka believes she has psychic powers.
Really? Do you think she does? He reached the top of the stairs.
I don't care what she believes as long as she does her job.
Right. The man had obviously flunked sensitivity training. So you trust her with your work, but you don't believe her when she says she's psychic. He frowned.
Some of her predictions are wrong.
How do you know? Shanna hefted herself up the last step. His frown deepened.
She has predicted that I will find great joy in my life.
What's wrong with that?
Do I look particularly joyful?
No. What an exasperating man. So you're making yourself miserable just to prove her wrong? His eyes flashed.
I am not. I was miserable for years before I met Radinka. She has nothing to do with it.
Well, hooray for you. You've made a lifelong commitment to misery.
I have not.
Have too. He crossed his arms.
This is childish.
She crossed hers. Is not. She bit her lip to stop from laughing. It was just too much fun to goad this man. He eyed her carefully, then the corner of his mouth twitched.
You're trying to torment me, aren't you?
You like misery, don't you? He laughed.
How do you do this to me?
Make you laugh? She grinned. Is it a new experience for you?
No, but I've been out of practice.
He regarded her with wonder.
You do realize how close you came to being killed tonight?
Yeah, I do. Life can really stink sometimes. You can either laugh about it or cry, and sometimes I'd just rather laugh. She'd cried enough already. Besides, I was very lucky tonight. Just when I needed one, I found a guardian angel. His body stiffened. Do not think that of me. I am hopeless. Remorse simmered like molten gold in his eyes. Roman. She touched his face. There is always hope. He stepped back. Not for me. Shanna waited, hoping he would say something, confide in her just a little, but he remained silent. She pivoted, looking around her. Another guard stood in a dark corner. There were 2 doors along the hallway, and between them, a large painting. She moved closer to study the landscape. It portrayed a sunset over a green, hilly land. Down in the valley, a mist hovered among the ruins of stone buildings, fashioned in the Romanesque style. It's beautiful, she murmured. It was a monastery in Romania. There is nothing left of it now. Nothing but memories, Shanna suspected, and not very good ones judging from the harsh expression on Roman's face. Why would he keep a painting of Romania here if it disturbed him? Oh, right. Duh. The man liked misery. She took a closer look at the painting. Romania? That would explain his slight accent. Perhaps the buildings had been destroyed during World War II or the Soviet occupation, but somehow the destruction looked much, much older than that. Strange. What could the ruins of an old monastery have to do with Roman? He moved toward the door on the right. This is my office. He opened the door and waited for her to enter. A sudden impulse streaked through her, urging her to bolt down the stairs. Why? The man had saved her life tonight. Why would he harm her now? Besides, she still had her Beretta. She removed her purse from her shoulder and held it against her chest. Damn, after all she'd been through the last few months, she was incapable of completely trusting another person. And that was the worst part of all. She would have to be a loner for the rest of her life. All she had ever wanted was a normal life. A husband, children, good job, a nice house in a nice neighborhood, maybe a white picket fence. Just a normal life, damn it. And it would never happen. The Russians might not have killed her like they did Karen, but they had still managed to steal her life. She squared her shoulders and walked into the large room. She looked around, curious about Roman's taste in furniture, when a movement across the room caught her eye. Out of the shadows emerged 2 men, Connor and Grigori. She should have felt relieved, but their stern expressions worried her. The room felt suddenly cold, too cold, with icy air swirling around her head. With a shiver, she turned toward the door. Roman? He locked the door and slipped the key into his pocket. She gulped. What's going on? Roman stared at her, his eyes wavering like golden flames. Then he stepped toward her and whispered, It is time. Chapter 7. Vampires had been using mind control for centuries. It was the only way to seduce mortals into being a willing food source. And it was the only way to erase their memory afterward. Before inventing the formula for synthetic blood, Roman had used mind control on a nightly basis. He'd never felt any qualms about it. It was a matter of survival. It was normal. These were the facts he'd told himself when he'd led Shanna up the stairs to his office. He had nothing to feel guilty about. Once he, Grigori, and Connor took over Shanna's mind, he could command her to implant his fang. Then, when the job was done, he could erase her memory of it. Simple. Normal. Then why did he get more frustrated with each flight of stairs? By the time he reached his office, he had serious doubts about this plan. 3 vampires ganging up on 1 mortal? It might be the only way to break through Shanna's mental defenses. It might be the only way to get his damned tooth fixed. But it was starting to feel like a vicious assault. Now, as she stood in his office at their mercy, guilt surged inside him. There was no other way, he told himself. He couldn't be honest with her. If she found out he was a demon, she'd never volunteer to help. Without waiting, Grigori and Connor pounced. He could feel their psychic power swoop across the room, zeroing in on Shanna's mind. Her purse fell to the floor. She moaned and pressed the heels of her palms against her temples. Roman hovered over her mentally to see if she was all right. She was. She had erected a shield with more speed and energy than he thought humanly possible. Amazing. Grigori reinforced his attack, blanketing her with icy determination. "Your thoughts will be mine." "And mine." Connor's mind chiseled at her defenses. "No." Roman shot his friends a warning look. They recoiled, staring at him, stunned. They had expected resistance from Shanna, not him. But the truth was, he wanted her thoughts to himself. And he wanted her safe. That much psychic force might be needed to crack her defenses, but once her shield crumbled, all that power could rip through her mind, leaving it in shreds. He strode toward her and pulled her against his chest. "Are you all right?" She leaned against him. "I don't feel good. My head... I'm so cold." "You'll be okay." He wrapped his arms around her, wishing his old carcass could produce more body heat. "You'll be safe with me." He covered the back of her head with his hand as if to protect her mind from further assault. His two friends exchanged worried looks. Connor cleared his throat. "Could I have a word with you?" "In a moment." They expected an explanation, but damned if Roman knew what to say. How could he explain all these strange feelings that were consuming him tonight? Lust, desire, fear, amusement, guilt, remorse. It was as if meeting Shanna had woken his heart from a deep sleep. He hadn't realized how dead he was before meeting her, and how alive he felt now. A shudder jolted through her body. "Come and rest." He guided her toward the velvet chaise where he had fed on Vanna earlier that night. She curled up on the chaise, wrapping her arms around herself. "I'm so cold." He considered dragging in the suede comforter from his king-sized bed in the adjoining room. Then he spotted a burgundy chenille blanket draped over one of the wing-back chairs. He never used it, but Radinka had bought it for his office, declaring the room needed more warmth. He grabbed the soft afghan and stretched it out over Shanna. "Thank you." She pulled the fringed end up to her chin. "I don't know what came over me, but I just had the worst chill." "You'll warm up soon." He smoothed back her hair and wished he had time to smooth away all her fears. But Connor was pacing back and forth in front of the wet bar, and Grigori was leaning against a wall, glaring at him. "Grigori, would you make sure Dr. Whalen is comfortable? She might want something from the kitchen. Maybe some hot tea." "Okay." Grigori sauntered toward her. "Hey, sweet cakes, what's up?" Sweet cakes. With a grimace, Roman walked across the room to confer with Connor. The Highlander turned his back to Shanna and spoke very softly. Only a vampire with acute hearing would make out his words. "Laszlo claimed the lass was different. I didn't believe it, but now I do. I haven't ever come across a mortal with that much mental fortitude." "I agree." Roman glanced back at Shanna. Grigori was apparently pouring on the charm because she looked amused. "Laszlo also told me that if your tooth isn't fixed tonight, it never will be." "I know. We don't have time to be finding another dentist." Connor motioned to the antique clock on the mantelpiece. "Laszlo will be calling in 18 minutes. "I realize that." "Then why did you stop us? We were very close." Her mind was about to crack. I was worried that once we broke through, that much psychic power would destroy her mind. "Ah." Connor rubbed his chin with a forefinger. "And if her brain is damaged, she will not be able to fix your tooth." "I see." Roman frowned. He hadn't even thought about his damned tooth. His concern had been for Shanna. What was she doing to him? He'd committed too many sins in the past to be acquiring a conscience now. He glanced back. Grigori was taking a seat at the end of the chaise. He lifted Shanna's feet and set them in his lap. "So what can we do, man?" Connor asked, dragging Roman's attention away from Shanna. "I have to gain her trust. She needs to let me in of her own free will. Humph. Since when does a woman ever cooperate? You could spend 100 years at it, but you only have 18 minutes. Connor looked at the clock. Make that 17. I guess I'll have to be extra charming. As if he knew how. Roman glanced back. Grigori was slipping the shoes off her feet. Aye, Connor nodded. The ladies like charm. Roman narrowed his eyes. Grigori was massaging Shanna's feet. Memories zipped through his mind. Grigori playing with Vanna's feet, raking his teeth over her toes, and his eyes had glowed red. God damn it.
Get your bloody hands off of her!
He shouted loud enough that everyone in the room jumped. Grigori set Shanna's feet back onto the chaise as he stood.
You told me to make her comfortable.
Shanna yawned and stretched. And you were doing a great job, Grigori. I was half asleep when Roman started bellowing like a mad cow.
Mad cow?
Grigori laughed till he caught the look on Roman's face. He cleared his throat and backed away from Shanna.
Connor, there's some whiskey in the cabinet there.
Roman gestured toward the wet bar. The Highlander opened the cabinet.
Talisker from the Isle of Skye. What are you doing with malt whiskey? Angus sent it. He's hoping I'll invent a new drink for him with my fusion cuisine. Och, that would be grand.
Connor held the bottle up to admire it.
I have sorely missed the stuff. Pour a glass for Miss Whalen.
Roman strode toward the chaise.
Are you feeling better now?
Yes. She lifted a hand to her brow. I had a terrible headache, but it seems to have disappeared. It was so strange, I could have sworn I heard voices in my head. She made a face.
That's gotta sound bad. No, not at all.
This was good news. She hadn't recognized whose voices she'd heard, and she hadn't connected her headaches to their attempts at mind control. She rubbed her forehead. Maybe I'm coming down with a virus. She grimaced.
Or schizophrenia. Sheesh. Next thing, somebody's dog will start telling me what to do. I don't think you need to worry about that.
He perched on the chaise beside her.
There's a simple explanation for what you're experiencing. Post-traumatic stress.
Oh, yeah. That's probably it. She moved over a little to make room for him. A shrink from the FBI told me about it. She said I could expect recurring panic attacks for the rest of my life. Doesn't that sound cheerful?
The FBI?
Connor asked as he brought the glass of whiskey. Shanna winced. I'm not supposed to talk about it, but you guys have been great. You deserve to know what's going on.
Just tell us what you're comfortable with.
Roman took the glass from Connor and offered it to Shanna.
This will help warm you up.
And loosen your tongue. And lower your defenses. She raised herself up on an elbow. I don't usually drink anything stronger than beer.
You've been through hell tonight.
Hell with a full cast of demons. Roman pressed the glass into her hand. She tossed back a portion, then coughed.
Whoa!
Her eyes watered. God dang, that was straight up, wasn't it? Roman shrugged one shoulder and set the glass on the floor.
What do you expect when a Highlander pours you a drink?
She lay back on the chaise, narrowing her eyes. Geez, Roman, were you trying to make a joke?
Maybe. Did it work?
Charming his way into a woman's mind was a new experience for him. Before this, he'd simply taken what he needed. She slowly smiled. I think you were wrong before. There is hope for you. God's blood. She had such cheerful optimism. Would he have to crush it someday with cruel reality? There was no hope for a murdering demon. But in the meantime, he'd let her fantasy of hope continue, especially if it helped him get into her mind.
You were telling us about the FBI?
Oh, right. I'm in the witness protection program. I have a federal marshal I'm supposed to contact if I get in trouble, but he wasn't there when I called.
Is Shanna your real name?
She sighed. My name is supposed to be Jane Wilson. Shanna Whalen is dead. He touched her shoulder.
You feel very alive to me.
She squeezed her eyes shut. I lost my family. I can never see them again.
Tell me about them.
Roman glanced at the clock. 12 minutes to go. She opened her eyes and gazed, unfocused, into the distance. I have a sister and brother, both younger than me. We were very close growing up, because all we had was each other. My dad works for the State Department, so we grew up in a lot of foreign countries.
Such as?
Poland, Ukraine, Latvia, Lithuania, Belarus.
Roman exchanged a glance with Connor. What exactly does your father do?
He was some kind of aide, but he never really said what he was doing. He traveled a lot.
Roman tilted his head toward his desk. Connor nodded and moved quietly to the computer. Your father's name?
Sean Dermot Whalen. Anyway, my mom had been a schoolteacher, so she homeschooled us. That is, until... Shanna frowned and tugged the chenille blanket up to her cheek.
Until what?
Roman heard Connor tapping away on the keyboard. The investigation of Sean Dermot Whalen had begun. Shanna sighed. When I was 15, my parents sent me to a boarding school in Connecticut. They said it would be better for me to have some formal school records so I could get into a good university.
That sounds reasonable.
I thought so too at the time, but...
Yes?
She rolled over onto her side, facing him. They never sent my brother or sister away. Only me.
I see.
She was the one chosen to leave. Roman understood that more than he wanted to admit. She twisted a chenille fringe around her finger. I thought I must have done something wrong.
How could you? You were a child.
Memories filled Roman's mind, memories he had thought long dead.
You missed your family.
Yeah, something terrible at first, but then I met Karen. We became best friends. She's the one who first wanted to be a dentist. I used to tease her about wanting to stick her hands into people's mouths for a living. But when it came time for me to make a decision, I chose to be a dentist too.
I see.
I wanted to help people and be part of a community, you know? The neighborhood dentist who sponsors the local kids' softball team. I wanted to set down roots and have a normal life. No more moving all over the world. And I wanted to treat children. I've always loved children. Her eyes shimmered with moisture. I don't dare have children now. Those damned Russians. She leaned over, grabbed the whiskey off the floor, and downed another gulp. Roman took the glass from her hand while she coughed and sputtered. Damn. He wanted her relaxed, not drunk. He glanced at the clock. Laszlo would be calling in 8 minutes.
Tell me about the Russians.
She settled back down on the chaise. Karen and I shared an apartment in Boston. We used to go out every Friday night to this deli. We would scarf down pizza and brownies and curse men because we didn't have a date. Then, one night... She shuddered. It was like an old gangster movie. Roman wondered why she didn't have a date. Mortal men had to be blind. He took her hand in his. Go on. They can't hurt you now. Her eyes filled with tears again. They do hurt me. Every day. I can't sleep without seeing Karen dying in front of me. And I can't function as a dentist anymore. She leaned over to grab the glass of whiskey. Sheesh, I hate self-pity.
Wait a minute.
He moved the whiskey out of her reach.
What do you mean you can't function as a dentist?
She collapsed back onto the chaise. I might as well face the facts. I've lost my career, too. How can I possibly work as a dentist when I faint at the sight of blood? Oh, right. Her fear of blood. He'd forgotten about that.
This fear of yours, it started that night at the deli?
Yes. Shanna wiped her eyes. I was in the bathroom when I heard the awful screams. They were shooting all over the place. I could hear the bullets hitting the walls, and I could hear the screams when they hit people.
It was the Russians?
Yes. The gunfire stopped, so after a while, I sneaked out of the bathroom. I saw Karen lying on the floor. She'd been shot in the stomach and the chest. She was still alive, and she shook her head at me like she was trying to warn me. Shanna pressed her hands to her eyes. That's when I heard them. They were back behind the pizza oven yelling in Russian. She raised her hands to look at Roman. I don't really know Russian, but I recognized the cuss words. My brother and I used to have this competition going, who could learn the most cuss words in different languages.
Did the Russians see you at the deli?
No. When I heard their voices, I hid behind a mess station and some big potted plants. I heard more gunshots in the kitchen. Then they came out. They stopped by Karen and looked at her. I saw their faces. Then they left.
Did they stop by the other victims like they did Karen?
Shanna frowned, trying to remember. No, they didn't. In fact...
What?
They opened her purse and looked at her driver's license. Then they got mad, cursed like crazy, and threw the purse down. It was so strange. I mean, they killed 10 people in that deli. Why would they bother to check Karen's ID?
Why, indeed. Roman didn't like the conclusions he was drawing, but he didn't want to alarm Shanna until he was more certain. So you testified against the Russians in court and you were given a new identity?
Yes. I became Jane Wilson and moved to New York about 2 months ago. Shanna sighed. I don't really know anyone here, except Tommy, the pizza guy. It's kind of nice to have someone to talk to. You're a good listener. He glanced at the clock on the mantel. Only 4 minutes to go. Maybe now she would trust him enough to let him into her head.
I can do more than listen, Shanna. I'm an expert in therapeutic hypnosis.
Hypnosis? Her eyes widened. You do past life regressions and stuff like that?
He smiled. Actually, I was thinking we could use hypnosis to cure your fear of blood.
Oh. She blinked, then sat up. Are you serious? I could be cured that easily?
Yes. You would have to trust me.
That would be great. I wouldn't have to give up my career.
Yes, but it would require you to trust me.
Well, sure. She gave him a suspicious look. You wouldn't do any of those weird post-hypnotic suggestions, would you? Like making me strip naked and crow like a rooster whenever someone yells taxi?
I have no desire to see you crow, and as for the other... He leaned closer and whispered, It sounds most intriguing, but I would prefer any stripping to be totally voluntary.
She ducked her chin, her cheeks blushing. Right.
Then you will trust me?
She lifted her gaze to meet his. You want to do it right now?
Yes.
He willed her eyes to stay trapped with his.
It will be so easy. All you have to do is relax.
Relax? She continued to stare at him, but her vision dulled.
Lie back.
He gently lowered her into a reclining position.
Keep looking into my eyes.
Yes, she whispered. Her brow puckered. You have unusual eyes.
You have beautiful eyes.
She smiled, then winced as a pained expression crossed her pretty features. I feel cold again.
It'll soon pass, and you'll feel fine. Do you want to conquer your fear, Shanna?
Yes. Yes, I do.
Then you will succeed. You will be strong and confident. Nothing will stop you from being an excellent dentist.
That sounds wonderful.
You're feeling very relaxed, very sleepy.
Yes. Her eyelids flickered shut.
He was in.
God's blood, it had been so easy. She'd left the door wide open. All it had taken was the proper motivation. He'd have to remember that in case he ran across other difficult mortals in the future. But as he settled into Shanna's thoughts, he knew there was no one else like her. On the surface, her intelligent mind was well organized. But just beneath that well-structured exterior, strong emotions swelled. They surrounded him, pulling him in. Fear, pain, grief, remorse, and beneath the storm, a stubborn will to persevere no matter what. The emotions were all familiar to him, yet so different coming from Shanna. Her feelings were fresh and raw. His had been dying away for more than 500 years. God's blood to feel this way again. It was heady, intoxicating. She had so much passion just waiting to be unleashed. And he could do it. He could open her mind and her heart.
Roman.
Grigori checked his watch.
You've got 45 seconds.
He shook himself mentally.
Shanna, do you hear me?
Yes, she whispered, her eyes still closed.
You will have a wonderful dream. You'll find yourself in a dentist's office. A new and safe dentist office. I'll be your patient and ask you to implant a tooth. An ordinary tooth. Do you understand?
She nodded her head slowly.
If there is any blood, you will not flinch. You will not hesitate. You will continue, calm and confident till the procedure is done. Then you will sleep soundly for 10 hours and forget what happened. You will awaken, feeling happy and refreshed. Do you understand?
Yes.
He smoothed her hair back from her face. Sleep for now. The dream will begin soon.
Roman stood. She lay, sleeping peacefully, one hand curled beneath her chin and entwined in chenille fringe. She looked so innocent, so trusting.
The phone rang.
Connor answered it.
Hang on a second. I'm putting you on the speakerphone.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Laszlo's voice sounded nervous.
I hope you're ready. We don't have much time. It's already 4:45.
Roman wondered if the little chemist had any buttons left on his lab coat. We hear you fine, Laszlo. I'll be there soon with the dentist.
She is cooperating?
Yes. Roman turned to Grigori. Find out the exact time of sunrise. Then call us at the dental office 5 minutes before dawn so we can teleport back.
Grigori winced.
That's cutting it close. I won't have time to go home. You can sleep here.
Me too?
Laszlo asked over the phone.
Yes, don't worry. We have plenty of guest rooms.
Roman gathered a sleeping Shanna in his arms.
Sir.
Connor stood.
About her father. 'Tis like the man doesn't exist. I'm thinking CIA. I could send Ian to Langley to find out. Very well. Roman adjusted his hold on Shanna. Start talking, Laszlo, and keep talking till we're there.
Yes, sir. As you say, sir. Well, everything is ready here. I put your tooth in the Save-A-Tooth system like the dentist recommended. That reminds me, wasn't there a movie about a dentist? An evil dentist who kept asking, is it safe? What was the name of that actor?
Laszlo's voice rushed on, though Roman didn't focus on individual words. Instead, he used the voice as a beacon, reaching out with his mind until he made the connection. For routine trips, like from his home to his office at Romatech, the journey was embedded in his psychic memory. But if he was unfamiliar with either a destination or point of departure, the safest way to teleport was to use some sort of sensory anchor. If he could see a place, he could go there. If he could lock onto a voice, he could go there. Without an anchor, a vampire could accidentally rematerialize in the wrong place, like inside a brick wall or in blazing sunlight. Grigori would remain in Roman's home office, then call them before sunrise, acting as their beacon for the way home. The room faded before his eyes, and Roman followed Laszlo's voice to the dental office. As he materialized once again, he heard Laszlo sigh with relief. The dental office was bland, all in shades of tan. The smell of disinfectant filled the air.
Thank God you made it, sir. Come this way.
Laszlo headed toward the examining rooms. Roman checked to make sure Shanna was all right. She was slumbering peacefully in his arms. He followed Laszlo, wondering what information Ian would discover about her father. If the man had tussled with the Russian mafia while overseas, that would explain why the Russians had wanted revenge. And if they couldn't avenge themselves on the father, they could pick on his daughter. It would also explain why they had checked Karen's ID, then gotten angry. Roman's arms tightened around Shanna. He hoped his suspicions were wrong, but his gut was screaming he was right. The Russian mafia didn't want to kill Shanna just because she'd witnessed their murder spree in Boston. She'd been the reason for that murder spree. Their original target was Shanna, and they wouldn't give up until she was dead. Chapter 8. Ivan Petrovsky flipped through the unopened mail on his desk. Electric bill, gas bill. Here was a stack that was postmarked several weeks ago. He shrugged. What was 3 weeks when you were more than 600 years old? Besides, he hated being connected to the mundane, mortal world. He ripped open the first envelope. Oh, his lucky day. He was eligible for life insurance. Morons. He tossed it into the trash. An ivory envelope caught his eye. Return address. Romatech Industries. A growl vibrated low in his throat. He had the envelope and contents almost completely torn in two when he paused. Why would that accursed Roman Dragonesti send him mail? They weren't even speaking to each other. Ivan removed the card and laid the two halves side by side on his desk. He and his coven were cordially invited to the gala opening ball of the 2005 Spring Conference to be held at Romatech Industries in 2 nights. Oh, it was that time again. Dragonesti hosted this big event every year with vampires from around the world in attendance, and their coven masters met in secret conferences to discuss relevant issues of modern-day vampire life. Whiny little bastards. Didn't they know vampirism was a superior way of life? Problems were caused by mortals, and there was only one way to handle them: feed and destroy. No discussion necessary. There were billions of mortals crammed onto the planet, and they kept breeding more. It wasn't like the vampires were in danger of running out of food. Ivan threw the invitation in the trash. He had not attended their inane conference in 18 years. Not since that traitor Dragonesti had introduced his new, synthetic blood to the vampire world. Ivan had walked out in disgust and never gone back. It surprised him that Dragonesti continued to send him an invitation every year. The fool must still be hoping that Ivan and his followers would change their minds and embrace his new, exalted philosophy of the gentle vampire life. Gag. Frustration and stress gravitated toward Ivan's neck. He massaged the muscles below each ear and closed his eyes. A vision slipped into his mind. Dragonesti and his followers at the gala opening ball, dancing in their elegant evening wear, sipping that slimy fake blood from their crystal flutes, while they patted one another on the back for their heightened, evolved sensibilities. It was enough to make him puke. Never would he give up fresh human blood, or the thrill of the hunt, or the ecstasy of the bite. Dragonesti and his followers were traitors to the very definition of vampirism. An abomination, a disgrace. And just when Ivan thought it couldn't get any worse, they managed to sink even lower, plummeting from betrayal into the absurd. 2 years ago, Dragonesti had introduced his latest invention, vampire fusion cuisine. Ivan groaned. Pain throbbed in his neck. To relieve the pressure, he snapped the vertebrae like a mortal would crack his knuckles. Fusion cuisine. It was laughable, shameful. It was insidious and seductive. It was constantly being hawked in the commercials on the digital vampire network. He had even discovered 2 of his own harem girls sneaking in bottles of Chocolud, Dragonesti's perverted fusion drink of blood and chocolate. Ivan had ordered the girls whipped. Still, he suspected his harem was managing to drink the nasty stuff when he wasn't there. For the first time in centuries, his lovely, nubile girls were gaining weight. That damn Dragonesti. He was destroying the vampire way of life, turning the men into cowardly weaklings and the women into fat cows. And if that wasn't bad enough, he was getting filthy rich. He and his coven enjoyed the good life while Ivan and his followers were crammed into a duplex in Brooklyn. Not for long, though. Soon he'd deliver Shanna Whalen's dead body and earn $250,000. After a few more well-paid assassinations, he could be as rich as those other snooty coven masters, Roman Dragonesti, Angus McKay, and Jean-Luc Echarpe. They could take their fancy fusion cuisine and stick it where the sun did shine. A knock sounded on Ivan's door, drawing his attention away from the foul thoughts of Roman Dragonesti. "Come in." His trusted friend Alec entered. "There is a mortal here to see you. Calls himself Pavel." A stocky blonde male ventured into the small room, his gaze darting nervously about. Stasha claimed he was the most intelligent of his thugs, which probably meant the guy could read. Ivan rose to his feet. He could have risen to the ceiling, but that was a trick he'd reserve for later. How did Stasha take the news of your abysmal failure? Pavel grimaced. He wasn't very happy, but we do have a solid lead. The pizza place? Did she show up there? No, we haven't seen her anywhere. Ivan perched on the corner of his desk. Then what is the lead? The car that I saw. The green Honda. I traced the license plate. Ivan waited. And? God, he hated how mortals tried to be so dramatic about everything. It belongs to Laszlo Vesto. So? A twinge of pain pinched Ivan's neck. This was taking far too long. I've never heard of him. Alec narrowed his eyes. Neither have I. Pavel's smile was a little too smug. I'm not surprised. We didn't know who he was either, but we definitely have heard of his employer. You'll never guess who it is. Ivan zipped over to Pavel so fast the mortal stumbled back, his eyes widening. Ivan grabbed him by the shirt and pulled him forward. Don't be a smartass, Pavel. Tell me what you know and be quick about it. Pavel gulped. Laszlo Vestov works at Romatech. Ivan released him and stepped back. Crap. He should have known. Roman Dragonesti was behind this. That accursed bastard was always the thorn in his side. A royal pain in the neck. Ivan tilted his head, snapping the vertebrae back into place. Pavel flinched. Does this Laszlo work the day or the night shift? I believe the night shift, sir. A vampire. That would explain how Shanna Whalen had managed to disappear so quickly. You have this Laszlo's address? Yes. Pavel pulled a slip of paper from his pants pocket. Fine. Ivan grabbed the paper and studied it. I want 2 more places watched during the day. Laszlo Vesto's apartment and Roman Dragonesti's townhouse. Ivan gritted his teeth. He lives on the Upper East Side. Yes, sir. Pavel hesitated. I'm free to go? If you can get out of here before my girls decide you look like a snack. Pavel muttered a curse, then ran to the front door. Ivan passed the paper to Alec. Take a few men to this address. Bring Mr. Vesto back in one piece before dawn. Yes, sir. Alec stuffed the paper in a pocket. It looks like Dragonesti has the girl. What would he want with her? I don't know. Ivan meandered back to his desk. I can't imagine him killing a mortal for money. He's too big a wimp. Duh. And he doesn't need the money either. So what was that stinking Dragonesti up to? Did he think he could interfere with Ivan's plans to get rich? The bloody Svolok. Ivan's gaze wandered to the torn invitation in the trash. Tell Vladimir to watch Dragonesti's house. The girl is probably there. Go. Yes, sir. Alec closed the door as he left. Ivan leaned over to retrieve the invitation from the trash bin. This would be the easiest way to confront Dragonesti. The bastard was impossible to reach otherwise, surrounded constantly by a small army of Scottish vampires. Roman Dragonesti was right to keep so much security. He'd survived a few thwarted assassination attempts in the last few years, and his security team had discovered a few bombs at Romatech Industries, courtesy of a secret society called the True Ones. Unfortunately, the bombs had been discovered before they could detonate. Ivan rummaged through the desk drawers till he found a roll of tape. Carefully, he restored the invitation to its original form. These conferences were by invitation only, and for the first time in 18 years, Ivan and a few of his trusted friends were going. It was about time Dragonesti learned that he couldn't mess with Ivan Petrovsky and live to gloat about it. Ivan was more than the master of the Russian coven. He was leader of the True Ones, and he would make the gala opening ball a night to remember. Chapter 9. It was a shame mortals needed so much blasted light to see. Roman closed his eyes against the glare of the overhead lamp. He was stretched out flat on his back in the dental office with an infantile bib around his neck. At least, so far, the mind control was working. He could hear Shanna moving about with robot-like efficiency. As long as he kept everything calm and controlled, the procedure should be a success. Nothing could be allowed to jolt Shanna out of what she thought was a dream. Open. Her voice was quiet and monotone. He felt a sharp prick in his gums. He opened his eyes. She was removing a syringe from his mouth.
What was that?
A local anesthetic so you won't feel any pain.
Too late. The shot itself had caused pain.
But Roman had to admit that dentistry had come a long way since his last encounter with the profession. As a young child, he'd seen the village barber wrenching out people's rotten teeth with his rusty pliers. Roman had done his best to keep his teeth healthy, even though his toothbrush had consisted of a frayed twig. But he'd made it to the age of 30 with a full set of teeth. That was when his new life, or death, began. After the transformation, his body remained unchanged for the next 514 years. Not that his life as a vampire had been peaceful, quite the contrary. He'd suffered cuts, slashes, broken bones, even an occasional gunshot, but nothing that he couldn't heal himself with a good day's sleep. Until now. Now he was at the mercy of a female dentist, and the extent of his control over her was unknown. Shanna snapped latex gloves onto her hands. It will be a few minutes before the anesthetic takes effect.
Laszlo cleared his throat to get Roman's attention, then pointed at his watch. He was worried they'd run out of time.
It's already dead.
Roman pointed at his mouth. Hell, technically his whole body was dead. He'd certainly felt dead for a long time. But tonight it had hurt like the devil when she'd kneed him in the groin, and he'd almost blown a fuse in the car. Now that Shanna was in his life, he appeared to be coming back to life. Particularly below the belt. Can we get started now?
Yes.
She perched on a little chair with wheels and rolled over to him. As she leaned over him, her breasts pressed against his arm. He stifled a groan.
Open.
She stuck a finger in his mouth and probed along his upper gum line. Do you feel anything? God, yes. He fought an urge to clamp his mouth around her and suck the damned latex off her finger. Take that glove off, sweetness, and I'll show you what I feel. Frowning, she removed her finger from his mouth. She looked at her hand, then started to pull the glove off.
No.
He touched her arm. Damn. She was more connected to him than he had thought.
I didn't feel anything. Let's continue with the procedure.
All right. She tugged the glove back on. God's blood, he couldn't believe it. Mind control with mortals was always a one-way street. He planted his instructions into their heads and read their minds. They couldn't read his. A mortal couldn't possibly read a vampire's mind. Roman watched Shanna warily. How much could she actually pick up from him? He would have to be very careful with his thoughts. Only think about safe subjects. No more thoughts about his mouth and which of her body parts would fit inside. No, none of that. He'd think about something completely different, like her mouth and which of his body parts would fit inside. His groin stiffened. No sex, not now. He needed his damn tooth fixed.
Do you want me to implant your tooth now?
She tilted her head, frowning a bit.
Or shall we have oral sex?
Roman stared at Shanna. Good God. Not only had she read him like a book, but she was apparently willing to have sex with him. Amazing. Laszlo was gasping for air. My God, how did she come up with such an outrageous... He narrowed his eyes, switching his gaze to Roman.
Mr. Dragonesti, how could you?
How could he not if Shanna was willing? Oral sex with a mortal? Interesting. Mortal sex in an examining chair. Very interesting.
Sir!
Laszlo's voice rose an octave. He twirled a button with his fingers.
There isn't enough time for 2 treatments. You must decide between your tooth or your...
With a grimace, he glanced at Roman's swollen jeans. My fang or my yang? The latter strained against his zipper as if it wanted to leap out and shoot its mouth off. Pick me! Pick me!
Sir?
Laszlo's eyes were wide with panic.
I'm thinking, Roman growled. Damn. He looked at Shanna. She was standing nearby, her eyes dull, her face deadpan, her body exuding all the vitality of a mannequin. Shit. This wasn't even real to her. It would be like having sex with Vanna. But even worse, for Shanna would hate him afterward. He couldn't do this. As much as he wanted Shanna, he would have to wait, and make certain that she came to him of her own free will. He took a deep breath. I want my tooth fixed. Will you do that for me, Shanna? She gazed at him, her eyes unfocused. I am to implant a tooth, an ordinary tooth. She repeated his directions from earlier. Yes, exactly.
A good decision, sir, if I might say so myself.
Laszlo kept his eyes downcast, apparently embarrassed by the recently proposed change of plans. He inched toward Shanna and handed her a jar.
The tooth is inside.
She unscrewed the top and removed an inner sieve. In the sieve lay his fang. Roman held his breath as she removed the tooth. Would the sight of his fang snap her out of his control? It is in excellent condition, she announced. Good. In her mind, it was an ordinary tooth. Laszlo glanced at his watch.
5:15, sir.
With a final tug, the button came off in his hand.
Oh dear, we'll never make it.
Call Grigori and find out the exact time of sunrise.
All right.
The chemist dropped the loose button in his coat pocket and removed a cell phone. He paced across the office as he dialed. At least it gave Laszlo something to do. The man was out of coat buttons, and that left only his shirt or his pants. Roman shuddered at the thought. Shanna leaned over him. Once again, her breasts pressed against his arm. His pants grew tighter. Don't think about it. Open. If only she meant his fly. He opened his mouth. Her breasts were firm, but soft. What size bra, he wondered. Not too big, but not too small either. 36B, she murmured as she selected an instrument off her tray. God's blood, could she hear everything he thought? How much could he hear from her? Testing. What size clothes do we need to buy for you? 10. No, she grimaced. 12. Too much pizza. And cheesecake. God, I hate gaining weight. I wish I had a brownie. Roman felt like smiling, but his mouth was already stretched to the max. At least she was being painfully honest. So, what do you think of me? Handsome, mysterious, strange. She went about her work. Intelligent, arrogant, strange. Her thoughts were distant and fuzzy, though she still managed to stay focused on her hands and what she was doing. Horny, hung like a horse. That's enough, thank you. Hung like a horse? Did that mean she was disgusted or she approved? Damn, he shouldn't have asked. Why should he care what a mortal thought of him anyway? Just fix my damn tooth. And why did she think he was strange? She sat back suddenly. This is very strange. Yeah, strange. That was him. She peered closer at one of her instruments. It was a long chrome stick with a circular mirror on the end. Oh no. It must be broken, he suggested. But I can see myself. Frowning, she shook her head. This doesn't make sense. Why couldn't I see your mouth? The mirror is broken. Proceed without it. She continued to stare at the mirror. It's not broken. I can see myself. She lifted a hand to her brow. Damn it, she was about to snap out of the dream. Laszlo returned with the cell phone pressed to his ear. He took in the scene.
Oh dear, is there a problem?
Put the mirror down, Shanna, Roman ordered quietly. Why doesn't it show your mouth? She gave Roman a worried look. I couldn't see you at all. Laszlo winced.
Oh dear,
he whispered into the phone.
Grigori, we have a problem.
That was putting it mildly. If Shanna broke free of his control, Roman knew his fang would never get fixed. She would see the tooth as it really appeared and refuse to implant it. And that was only the beginning. She might figure out why he had no reflection.
Roman focused on Shanna. "Look at me." She turned toward him. He trapped her in his gaze and tightened his grip on her mind. "You are to implant my tooth, remember? You wanted to do this. You wanted to conquer your fear of blood." "My fear," she whispered. "Yes, I don't want to be afraid anymore. I want to save my career. I want a normal life." She set the mirrored instrument down on the tray and picked up his fang. "I will implant your tooth now." Roman exhaled with relief. "Good."
Oh, God, that was close,
Laszlo whispered into the phone.
Too close.
Roman opened his mouth so Shanna could get back to work. Laszlo cupped a hand around the phone, but he could still be heard.
I'll explain later, but for a while there it looked like our dentist was going to turn into Dr. No.
He moved closer so he could watch.
Now it's quiet again. Too quiet.
Not quiet enough. Roman groaned inwardly. "Turn your head a little." Shanna nudged his chin to the left.
The train is back on track now,
Laszlo whispered.
Full speed ahead.
Roman felt the fang being slipped back into the socket.
The dentist has the item in her hand.
Laszlo continued his play-by-play commentary over the phone.
She's returning the bird to the nest. I repeat, bird is in the nest.
There was a pause.
I have to talk like this, Grigori. We have to keep the fox in the house, but the light's turned off. She came awfully close to flipping a switch a while back. Arrgh.
Roman glared at Laszlo.
Mr. Dragonesti is unable to speak, Laszlo continued, which is probably for the best. He was too tempted to abandon the plan when the dentist made an outrageous offer. Grrr.
Roman glared at the chemist.
Oh,
Laszlo winced.
I better not talk about it.
He paused to listen. A litany of curses careened through Roman's mind. No doubt Grigori was drilling Laszlo for more information.
I'll explain later,
Laszlo whispered, then raised his voice.
I'll pass the information on to Mr. Dragonesti, thank you.
He slipped the phone into his pocket.
Grigori says dawn will break at precisely 6:06. He'll call at 6 o'clock, or we can call earlier if we're finished.
Laszlo glanced at his watch.
It's 20 minutes till 6 now. Urgh.
Roman made a sound of acknowledgement. At least Laszlo was off the phone now. Shanna lifted his upper lip to examine the replaced fang. Your tooth is back in, but it will need a splint to hold it in place for 2 weeks. She kept working. It wasn't long before he tasted blood. She gasped, her face growing pale. Good God, don't faint now. He stared at her, channeling his strength into her mind. You will not flinch. You will not hesitate. She inched closer to him. Open. She took a hose-like tool and sprayed water into his mouth. Then she stuck another hose in his mouth. Close. The blood and water mixture was sucked out of his mouth. This process was repeated several times, and each time Shanna saw blood, she reacted a little less. Laszlo paced back and forth, constantly checking the time.
10 minutes till 6, sir.
There, Shanna murmured. Your tooth is wired into place. You'll need to return in 2 weeks so we can remove the splint and perform a root canal. The wire splint felt huge in his mouth, but Roman knew it could be removed the following night. His body would complete the healing process while he slept. Then we're done? Yes. She slowly stood.
Yes.
Laszlo punched the air with his fist.
And we beat the deadline by 9 minutes.
Roman sat up. You did it, Shanna, and you weren't afraid. She peeled the gloves off her hands. You should avoid hard, sticky, or crunchy food. Not a problem. Roman watched her expressionless face. What a shame she didn't realize this was cause to celebrate. He'd show her his tooth the next evening and tell her how she'd braved her fear of blood. Then she'd want to celebrate. With him, he hoped, even if he was strange. She dropped the gloves on the tray, then closed her eyes. Slowly, she swayed to the side. Shanna? Roman stood. He caught her as her legs gave out.
What's wrong?
Laszlo grabbed for a button, but there was none left.
It was all going so well.
It's fine. She's sleeping. Roman laid her on the dental chair. He'd done this to her, telling her that once the job was finished, she would sleep soundly for 10 hours.
I'd better call Grigori.
Laszlo withdrew his phone from his pocket and headed for the waiting room. Roman leaned over Shanna. I'm proud of you, sweetness. He brushed her hair back from her brow. I shouldn't have told you to fall asleep afterward. What I really wanted was for you to throw your arms around me and give me a passionate kiss. That would have been so much better. He ran a fingertip along her jaw. 10 hours she would sleep. That would make her wake up around 4 in the afternoon. No chance of his waking her with a kiss. The sun would still be up. With a sigh, Roman stretched. What a long night it had been. It felt like a week. He examined the mirrored tool that had caused Shanna so much confusion. Damned mirrors. Even after 514 years, it still unnerved him to stand in front of a mirror and see everything reflected but himself. He'd had all the mirrors removed from his house. Why be reminded that he was long dead? He watched Shanna sleep. Beautiful, brave Shanna. If he had any honor left in his wretched soul, he'd leave the poor girl alone, put her somewhere safe and never see her again. But for now, he was almost out of nighttime. The best he could do, before the sun caused him to fall asleep, was to ensconce her safely in one of his guest rooms. Laszlo rushed in from the waiting room, his cell phone pressed to his ear.
Yes, we're ready to go.
He glanced at Roman.
Would you like to go first?
No, you go. Roman reached for the phone. I'm going to need that.
Oh, right, of course.
Laszlo tilted his head toward the phone that Roman now held. He closed his eyes, concentrated on Grigori's voice, then slowly faded away. Grigori, hang on a minute. Roman set the phone down, then gathered Shanna in his arms. After a few seconds of shifting her limp body around, he managed to hold her while putting the phone to his ear. The position was awkward, causing him to slump over and press his face against hers. Over the phone, he heard the sound of laughter. What the hell? Grigori, is that you?
Oral sex?
Grigori burst into another round of laughter. Roman gritted his newly fixed teeth. That damned Laszlo. It had taken him only a few seconds to squawk.
Snap! What a hot babe! Wait till I tell the guys. Or maybe I should tell your harem. Meow!
Grigori hissed in an imitation of a catfight. Shut up, Grigori. I have to get back before sunrise.
Well, you can if I shut up. You need my voice.
He laughed some more. You won't have a voice once I wring your neck.
Oh, come on. Lighten up, bro.
So, is it true? You were having trouble deciding which treatment you wanted? Grigori snickered. I hear you were up for the second one. After I strangle you, I'm cutting Laszlo's tongue out and feeding it to a dog.
You don't have a dog.
Grigori's voice sounded fainter.
Can you believe it? He's threatening us with bodily harm.
That last sentence must have been aimed at Laszlo. Roman heard an alarmed squeak in the distance.
Chicken,
Grigori yelled.
Well, Laszlo just ran off to a guest room. I guess he's heard those rumors about you being some kind of wild, murderous beast in the past.
They weren't rumors. Having been transformed only 12 years earlier, Grigori had no idea the magnitude of sins Roman had committed over the centuries.
Then there are the other rumors that you were once a priest or a monk.
Grigori laughed.
But I know that one has to be bogus. I mean, really, any guy who keeps a harem of 10 hot vamp chicks is not exactly...
Roman let the words fade away as he concentrated on the location of Grigori's voice. The dental office wavered before his eyes, followed by blackness. Then he was home.
Oh, there you are.
Grigori hung up the phone he'd been using. He leaned back in the chair at Roman's desk. Roman scowled at him silently.
So, the dentist is asleep, huh?
Grigori propped his feet up on Roman's desk and grinned.
Did you wear her out?
Roman dropped Laszlo's phone on the desk, then wandered over to the chaise. He lowered Shanna onto the blood-red velvet.
I hear she did a good job on your fang,
Grigori continued.
You know,
I've been thinking about that exercise program you mentioned, the one where we make sure our fangs stay in good shape, and I had this great idea.
Roman turned toward the desk.
We could do an exercise video and sell it on the Digital Vampire Network. I asked Simone and she agreed to be the star of the show. What do you think?
Roman approached the desk slowly. Grigori's smile faded.
What's up, bro?
Roman planted his palms on the desk and leaned forward. Grigori swung his feet off the desk and gazed at him warily.
Something wrong, boss? You will not repeat anything that happened tonight. Nothing about my fang, and especially nothing about Shanna. Do you understand?
Yeah. Grigori cleared his throat.
Nothing happened. Good. Now go.
Grigori headed for the door, muttering beneath his breath.
Grumpy old man.
He paused with one hand on the doorknob and glanced at Shanna.
It's none of my business, but I think you should keep her. She'll be good for you.
He let himself out. Maybe she would. But he was definitely not good for Shanna. Roman sat heavily at his desk. The sun must be touching the horizon, for he suddenly felt exhausted. It was a harsh truth that when darkness faded away, so did a vampire's strength. Soon he wouldn't have enough strength to even stay awake. It was a vampire's greatest weakness, his time of greatest vulnerability, and it happened every damned day. How many times over the centuries had he fallen asleep, worried that his body would be discovered during the daylight hours? A mortal could drive a stake through his heart while he lay there helplessly asleep. It had almost happened in 1862, the last time he'd involved himself with a mortal female. Eliza. He'd never forgotten the horror of waking after sunset to find his coffin wide open and a wooden stake resting across his chest. This accursed vulnerability had to end. He was working on it in his lab. A formula that would enable a vampire to stay awake and retain his strength during the day. They would still need to avoid the burning rays of direct sunlight, but even so, it would be a momentous achievement. Roman was very close to a breakthrough. If he succeeded, he could change the vampire world forever. He could almost pretend he was alive. He looked at Shanna where she slumbered in sweet ignorance. How would she react if she learned the truth about him? Could she pretend he was alive, or would the fact that he was a dead demon drive a stake between them forever? He slumped at his desk, his energy draining away. It could be the sun causing this, but he suspected it was also depression. He dreaded the look of horror that would appear on Shanna's face if she learned the truth. Shame, guilt, remorse. It sucked. He couldn't drag her into it. She deserved joy in her life. He grabbed a pen and a blank piece of paper. Radinka, he wrote at the top. His secretary would see this on his desk when she checked for messages. Buy everything Shanna will need. Size 12, 36B. I want... His hand dragged slowly across the paper. His eyelids grew heavy. Colors. No black. Not for Shanna. She was sunshine, sorely missed but forever beyond his reach. She was like a rainbow, full of color and the sweet promise of hope. He blinked and squinted at the paper. Get her some brownies. He dropped the pen and heaved himself to his feet. With a groan, he lifted Shanna in his arms. He trudged from the office to the top of the stairs. Slowly, he made his way down, one step at a time. At the landing, he rested. His vision grew hazy, as if he were trying to look down a long tunnel. Someone was coming up the stairs.
Good morning, sir.
A cheerful voice greeted him. It was Phil, one of the daytime mortal guards who worked for McKay Security and Investigation.
You're not usually up this late.
Roman opened his mouth to answer, but it took every ounce of his remaining strength to keep from dropping Shanna. The guard's eyes widened.
Is something wrong? Do you need help?
He ran up to the landing.
Blue room, 4th floor.
Roman gasped.
Here, let me.
Phil took Shanna in his arms and headed back down the stairs to the 4th floor. Roman stumbled after him. Thank God these daytime guards were trustworthy. Angus McKay trained them well and paid them a small fortune to keep their mouths shut. They knew exactly what kind of creatures they were protecting. They didn't mind. According to Angus, some of them were creatures too. Phil stopped in front of a door on the 4th floor.
Is this the right room?
When Roman nodded, he turned the knob and pushed the door open with his foot. Sunlight spilled through the open doorway. Roman jolted to a stop.
The shutters, he whispered.
I got it.
Phil hurried into the room. Roman waited. He leaned against a wall, out of reach of the strip of sunlight that stretched across the hall carpet. God's blood, he was tired enough to fall asleep standing up. Soon he heard a metallic click, and the strip of light disappeared. Phil had closed the thick aluminum shutters on the window. Roman staggered forward till he reached the door. There he saw that Phil had deposited Shanna on top of the bed.
Is there anything else I can do?
Phil headed for the door.
No, thank you.
Roman lurched into the room and caught himself against an armoire.
Good morning. Or night, then.
Phil gave him a doubtful look and closed the door behind him. Roman weaved toward the bed. He couldn't let Shanna sleep with her shoes on. He pulled the white Nikes off and dropped them on the floor. The stained lab coat needed to go, too. He leaned over and almost collapsed on top of her. He shook his head.
Stay awake.
Just a little bit longer. He unbuttoned the coat, tugged the sleeves down her arms, then rolled her onto her side so he could pull the coat out from beneath her. He dropped it onto the floor beside her shoes. He stumbled around the foot of the queen-sized bed, then pulled back the covers to reveal clean white sheets. With effort, he rolled Shanna onto the exposed sheet. He stuffed her feet under the covers and raised the sheet and bedspread up to her chin. There. She was comfortable. And he couldn't go any further. Shanna woke up feeling wonderfully refreshed and happy. The feeling soon faded, though, when she realized she had no idea where she was. A dark room, a comfortable bed. Unfortunately, she had no memory of entering this room or climbing into this bed. In fact, the last thing she remembered was venturing inside Roman Dragonesti's office. Because of a nasty headache, she'd rested on a velvet reclining chaise. And then, nothing. She closed her eyes, struggling to remember. A dental office flitted through her mind, a strange one, not the place where she worked. Weird. She must have dreamed about working in a new job. She pushed back the covers and sat up. Her stocking feet brushed against thick carpet. Where were her shoes? Red neon numbers glowed from a clock radio beside the bed. 6 minutes after 4. Morning or afternoon? The room was so dark it was hard to tell. She'd gone to Roman's office after 4 in the morning, so it must be afternoon. She groped along the bedside table till she felt the base of a lamp. She clicked on the switch and caught her breath. What a beautiful stained glass lamp. Shades of dusty blue and lavender shone in the dim light. She could see the room now. It was bigger than her entire apartment in Soho. The carpet was gray, the walls a pale blue. Curtains in muted stripes of blue and lavender framed the window. The window itself was completely covered with shiny metal shutters, clamped shut. No wonder the room was so dark. The bed was a canopy four-poster of pale white oak. Sheer voile in shades of blue and lavender were draped along the upper frame. A beautiful bed. Shanna looked over her shoulder. An occupied bed. With a strangled shriek, she leapt to her feet. Oh my God! Roman Dragonesti was in her bed. How dare he sleep in her bed? Or, God help her, maybe she had slept in his bed? Maybe this was his room. How could she have no memory of this? She checked her clothes. Her shoes and lab coat were gone, but otherwise she appeared intact. And unmolested. He lay flat on his back on top of the bedspread, still fully clothed in his black sweater and jeans. Sheesh, the man's shoes were still on. Why on earth would he sleep with her? Was he that committed to protecting her? Or did he have other motives? Her gaze gravitated toward his jeans. He hadn't kept his attraction to her a secret. Darn, it would be just her luck if a gorgeous hunk tried to seduce her and she couldn't even remember it. She rounded the bed, studying him. He looked very peaceful, almost innocent, though she knew better. Why, it wouldn't surprise her if he was just pretending to be asleep. On the floor, she spotted her lab coat and shoes. She had no memory of taking them off, so Roman must have done it. Then why didn't he take off his own shoes? She stepped closer to him. Hello? Good morning. Or afternoon? No response. She chewed her lip, wondering what to do. He wasn't much of a protector if he slept this soundly. She leaned close to his face. The Russians are coming. His face remained immobile. Sheesh. A lot of help he would be. She scanned the room. 2 doors. She cracked the first one and saw a long hallway with many doors on each side. This had to be the 4th floor and a guest room. The 5th floor didn't have a hallway. Roman had that floor all to himself. She spotted a man close to the stairs with his back turned toward her. No kilt, but he wore a gun holster on his belt. A guard, she supposed, though definitely not a Highlander. His khaki pants and navy polo shirt were ordinary. She closed the door and tried the next one. Great, a bathroom. Everything was there. Toilet, bathtub, sink, towels, toothpaste, toothbrush. Everything but a mirror. That was weird. She took care of business, then unlocked the door and peeked out. Roman was still asleep in her bed. She flicked the bathroom light switch on and off a few times, creating a strobe effect on his face. Still nothing. What a sound sleeper. She washed her face and brushed her teeth. Now she felt better equipped for a showdown with the uninvited man in her bed. She paced toward him, a smile pasted on her face, and in a loud voice announced, "Good morning, Mr. Dragonesti. Would it be too much of an imposition to expect you to sleep in your own bed from now on?" No answer. Not even a snore. Didn't men snore? Not if he was pretending. "It's not that I don't find your company stimulating. You're certainly a laugh a minute." She moved closer and poked him in the shoulder. "Come on, I know you're faking it." Nothing. She leaned over and whispered in his ear. "You realize this means war." Still no response. She examined the entire length of him. Long legs, trim waist, broad shoulders, strong jaw, a straight nose, though just a tad too long. It fit him, though, suited his arrogance. A strand of black hair lay across his cheekbone. She brushed the hair back. It was fine and soft. No reaction whatsoever. He was certainly good at playing possum. She perched beside him on the bed and placed her hands on his shoulders. "I have come to ravish your body. Resistance is futile." Nothing. Shoot. Was she that easy to resist? Okay, she'd resort to torture. She bounced down to the end of the bed and pulled his shoes off. They landed on the floor with loud clunks. Still nothing. She stroked her fingers along his thick black socks, then tickled the soles of his feet. He didn't budge. She tugged on the big toe of his left foot. This little piggy went to market. She worked her way down to the little toe. And this little piggy cried, "Wee, wee, wee." She let her fingers through the walking up his long leg. All the way home. She stopped at his hip. His face remained calm, unmoved. Her gaze wandered to his zipper. Now that would wake him up. If she dared. She glanced at his face. "I know you're faking it. No red-blooded male could sleep through this." No response. Damn him. He was waiting to see how far she would go. Okay, she'd give him a wake-up call he'd never forget. She shoved his black sweater up to reveal the waistband of his jeans. The sight of skin quickened her pulse, and she lifted the sweater a little bit higher. "Don't get out in the sun much, do you?" His skin was pale, but his waist and stomach were nice and trim. A line of black hair descended from his chest, swirled around his belly button, then continued into the black jeans. Holy moly, he was so gorgeous, so masculine, so sexy, so unconscious. "Wake up, damn it!" She leaned over, planted her mouth over his navel, and blew a loud raspberry. Nothing. Shh. Sheesh, you sleep like the dead. She plopped down beside him. Then it struck her. Of course he wasn't snoring. He wasn't breathing. She reached out a shaky hand and touched his stomach. Cold. She jerked her hand back. No, this wasn't happening to her. The man had been perfectly healthy the night before. But no one could sleep this soundly. She lifted his arm and let go. It fell down with a thud. Oh God, it was true. She scrambled off the bed. Terror rose in her throat and erupted in a scream. Roman Dragonesti was dead. Chapter 10. She'd slept with a corpse. Granted, the few men she'd shared a bed with in the past hadn't exactly set the world on fire, and after a while they generally walked away, never to return. Shanna had never considered their mobility a plus before. Even after her earth-shattering screech, Roman was still lying there, peaceful as ever. He had to be dead. No, damn it. She screamed again. The door slammed open. She jumped and turned all at once. What's wrong? The man she had seen earlier in the hallway was now standing outside the door, a pistol in his hand. Shanna pointed at the bed. Roman Dragonesti is dead. What? The man slid his gun back into its holster. He's dead! Shanna pointed once more at the bed. I woke up and found him in my bed. Dead! With a worried look, the man approached the bed. Oh. His frown vanished. No problem, miss. He's not dead. I'm sure he's dead. No, he's just asleep. The guard placed 2 fingers on Roman's neck. Pulse is fine, not to worry. I'm a trained security specialist. I would know a dead person. Well, I'm a trained medical professional, and I know a dead body when I see one. And she'd seen way too many of them when Karen had died. Shanna's knees trembled, and she looked around for a chair. None. There was only the bed. And poor Roman. He's not dead, the guard insisted. He's just sleeping. God, this man was dense. Look, what's your name? Phil. I'm one of the daytime guards. Phil. Shanna leaned against one of the 4 posters for support. I know you don't want to admit this. After all, you're a guard and you're supposed to keep people alive. He is alive. He is not! Shanna's voice rose higher and higher. He's dead, deceased, snuffed out. The Roman Empire has fallen. Phil's eyes widened and he stepped back. Okay, calm down. He tugged a walkie-talkie from his pocket. I need help on the 4th floor. The guest is totally losing it. I am not! Shanna strode toward the window. Maybe if we open these shutters, it'll shed some light on the matter. No! Phil sounded so frantic, Shanna stopped. Static cackled on the walkie-talkie, then a voice came through. What's the problem, Phil? Beep. We have a situation here, Phil answered. Miss Whalen woke up to find Mr. Dragonesti in her bed, and she thinks he's dead. Laughter erupted on the other end of the walkie-talkie. Shanna's mouth dropped open. Geez, these people were cold. She headed back toward Phil and his communication device. Could I speak with your supervisor, please? Phil gave her a sheepish look. That was my supervisor. He punched a button. Howard, could you come up here, please? Oh, yeah, Howard replied. I wouldn't miss this. Beep. Phil slipped the walkie-talkie into his pocket. He'll be right up. Fine. Shanna scanned the room but couldn't see a phone. Would you please call 911? I can't. Mr. Dragonesti wouldn't like that at all. Mr. Dragonesti is beyond liking or disliking. Please, trust me. Everything will be all right. Phil glanced at his watch. Just wait about 2 hours. Wait? Would he be any less dead in 2 hours? Shanna paced back and forth across the room. Damn it, how could Roman die like that? He looked so strong and healthy. It must have been a stroke or heart attack. We need to notify the next of kin. They're all dead. No family? Shanna halted her pacing. Poor Roman. He had been all alone. Like her. A wave of grief poured over her. Grief for what might have been. Now she would never look into his beautiful golden brown eyes again, or feel his arms around her. She leaned against a bedpost and gazed at his handsome face. A knock sounded at the door, and a large, middle-aged man strode into the room. He wore khaki pants and a navy polo just like Phil. The utility belt around his waist held an assortment of goodies like a pistol and flashlight. He looked like an ex-football player, complete with a huge neck and a crooked, lumpy nose that had been broken too many times. He would have been quite forbidding if his comb-over didn't look so obvious and his eyes weren't twinkling with humor.
"Miss Whalen?"
His voice was nasal, courtesy of his battered nose. He probably snored loud enough to be heard in Jersey.
"I'm Howard Barr, head of daytime security. How are you?"
"Alive, which is more than I can say for your employer." Howard glanced toward the bed.
"Is he dead, Phil?"
Phil's eyes widened.
"No, of course not." "Good."
Howard slapped his hands together and rubbed them against each other.
"That clears that up. Would you like to come down to the kitchen for a cup of coffee?"
Shanna blinked. "Excuse me? Aren't you gonna check the body?" Howard adjusted his belt and marched over to the bed.
"It looks fine to me, though it's damn strange that he'd be sleeping here. I've never known Mr. Dragonesti to sleep in someone else's bed."
Shanna gritted her teeth. "He's not asleep."
"I think I know what happened," Phil said. "I saw him this morning a little after 6 coming down the stairs with Miss Whalen in his arms."
Howard frowned.
"After 6? The sun was already rising."
A terrible thought occurred to Shanna. "He was carrying me?"
"Yeah," Phil replied. "It was a good thing I came along when I did, because the guy was really struggling."
Shanna caught her breath. "Oh no."
Phil shrugged. "I guess he was too worn out to get back to his room."
Shanna collapsed on the bed next to Roman's feet. Oh God, she'd been too heavy for him to carry. She'd caused his heart attack. "This is terrible. I killed him."
"Miss Whalen?"
Howard gave her an exasperated look.
"That is totally impossible. He's not dead."
"Of course he is." She glanced at his body only inches away. "I'll never eat pizza again." Phil and Howard exchanged a worried look. Their walkie-talkies beeped. Howard whipped his out first.
"Yes?"
A scratchy voice came through.
"Radinka Holstein just arrived from her shopping trip. She suggests Miss Whalen join her in the parlor." "Good idea,"
Howard sighed, visibly relieved.
"Phil, will you take Miss Whalen down to the parlor?"
"Sure." Phil looked equally relieved.
"This way, miss."
Shanna hesitated, glancing at Roman. "What will you do with him?"
"Don't worry."
Howard adjusted his utility belt.
"We'll move him to his own bedroom, and in a few hours, when he wakes up, you'll both have a good laugh over this."
"Yeah, right." Shanna trudged down the hall alongside Phil. Silently, they descended the stairs. It was only last night when she had ascended these stairs with Roman. There was something about him, an aloof sadness, that had made her want to pester him and make him laugh. And when he did laugh, he seemed so surprised by it that she felt doubly rewarded. Shoot, she hardly knew him, but she was going to miss him. He was strong, yet gentle. His intelligence was sharp and challenging. His insistence on protecting her was so macho. And he'd almost kissed her. Twice. Shanna sighed. Now she would never know what it was like to kiss Roman. She'd never get to see his lab or hear about his next brilliant achievement. She'd never get to talk to him again. By the time she reached the ground floor, she was thoroughly depressed. The sympathetic look on Radinka's face was her undoing. Her eyes filled with tears. "Radinka, I'm so sorry. He's gone."
There, there."
Radinka hugged her and spoke in her deep, accented voice.
"Do not worry, my dear. All will be fine."
She led Shanna to the room on the right of the foyer. It was empty. Shanna had expected it to be filled with women like the night before. Dominating the room were 3 maroon leather couches set around 3 sides of a square coffee table. On the 4th side, the wall was covered with an enormous widescreen television. Shanna collapsed on a couch. "I can't believe he's gone." Radinka placed her handbag on the coffee table and sat.
He will wake up, my dear.
I don't think so. A tear slid down her face.
These men can be very sound sleepers. My son, Gregory, is the same way. Impossible to wake up once he's asleep.
Shanna wiped the tear away. No, he's dead. Radinka brushed imaginary lint off her designer suit.
Perhaps you would feel better if I explain. I was here early in the morning, and Gregory told me what was happening. Roman took you to a dental clinic, and you worked on his teeth.
That can't be right. Memory of a dental office hung precariously in her thoughts, just out of reach. I thought it was a dream.
It was real. Roman used a form of hypnosis on you.
What?
Gregory assured me that you agreed to it.
Shanna closed her eyes, trying to remember. Yes, she'd been resting on the chaise in Roman's office when he'd suggested hypnosis, and she had agreed. She was desperate to save her career, desperate for a chance at that normal life she wanted so badly. So he really did hypnotize me?
Yes, it was good for both of you. He needed help from a dentist, and you needed help getting over your fear of blood.
You know about my fear?
Yes. You told Roman all about the terrible incident at the restaurant. Gregory was there, so he heard. I hope you don't mind that he told me.
No, I suppose it's all right. Shanna leaned back against the soft leather cushions and rested her head. I really worked on Roman's teeth last night?
Yes. No doubt your memory is somewhat vague, but it will come back to you eventually.
I didn't faint or freak out when I saw blood?
From what I understand, you did a marvelous job.
Shanna snorted. I don't know how I managed to do anything if I was under some sort of spell. What exactly did I do?
You implanted a tooth he had lost.
Shanna sat up with a jerk. Not the wolf tooth. Don't tell me I stuck an animal tooth in his mouth. Oh, gee. She collapsed against the cushions. What did it matter? The poor guy was dead.
Radinka smiled. It was an ordinary tooth.
Oh, good. I could just see the look on the coroner's face when he examines the body and finds a wolf tooth. Poor Roman. He was so young to die. And so gorgeous.
Radinka sighed. I wish I could convince you that he's still alive.
She pressed a forefinger against her closed lips. The dark red nail polish was a perfect match to her lipstick.
Did you give him some sort of anesthesia to lessen the pain?
How do I know? I might have sung opera in my underwear. I have no idea what I did last night. Shanna rubbed her forehead, trying to remember.
I only mention it because it might explain why he is sleeping so soundly.
Shanna gasped and scrambled to her feet. Oh my God! What if I killed him with anesthesia?
Radinka's eyes widened. That is not what I meant.
Shanna grimaced. I might have overdosed him, or I was too heavy for him to carry. Either way, I think I killed him.
Don't be silly, child. Why do you blame yourself?
I don't know. It's what I do, I guess. Shanna's eyes filled with tears once again. I blame myself for what happened to Karen. I should have helped her somehow. She was still alive when I found her.
She was your young friend who died in the restaurant?
Shanna sniffed and nodded her head.
I am so sorry. I know this is hard for you to believe, but once the anesthesia wears off, Roman will wake up, and you will see for yourself that he is perfectly fine.
With a groan, Shanna sprawled onto the couch.
You like him very much, don't you?
Shanna sighed, staring at the ceiling. Yes, I do, but I don't have much hope for a lasting relationship with a dead guy.
Mrs. Holstein?
A male voice spoke from the doorway. Shanna looked over her shoulder and saw yet another guard dressed in khaki and navy blue. What had happened to all the kilts? She missed the Highlanders with their bright plaids and adorable accents.
The packages have arrived from Bloomingdale's, the guard announced. Where would you like us to put them?
Radinka rose gracefully.
Bring a few boxes in here and put the rest in Miss Whalen's room.
In my room? Shanna asked. Why? Radinka smiled.
Because they are for you, my dear.
But I can't accept anything. And you shouldn't put anything in my room when there's a dead body in there. The guard rolled his eyes. We moved him to his bedroom.
Good, then you may proceed.
Radinka sat back down.
I hope you like what I picked out for you.
I'm serious, Radinka. I can't accept a bunch of presents. It's enough that you gave me sanctuary for one night. I need to call the Justice Department and make other arrangements.
Roman wants you here, and he wants you to have these things.
Radinka turned to the guard as he entered, his arms piled high with boxes.
Put them on the table here, please.
Shanna stared in dismay at the boxes. It was so tempting to take them. She didn't dare go to her apartment now, so she had nothing but the clothes on her back. Still, she couldn't accept all these presents. I really appreciate your generosity, but...
Roman's generosity.
Radinka set a package in her lap and opened it.
Ah, yes, these are lovely. Do you like them?
Nestled in white tissue paper was a red lace bra and panties. Wow. Shanna picked up the bra. It was a lot fancier than what she usually wore, and a lot more expensive. She checked the tag. 36B. It's the right size.
Yes. Roman left me a note with your sizes.
What? How did he know my bra size?
I suppose you told him while you were hypnotized.
Shanna gulped. Geez, maybe she had sung opera in her underwear.
Here.
Radinka fumbled through her handbag.
I believe I still have the note.
She passed the paper to Shanna. Oh my. It had to be the last thing he had written before his death. Shanna scanned the note. Size 12, 36B. Roman had indeed known her sizes. Had she told him under hypnosis? What else had she done? Get her some brownies. She caught her breath and tears welled in her eyes.
What is wrong, my dear?
Brownies. He's so sweet. Correction, was so sweet. He didn't think I needed to lose weight? Radinka smiled.
Apparently not. I left some brownies in the kitchen, but if you want any, you should hurry. The daytime guards were drooling over them. Those men will eat anything.
Maybe later, thank you. Shanna was starting to feel hunger pangs, but each time she thought of eating, she was haunted by the image of Roman struggling to carry her down the stairs.
Let's see what else we have.
Radinka whipped open the rest of the boxes. There were more matching sets of lacy underwear, a blue chenille bathrobe, a salmon-colored tank top and matching blazer, and a blue silk nightgown with matching slippers. This is better than Christmas, Shanna murmured. It's really too much.
Do you like them?
Yes, of course, but...
Then it is settled.
Radinka stacked the boxes.
I'll take these up to your room and leave a note in Roman's office for him to see you when he wakes up.
But...
No buts.
Radinka stood and gathered the boxes in her arms.
I want you to go to the kitchen and eat. I told one of the guards to fix you a sandwich, so they're expecting you. Then I want you to have a nice hot shower and put on some fresh clothes. By the time you're done, Roman will be awake. But I am too busy to argue. We have a million things to do at Romatech tonight.
Radinka marched from the room with the packages.
I will see you later, dear.
Sheesh. Shanna had a feeling Radinka Holstein was a dragon lady at work. But she did have beautiful taste in clothes. It was going to hurt to return most of them, but it was the right thing to do. Did she dare venture out of this house? It would hurt a lot worse if the Russians caught her. After Shanna ate her sandwich in the kitchen and tried her best to ignore the pastry box of brownies on the table, she went upstairs to her room. She opened the door and peeked inside. The bed was empty. Shopping bags and boxes were piled at the foot of the bed. She took a long, hot shower. Then, dressed in the chenille bathrobe, she went through the bags and boxes. It should have been fun, but she grew increasingly sad, knowing that the man footing the bill had just died. Guilt needled her. She couldn't accept all these gifts, and she couldn't stay here. She needed to contact the U.S. Marshal Bob Mendoza, and then she needed to start a new life somewhere else. A place where she knew no one and no one knew her. Again. God, it was depressing. As part of the witness protection program, she could never contact family or old friends. But she craved companionship. She wanted love. She hadn't realized how much until she had met Roman. Damn. It wasn't like she was asking for too much from life. She only wanted the same thing a jillion other women wanted. A career she was proud of, a husband who would love her, and children. Beautiful children. Unfortunately, desperate times had altered her goal in life. Now each day was a survival test. She wandered toward the window and its ugly aluminum shutters. She located a switch behind the curtains and flipped it. The shutters opened and dim sunlight entered the room. The view was lovely. Below her was a tree-lined street and in the distance, Central Park. The sun was setting in the west, casting purple and pink streaks into wispy clouds. Shanna stood at the window and watched. A feeling of peace descended on her with the night. Perhaps she would live through all this. If only Roman was still alive. Could Radinka be right, and he was simply sleeping off a large dose of anesthesia? Shanna winced. It was awful that she couldn't remember what she'd done to the poor man. Maybe she should stick around for a little longer. Either Roman would be declared officially dead, or he would miraculously wake up. Either way, she couldn't leave until she knew for sure. She selected some clothes and dressed. Inside the armoire, she found a television. Good. She could veg out while she waited. She flipped through channels. Whoa, here was a channel she'd never seen before. An animated black bat flew toward her, then it froze into a logo that looked a bit like Batman. Underneath was a message. Welcome to DVN, on 24/7 because it's always nighttime somewhere. DVN? Something video network? What did nighttime have to do with a network being on air? The bat logo disappeared and another line appeared on the screen. DVN. If you're not digital, you can't be seen. That was odd. A knock sounded at the door, interrupting her thoughts. She turned off the television and went to the door. It was probably Phil. He seemed to be in charge of the 4th floor. Connor! She yelped in surprise. You're back!
Aye.
He stood there, smiling.
That I am.
She threw her arms around his neck and hugged him. I'm so glad to see you. He pulled back, his cheeks blushing.
I hear you had a wee scare.
Oh, it's terrible, isn't it? I'm so sorry, Connor.
Now, why would you be sorry, lass? 'Tis Mr. Dragonesti himself who sent me here. He's wanting to see you.
Her skin chilled with goosebumps. That can't be.
He wants to see you right away. I'll take you up there.
He was alive? I know the way. Shanna ran for the stairs. Chapter 11. Roman Dragonesti woke up with no memory of how he had returned to his bed. He was lying on top of the suede comforter with his clothes and shoes still on. He ran his tongue along the inside of his mouth. The wire splint was still there. He felt the fang with his fingers. Solid. Of course, he wasn't sure if the fang could still extend and retract, and it would be impossible to put it to test as long as the tooth was wired in place. He'd have to convince Shanna to remove the splint. After a quick shower, he threw on a bathrobe and padded into his office to check for messages. Radinka's spidery handwriting caught his eye. She'd completed the shopping for Shanna. Good. She was going to Romatech early to make sure everything was ready for the gala opening ball. Since she was now working night and day, she felt she deserved another raise. Another one? Fine. Jean-Luc Sharp and Angus Mackay, French and British coven masters, were due to arrive at 5 in the morning. Good. The guest rooms on the 3rd floor were ready for them. Roman was planning to introduce 2 new taste sensations from his line of fusion cuisine at the opening ball. 500 bottles had been prepared for the event. Everything was looking great. Then he read the last paragraph. Upon waking, Shanna Whalen had discovered him in her bed. Oh no. She had decided he was dead and become terribly upset. Oh shit. Of course she would think he was dead. During the day he had no pulse. But on the bright side, this could mean that she actually cared about him. Verdinka had tried to convince Shanna that his heavy sleep was due to the anesthesia he had received at the dental clinic. Unfortunately, that theory only drove her to the conclusion that she'd killed him. Great. She was upset not because she felt any affection for him, but because she felt guilty. He could just imagine the scenario. Shanna running about the bedroom, upset, while he lay there like a dumb log. Shit. Roman crushed the paper in his fist and tossed it into the trash. This was the last straw. He had to finish the formula that would allow him to stay awake during the day. He couldn't lie around helpless when Shanna needed him. He punched a button on his intercom phone.
Kitchen?
A nasal voice answered.
Howard, is that you? Yes, sir. I'm glad to hear you're up and about. There was a little bit of excitement here while you were sleeping.
Roman could hear stifled laughter in the background. God's blood. You would think being master of the largest coven in North America would entitle him to a little respect.
Not that we're complaining, Howard continued. It's usually so boring around here. Oh, Connor just walked in. Howard, we have important guests coming in tonight. Your employer, Mr. McKay, will be here. I expect heightened security during the day and absolute discretion. I understand, sir. We'll take good care of everyone. The Highlanders are coming in now, so I'll be going. Good night. Good night. Connor, are you there?
There was a pause, then a beeping noise.
Aye, I'm here. Escort Miss Whalen to my office in 10 minutes. Aye, sir.
Roman strode toward the wet bar, grabbed a bottle of synthetic blood from the mini-fridge, and popped it into the microwave. He headed back to his bedroom. There he pulled on a pair of black slacks and a gray dress shirt, an effort to look a little more formal since he had important guests arriving that night. Angus and his entourage would be dressed to the hilt in their Scottish finery. Jean-Luc would be accompanied by his beautiful vampire models, all wearing his famous haute couture evening wear. Stuffed in the back of his closet, Roman spotted the black tuxedo and matching cape that Jean-Luc had given him 3 years ago. Roman groaned. He'd have to wear the damn thing again. Maybe Jean-Luc enjoyed dressing like the Hollywood version of Dracula, but Roman preferred the more relaxed dress code of modern times. He removed the tuxedo from the closet. He'd have to get it pressed before the gala opening ball. The microwave dinged. His first meal for the evening was ready. He tossed the tuxedo onto his bed. Just then, the outer door to the office slammed open.
Roman?
Shanna yelled.
Are you there?
There was a definite edge to her voice. Nervous, breathless, near panic. No way had that been 10 minutes. She must have run the entire way. Damn. There went his breakfast.
I'm in here,
he answered and heard a responding gasp as he strode barefoot to the bedroom door. She was standing close to his desk, her face flushed from running, her pretty mouth agape. Her eyes widened as he moved into the office. "Oh my God," she whispered. Moisture shimmered in her eyes. She covered her mouth with trembling fingers. God's blood, she'd been through hell. He looked down, embarrassed by the ordeal he'd put her through. Oh, great, he was a sight. His shirt was hanging open. His trousers were unbuttoned and low enough on his hips that his black boxer shorts were showing. He pushed his damp hair back from his face and cleared his throat.
I heard what happened.
She just stood there, staring at him. Connor rushed through the door.
Sorry, sir. I tried to slow her down, but...
He noted Roman's state of dress.
Ugh, we should have knocked.
You're alive. Shanna inched toward him. The microwave dinged, a reminder bell that his breakfast was still waiting, and would have to wait until Shanna left. Connor winced. He knew a vampire was always the hungriest when he first awoke.
We should come back later,
he suggested to Shanna.
When Mr. Dragonesti has finished dressing.
She didn't seem to hear Connor. She moved slowly toward Roman. He inhaled deeply, taking in her scent. She smelled delicious, and that pale orange top made her look as juicy as a ripe peach. What little blood was left in his body surged toward his groin, leaving him doubly starved, for her flesh and blood. The intensity of his hunger must have been noticeable. Connor backed toward the door.
I'll be leaving you two alone then.
He eased out, shutting the door behind him. Shanna was close enough to grab now. He curled his hands into fists, fighting the temptation.
I've been told that I frightened you. I'm sorry.
A tear escaped, but before it could reach her cheek, she brushed it away. I'm just happy you're all right. Did she really care that much? Roman watched her closely. Her gaze traveled the length of him, pausing at his bare chest, slipping lower to his stomach. Damn, he wanted her. He hoped his eyes weren't starting to glow. You're really all right. She touched his chest, a light touch with her fingertips, but it jolted him like a lightning bolt. He reacted swiftly, pulling her to him in a tight embrace. She stiffened at first in surprise, then relaxed, nestling her cheek against the mat of curls on his chest. Her hands rested lightly on his shirt. I was afraid I had lost you.
I'm rather hard to get rid of, actually.
God's blood, he was hungry. Control. Stay in control. Radinka said I worked on your teeth last night.
Yes.
Let me see. She reached up to his mouth and examined the splint. The tooth looks fine, a little more pointed than usual. It seems to have healed very quickly.
Yes, you can remove the splint.
What? No, I can't. These things take time. The microwave dinged again, drawing her attention. Did you need to get that? He took her hand and kissed her fingers.
I just need you.
She snorted softly and removed her hand from his grip. Is it true, then, that you actually hypnotized me?
Yes.
It was close to the truth. She frowned at him. I didn't do anything strange, did I? I mean, it's awfully disconcerting to know I did stuff and have no memory of it.
You were very professional.
He recaptured her hand and kissed her palm. If only she would suggest oral sex again. I didn't freak out at the sight of blood?
No.
He kissed the inside of her wrist. Type A positive was pulsing through the vein.
You were very brave.
Her eyes lit up. You know what this means? My career isn't over. This is great. She flung her arms around his neck and gave him a kiss on the cheek. Thank you, Roman. His arms tightened around her. His heart expanded with a glimpse of hope. Then he recalled his suggestion to her at the dental clinic. Bloody hell. This was his doing. She was merely following orders. He wrenched himself out of her embrace. She gasped, clearly surprised. Then her face seemed to crumble, but only for a second before it settled into a stony, shuttered look. She stepped back. Damn, she must think he had rejected her. And she was trying hard to mask the pain. She really did care about him, and he was fumbling about like an idiot, frightening her during the day and now hurting her feelings. He had so damned little experience with mortal females. The microwave dinged once more. He strode toward the machine and yanked the plug from the socket. There, it would stop tempting him with warm blood. Unfortunately, Shanna presented a temptation much harder to resist. She was fresh. I'd better be going now. She retreated to the office door. I'm happy you're alive and that your tooth is fine. And I appreciate your protection and all the nice gifts, which I really can't keep.
Shanna.
She reached for the doorknob. You're a busy man, so I'll stay out of your way. In fact, I'll be leaving...
Shanna, wait.
He moved toward her.
I need to explain.
She refused to look at him. There's no need.
Yes, there is. Last night, while you were hypnotized, I planted an idea in your mind. I shouldn't have done it, but I made the suggestion that you would throw your arms around me and give me a passionate kiss. And when you did, just now, I realized what I...
Wait a minute. She gave him an incredulous look. You think I was programmed to kiss you?
Yes, it was wrong of me, but
that's crazy. First of all, I am not under your control. Sheesh, I'm barely under my own.
Perhaps, but
And secondly, I bet I'm a lot harder to control than you think.
he kept his mouth shut. She was correct, but he didn't want to confirm it.
And finally, that was not a passionate kiss. It was a dinky peck on the cheek. A man your age should know the difference.
He raised his brows. Should I?
He could hardly explain he'd spent most of his mortal years in a monastery. Of course! There's a huge difference between a peck on the cheek and a passionate kiss.
And you are angry with me for failing to discriminate between the two?
I'm not angry. Well, maybe a little. She glared at him. You pulled away from me like I was some kind of leper.
He stepped toward her. It won't happen again.
She snorted softly. You can say that again.
He shrugged one shoulder. I'm a scientist, Shanna. I can hardly make a comparative analysis of the different types of kisses if I cannot acquire the necessary data.
Her eyes narrowed. I know what you're up to. You're trying to weasel a free sample out of me.
You mean they're not normally free?
He smiled.
How much will a passionate kiss cost me?
I give them freely when I'm in the mood, which I am not. She glowered at him. It'll be a cold day in hell before I feel like giving you a passionate kiss.
Ouch. He figured that was payback for hurting her feelings earlier. I actually thought the little peck was very exciting.
Oh, please. I'm talking real passion here. Hot, sweaty, jungle fever type stuff. Believe me, if for some strange reason hell freezes over and I decide to give you a passionate kiss... She leaned against the door and crossed her arms. Believe me, you would have no problem recognizing the difference.
As a scientist, I can't deal with beliefs.
He moved closer.
I need proof.
You won't be getting it from me.
He stopped in front of her. Maybe you can't deliver.
Ha! Maybe you can't handle it.
He rested a palm against the door, close to her head. Is that a challenge?
It's a concern. Given the questionable condition of your health, I'm not sure your heart could take it.
I survived the last kiss.
That was nothing. A real passionate kiss would have to be on the mouth.
Are you sure? That definition seems a bit narrow.
He planted a palm on the other side of her head, trapping her between his arms. Slowly, he looked her over.
I can think of some other areas I would love to kiss with passion.
Her face turned pink. Well, I should be going now. I was worried about you being dead and all, but you certainly seem to be...
Up? He leaned toward her. I certainly am.
She turned, fumbling for the doorknob. I'll let you finish dressing.
I'm sorry, Shanna. I didn't mean to frighten or hurt you.
She looked at him. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Oh, Roman, you silly man. I thought I had lost you.
Silly?
In his total of 544 years, he'd never been called that.
I'll always be here.
She jumped at him, wrapping her arms around his neck. Surprised by the sudden force of her attack, Roman stumbled back a step. The room reeled for a few seconds. He widened his stance to keep from tipping over. Maybe it was hunger that was causing this dizziness. Maybe it was the shock of receiving affection. After all, he was a monster. When was the last time anyone had wanted to hug him? He closed his eyes and breathed in the scent of her shampoo, her soap, her arteries pumping with blood. Hunger pounded inside him. He kissed the top of her head and then her smooth brow. Blood pulsed at her temples, drawing him there. He kissed her, breathing in the rich aroma. She tilted her face up to look at him, but afraid that his eyes would be glowing, he dove for her neck. He nibbled up to her ear, then nipped at the earlobe. She moaned, sliding her hands into his hair. I was afraid I'd never get to kiss you.
I've wanted to since I first met you.
He brushed his lips across her jaw, headed toward her mouth. Their lips met briefly, then separated. Her breath was warm against his face. Her eyes were closed. Good. He could stop worrying about his own eyes. He brought his hands up to cradle her face. She looked so innocent and trusting. God's blood, she had no idea what he was capable of. He only hoped he was capable of resisting. Gently, he kissed her. She tightened her grip on his head, pulling him closer. He sucked her bottom lip into his mouth and flicked it with the tip of his tongue. Her body shuddered. Her mouth opened, begging for him. He invaded, explored. She matched each move, stroking his tongue with her own. She was so alive, so hot that all his senses burned. He could see her clinging to him, growing more feverish. He could hear her blood pounding, feel her nerves quivering, the heat simmering, smell her juices flowing. That left only taste. He wrapped his arms around her. With one hand against her back, he flattened her chest against his. She was breathing quickly, her breasts moving against his skin. His other hand slid down, down and around her rump. God's blood, she was heaven. Firm and round. And she hadn't been kidding about her ability to show passion. She pressed against his erection. Good God, she was rocking against him, squirming, reveling in the glory of being alive and her overriding instinct to create more life. So sad. His overriding instinct was to destroy life. He went for her neck. The left fang sprang forth. The right one started to, but jammed against the wire splint. Ouch! He pulled away, clamping his lips together. It hurt like hell, but at least the pain had knocked some sense into him. He couldn't bite Shanna. God's blood, he had sworn never to bite a mortal again. He released her and backed away. What's wrong? She sounded breathless. He slapped a hand over his mouth. He couldn't even answer her with one of his fangs extended. Oh my gosh, is it the splint? Or your tooth? Did we knock it loose? She rushed toward him. Let me see. He shook his head. His eyes watered from the strain of trying to retract the fangs while he was still so hungry. You look like you're in pain. She touched his shoulder. Please, let me see. He shook his head, retreating another step. Damn, this was embarrassing. But he probably deserved it, as close as he had come to biting her. I shouldn't have kissed you with the splint in your mouth. She grimaced. Jeez, I shouldn't have kissed you at all. The left fang finally obeyed and slid back into its hole. He spoke with his hand in front of his mouth. I'm all right. But I broke a very important rule. Never, ever date a client. I shouldn't be involved with you at all. He lowered his hand. In that case, you're fired. You can't fire me. You still have my splint in your mouth. She moved close to him. Now open your mouth and let me see. He did as he was told. She nudged the splint with her fingers. He tickled her fingers with his tongue. Stop that. She jerked her hand from his mouth. I can't believe this. The splint's loose. Well, you're one hell of a kisser. She blushed. I don't see how I managed to... Don't worry, I won't kiss you again. As your dentist, I'm responsible first and foremost for your dental health. I fired you. You can't, not as long as the splint... I'll rip the thing out myself. Don't you dare. I'm not losing you, Shanna. You won't lose me. We'll only have to wait a week or so. I'm not waiting. He'd waited more than 500 years to experience something like this. He wasn't waiting another damned week, and he wasn't taking any more chances with his questionable amount of control. He strode toward his bedroom. Black dots swirled around his head. He ignored them, ignored the hunger raging inside him. Roman! She ran after him. You can't take out the splint. I'm not. He yanked open a dresser drawer and dug beneath a pile of underwear. There, on the bottom, was a pouch of red felt. He pulled it out. Even through the felt, he could feel the warmth of the silver inside. Without the felt, His hand would now be covered with burning welts. He held it out to her. She didn't notice since she was pivoting in a circle, checking out his bedroom. Her gaze lingered on his king-sized bed.
Shanna.
She looked at him, then noticed the pouch in his hand.
I want you to have this.
He swayed on his feet. He had to eat soon, one way or another. I can't accept more presents.
Take it!
She winced. You should work on your bedside manner. He leaned on the dresser.
I want you to wear it around your neck. It will protect you.
Sounds a little superstitious. She took the pouch, loosened the drawstring, and let the contents fall into her hand. It looked much the same as it had in 1479, when he'd first taken vows. The silver chain was plain but good quality. The crucifix displayed medieval craftsmanship at its best. Wow, this is beautiful. Shanna examined it closely. It looks really old.
Put it on. It will protect you.
Protect me from what?
I hope you never find out.
He eyed the crucifix sadly. He had been so proud when Father Constantine placed it around his neck. Pride. That had been his downfall. Help me put it on? Shanna turned halfway, gathering her hair into a ponytail. She offered the necklace to him. He stumbled back before the silver could burn him.
I cannot. If you will excuse me, I need to go to work. I have a lot to do tonight.
She eyed him warily. Fine. She released the ponytail, and her brown hair settled onto her shoulders. Are you sorry you kissed me?
No, not at all.
He grabbed the edge of the dresser for support.
The crucifix. Put it on.
She continued to study him.
Please.
Her eyes widened. I didn't think that word was in your vocabulary.
I reserve it for emergencies.
She smiled. In that case, she looped the crucifix around her neck and flipped her hair over the chain. The cross rested on her breast like a shield of armor.
Thank you.
He gathered up his strength and escorted her to the door. I'll see you again?
Yes, later tonight, when I get back from Romatech.
He closed and locked the door. Then he stumbled into the office, grabbed the bottle from the microwave, and chugged it down cold. God's blood. His life had been turned upside down by Shanna. He couldn't wait to kiss her again. He was a demon getting a taste of heaven. Hell was definitely freezing over. Chapter 12. On the way down the stairs, Shanna's thoughts centered on Roman. Thank God he was alive. The question now was, should she stay under his protection or make other arrangements with Bob Mendoza? It was very tempting to stay with Roman. She'd never felt so attracted to a man. Or so intrigued. She sauntered into the kitchen and found Connor at the sink, rinsing out bottles and setting them in the dishwasher.
Are ye all right, lass?
Sure. She noticed a box of Band-Aids that was sitting on the counter. Did you cut yourself?
No. I thought ye might be needing one.
He peered closely at her neck.
Och, a silver chain. That'll protect you.
Roman gave it to me. Shanna admired the antique crucifix.
Aye, he's a good man.
Connor swept the box of Band-Aids into a drawer.
I shouldn't have doubted him.
Shanna opened a cabinet. Where do you keep your glasses?
Here.
Connor opened a different cabinet and retrieved a glass.
What would ye like to drink?
Some water. Shanna motioned to the dispenser in the refrigerator door. I can get it myself. Connor reluctantly handed over the glass, then followed her to the refrigerator. I'm not helpless, you know. She put in some ice and smiled at the Highlander who was leaning against the refrigerator door. You guys are too sweet. You're going to spoil me rotten. She filled the glass with water. Connor blushed. She sat at the table and peered inside the box of brownies. Yum. She took one out. Do you think you could find some dental instruments for me? I need to tighten the splint in Roman's mouth. Connor sat across from her.
Aye, we can take care of that.
Thanks. Shanna pinched off a corner of the brownie. Is there anything to do around here?
We have a well-stocked library across from the parlor, and there should be a telly in your bedchamber.
Bedchamber? Shanna loved how archaic the Highlanders could sound. She finished her brownie, then hunted down the library. Wow. 3 whole walls were lined with books from the floor to the ceiling. Some looked very old. Some were in languages she didn't recognize. A wide window, covered with thick draperies, stretched across the 4th wall. She peeked out and saw the dimly lit street with cars parked along each side. It seemed so quiet and peaceful. Hard to believe there were people out there who wanted her dead. She heard voices in the foyer. Female voices. She moved toward the door. She had to admit, she was curious about these mysterious ladies who watched television in Roman's parlor. She peeked around the door jamb. There were 2 beautiful women approaching the parlor. The first one, dressed in a black spandex catsuit, looked like a model and moved like an anorexic panther. Her hair was long, black, and loose down her back. Sparkling rhinestones studded the black belt around her tiny waist. Black polish gleamed on her long fingernails, and each nail boasted another rhinestone. The second woman was petite, with her black hair cut into a bob. She wore a tight black sweater to show off her generous cleavage, and a black miniskirt to reveal her pencil legs encased in black fishnet stockings. She was cute and tiny, but her clunky black shoes made her walk like a water buffalo. The woman in the catsuit was gesturing angrily, her fingernails glittering under the foyer chandelier.
How can he treat me like this? Does he not know I am a celebrity?
He's very busy, Simone, Miss Clunky Shoes replied. He has a million things to do with the conference starting tomorrow. Simone flipped her black silky hair over her shoulder.
But I came early so I could see him, that rat.
Shanna winced at the way the French catwoman pronounced her R's. It sounded like she had phlegm stuck in her throat and was trying to cough it up. Simone huffed.
He is so rude.
Shanna gritted her teeth. Definitely something in her throat. Probably a furball. Simone flung open the double doors to the parlor. The room was filled with women lounging about on the 3 maroon couches. They were drinking something from crystal wine glasses. Good evening, Simone, Maggie. The ladies greeted the 2 women in the foyer. Has our show started yet? Maggie clunked into the room in her enormous black shoes. No, one of the ladies replied. She was sitting on the middle sofa so Shanna could see only the back of her head. Her short, spiky hair was dyed such a dark red it was more like purple. The news is still on. Shanna took note of the widescreen TV. An ordinary-looking male newscaster was on the air, mouthing words. In the corner of the screen, a red mute sign glowed. Obviously, these ladies didn't concern themselves with current events. Beneath the mute sign, the black bat logo was displayed. They were watching DVN. Shanna counted a total of 11 women, who all appeared to be in their 20s. Well, what the heck? If she was going to pursue a relationship with Roman, she needed to know why these women were here. She stepped into the foyer. Simone filled a wine glass from a crystal decanter on the coffee table.
Has anyone seen the masters this evening?
She perched into the far corner of the sofa on the left. The purple-haired woman was admiring her long purple fingernails.
I heard he's seeing another woman. What?
Simone's eyes flashed. Leaning forward, she plunked her glass down on the table.
You are lying, Wanda. He could not possibly want another woman when he could have moi.
Wanda shrugged.
I'm not lying. Phil told me about it. The daytime guard.
Maggie sat beside Simone. Wanda stood. She was also wearing a black catsuit, but her belt was made of braided leather strips. She shoved a hand through her purple spiky hair.
Phil has a crush on me. He tells me everything I want to know.
Simone sank back into the couch, her gaunt body in danger of being swallowed up entirely.
Then it is true. There is another woman?
Yes. Wanda turned her head and sniffed. What is that? She spotted Shanna in the foyer. Well, speak of the devil. All 11 women stared at Shanna. She smiled and stepped into the room. Good evening. Shanna looked the women over. Black clothing was normal for New York City, but still, some of these outfits seemed a bit odd. One of the ladies was wearing a gown that looked medieval. Another gown looked Victorian. Was that a hoop skirt? The one called Vonda circled the coffee table and struck a dramatic pose by the television. Whoa. The neckline of her catsuit plunged all the way to her waist. Shanna was seeing a lot more of Vonda than she really wanted to. My name is Shanna Whalen. I'm a dentist. Vonda narrowed her eyes. Our teeth are perfect. Okay. Shanna wondered what she had done to make these women glare at her. Though there was one, sitting apart from the others, who was giving her a friendly smile. She had blonde hair and modern clothes. The one in the Victorian dress spoke, her accent making her sound like a southern belle. A lady dentist? I do declare I don't know why the master would invite her here. The one in the medieval gown agreed. She does not belong here. She should leave. The friendly blonde spoke up. Hey, it's your master's house. He can invite the Pope if he wants. The other women shot the blonde a vicious look. Vonda shook her head. Don't make them mad at you, Darcy. They'll make your life miserable. Some life. Darcy rolled her eyes. Oh, I'm so afraid. What could they possibly do to me? Kill me? The medieval one lifted her chin. Do not tempt us. You do not belong here either. What a strange group. Shanna retreated a step. The southern belle glowered at Shanna. Is it true, then? You're the master's new lady friend? Shanna shook her head. I don't know who this master is. The ladies chuckled. Darcy winced. Bon. Simone curled up like a contented cat in her corner of the couch. You will leave him alone, then. I came all the way from Paris to be with him. Maggie leaned close to Simone and whispered in her ear. No! Simone's eyes widened. Zut alors! He did not tell her? She huffed. And he is ignoring me. To think I wanted to have sex with him, that bastard! Maggie sighed. He never has sex with us anymore. I miss the old days. Me too, Vonda said, and all the ladies nodded in agreement. Jeez, Shanna grimaced. This master character had had sex with all of these women? He was downright creepy. He will have sex with me, Simone declared. No man can resist me. She eyed Shanna with disdain. Why would he want this woman? She must be size 14. Excusez-moi? Shanna glared at the rude Frenchwoman. Oh, look. Maggie pointed at the TV. The news is over. It's time for our soap. The ladies forgot about Shanna as they turned to watch the television. Maggie punched the mute button on the remote control to restore the sound. There was a commercial on with a woman praising the yummy, rich flavor of a drink called chocolate. Vonda slinked around the couches and headed for Shanna. Upon closer inspection, Shanna realized Vonda's belt was actually a whip, and on the inside curve of one breast, Vonda was sporting a tattoo of a bat. Purple, of course. Shanna crossed her arms, refusing to be intimidated. Vonda stopped beside her. I heard the master fell asleep in someone else's bed. No! The other ladies forgot about the television. They turned to stare at Vonda. Vonda smiled, enjoying all the attention. She patted her spiky purple hair. That's what Phil told me. Whose bed? Simone demanded. I will scratch your eyes out. Vonda looked at Shanna. The other women stared at her. Shanna raised her hands. Look, guys, you've got the wrong bed. I don't know this creepy master of yours. Vonda chuckled. Not very smart, is she? That was it. Okay, lady, I'm smart enough not to dye my hair purple or to share a man with 10 other women. The ladies reacted. some laughing, some offended.
Phil told me there was a man in your bed, Vonda sneered. You woke up and thought he was dead.
The ladies giggled. Shanna frowned. That was Roman Dragonesti. Vonda smiled slowly.
Roman is the master.
Shanna's mouth dropped open. Could it be true? Could Roman have 11 live-in girlfriends? No. She shook her head. The ladies watched her with smug looks. Vonda leaned against the door jamb, her smile triumphant. A chill crept across Shanna's skin. No, it wasn't true. These women just wanted to hurt her. Roman is a good man.
He is a bastard,
Simone declared. Shanna's head reeled. Roman is a good man. She had felt it down to her soul. He wanted to protect her, not hurt her. I don't believe you. Roman cares about me. He gave me this. The crucifix had slid to the side beneath her blazer. She pulled it out. The women cringed. Vonda stiffened with a hiss.
We are his women. You do not belong here.
Shanna gulped. Could Roman really have 11 lovers? How could he kiss her when he already had so many women? Oh, God. She pressed the cross against her chest. I don't believe you.
Then you are a fool, Simone said. We should not have to share Roman with someone like you. It is insulting.
Shanna stared at the women. They had to be lying, but why would they? The only logical explanation for their anger was that she was actually seeing their master. Roman. How could he do this to her? Make her feel so special when he had a house full of women? What a fool she'd been, thinking he wanted to protect her from the bad guys. He only wanted her here so he could add her to his collection and make a full dozen. Simone was right. He was a bastard. 11 women at his beck and call, and that wasn't enough for him. What a pig! She ran from the room and hurried up the stairs. By the time Shanna reached the 4th floor, she was seething. No way was she staying here. She didn't care how safe it was from the Russians. She never wanted to see Roman again. She could take care of herself. What would she need? A few clothes, her purse? She recalled seeing her Marilyn Monroe purse in Roman's office. Roman, the bastard pig's office. She ran up the last flight of stairs. A Highlander was guarding the 5th floor and moved toward her.
Did you need something, lass?
Just my purse. She motioned toward the office door. I left it inside.
Very well.
The guard opened the door for her. She slipped inside and spotted her purse on the floor next to the velvet chaise. She checked the contents. Her wallet, checkbook, and Beretta were still there. Thank God. She remembered pointing the gun at Roman the night before. Why had she decided to trust him? The minute she had climbed into a car with him, she had trusted him with her life. She looked sadly at the velvet chaise. Last night, while lying there, she had let him hypnotize her. She had trusted him again, that time with her career, her dreams, and her fears. And then, over by the door, they had shared their first kiss. One hell of a kiss. And she had trusted him with her heart. A tear rolled down her cheek. Damn it, no! She wiped her eyes. No tears for that bastard. She was halfway to the door when she stopped. She wanted him to know. She wanted him to know that she was rejecting him. No one treated her like that. She marched back to the desk, pulled off the crucifix, and dropped it on the desk. There. That was a message he would understand. When she exited the office, she found the guard hovering by the door. Oh, geez. How was she going to leave the house? There were guards everywhere. She walked down the stairs to the 4th floor, deep in thought. Earlier, when she had met Roman's women, there had been a Highlander at the front door, one she'd never met. Connor would be at the back door. No way she could get past him. She'd have to give the front door a try. She had no ID card, didn't know the code for the keypad, so she'd have to convince the guard to open the door for her. Back in her room, she paced back and forth, making her plans. It irked her to accept anything from Roman, king of pigs, but she was in the midst of a struggle to survive, and she would have to be practical. She grabbed the largest shopping bag and filled it with some clothing and essentials. Radinka hadn't bought anything black. Darn. She needed black stuff for her plan to work. Aha! The pants she had on last night were black. She put her old clothes back on and packed the new ones into the shopping bag. Then she put on her old white Nikes. They were best for walking. With her purse and one shopping bag, she headed for the stairs. The guard on the 4th floor nodded at her. She smiled. You know, I was going to try these clothes on with Darcy. She lifted the shopping bag to show the guard. But she forgot to tell me which room is hers.
Och, the pretty lass with the blonde hair.
The Highlander smiled.
All the harem sleeps on the 2nd floor.
Shanna's smile froze. Harem? Is that what they called them? She gritted her teeth. Thank you. She stomped down the stairs. That damned Roman. Master and his harem. How sick! On the 2nd floor, she picked a door and went inside. There were 2 double beds, both slightly rumpled. It looked like Roman's harem girls had to share rooms. What a pity. She looked in the closet. Cat suits? She couldn't fit into one of those. There! A black fishnet tunic. She slipped it over her pink t-shirt. No doubt Vonda would wear nothing under it. She spotted a black beret and stuffed her brown hair into it. Was she disguised enough? She scanned the room. No mirrors. That was hard to believe. How could those women survive without a mirror? In the bathroom, she located some dark red lipstick. Using a compact mirror from her purse, she put it on. She applied red eyeshadow. There. She looked as creepy as they did. She picked up her shopping bag and purse and headed down the stairs. As she reached the ground floor, she noted the parlor doors were shut. Good. The harem was closed up inside. Not that they would try to stop her from leaving. Then she spotted Connor coming from the kitchen. He'd stop her for sure. She ran behind the grand staircase, looking for a place to hide, but then noticed a narrow flight of stairs going down. The basement. Maybe there was another way out of the building from there. She reached the bottom of the stairs. There was a furnace, a washer and dryer, and a door. She opened it. It was a large room with a pool table in the middle. A stained glass lamp hung over the pool table, its dim light illuminating the room. Exercise equipment was scattered about. Banners decorated the walls, made of plaid material with embroidered mottos. Between the banners, swords and axes were on display. Against another wall was a leather sofa, flanked by 2 armchairs upholstered in red and green plaid. This had to be where the Highlanders hung out when they weren't on duty. Shanna heard footsteps coming down the stairs. Shoot. If she left the room, they would see her. The couch was pushed against the wall. No hiding behind it. She spotted another door. The footsteps approached. More than one person. Shanna ran for the door and slipped inside. Total darkness enveloped her. Was this a closet? She set her bag and purse on the floor by her feet. She reached out her hands but felt nothing around her. She leaned against the door. She heard voices in the guardroom, then laughter. Finally, the voices faded away. She inched open the door. The guardroom was empty, but they had turned the lights on full blast. She picked up her bags and tiptoed from her hiding place. She glanced back to close the door and gasped. Light from the guardroom had made her hiding place slightly visible. It couldn't be. She dropped her bags on the floor, leaned into the other room, and fumbled along the wall for a light switch. Click. She gasped again. Her skin prickled with gooseflesh. The narrow room resembled a ghoulish dormitory with 2 long rows. But the rows weren't made up of beds. Oh no. These were coffins. More than a dozen coffins, all open. All empty except for the tartan pillows and blankets inside each one. She turned the light off and pulled the door shut. My God, it was sick. She grabbed her bags and stumbled from the guardroom. Her stomach churned. This was too much. First Roman's betrayal with those psycho women, And now coffins? Did the Highlanders actually sleep in them? A wave of nausea surged up her throat. She swallowed hard. No. She would not give in to fear. Or horror. Her paradise had suddenly turned into hell, but it would not defeat her. She was out of here. On the ground floor, she spotted the guard at the front door. Okay, showtime. She took a deep breath to calm her shaky nerves. Don't think about the coffins now. Be tough. She squared her shoulders and lifted her chin. Bonsoir. She marched toward the front door with her bags in hand. She poured on a thick French accent. I must go out and buy the hair color. Simone wants the highlights for her hair. The guard gave her a confused look. You know, the blonde highlights? It is all the rage? He frowned. Who are you? I am Simone's personal hairstylist. I am Angelique of Paris. You have heard of me, n'est-ce pas? He shook his head. Merde! Sometimes her knowledge of foreign curses was a positive boon, and 3 years of French at her boarding school was a great help too. If I do not return with the hair color, Simone will be furieuse. The Scotsman blanched. He must have witnessed Simone throwing a hissy fit before. I suppose ye can go out for a while. You know the way back, lass? Shanna huffed. Do I look like an idiot? The Highlander ran his ID card through the machine at the door. The green light came on. He opened the door and surveyed the surroundings. It looks fine to me, lass. When you come back, push the button on the intercom so I can let you back in. Merci bien. Shanna stepped outside and waited for the Scotsman to close the door. Phew! She waited for her heart to stop racing. She'd done it. She looked right and left. The street was quiet. A few people were strolling down the sidewalk. She hurried down the steps and took a right toward Central Park. Behind her, a car engine started. Her heart leaped in her chest, but she kept walking. Don't look back. It's nothing. The street lit up when the car behind her turned on its headlights. Sweat popped out on her brow. Don't look back. She couldn't take it. She had to know. She glanced over her shoulder. A black sedan was pulling away from the curb. Shit! She jerked her head forward. It looked just like one of the cars the Russians had parked in front of the clinic. Don't panic. There were a jillion black cars in the city. Suddenly, she was struck in the face by the glare of headlights. A car that was parked facing her had just turned on its lights. She squinted. It was a black SUV with dark tinted windows. Behind her, the sedan revved its engine. The SUV swerved into the street. It headed straight for her, then screeched to a halt, spinning sideways to block the entire street. The black sedan was trapped. The driver jumped out, shouting curses. Curses in Russian. Shanna ran. She reached the end of the block, hooked a left, and ran some more. Her heart pounded. Her skin grew sticky with sweat. Still, she ran. She reached Central Park and slowed to a walk. She glanced around to make sure no one was following her. Good God! She had narrowly escaped the Russians. Her skin chilled from her cooling sweat. She shuddered. If it hadn't been for that SUV, she'd probably be a corpse by now. The thought of dead bodies brought back the memory of coffins in the basement. Her stomach twinged. She stopped and took deep breaths. Relax. She couldn't afford to get sick now. Don't think about the coffins. Unfortunately, her next thought was just as unnerving. Who the hell was in the SUV? Chapter 13. Roman wandered across the ballroom, accompanied by Radinka. A small army of janitors was at work. 3 men crossed the floor, swinging their buffing machines from side to side as they polished the black and white checkered linoleum to a glossy finish. Others were cleaning the plate glass windows that looked out onto the garden. Radinka had her clipboard in hand and was checking off each item on her list.
I called to make sure the ice sculpture would be delivered on time tomorrow. 8:30 sharp.
No gargoyles or bats, please, Roman muttered.
And what would you have? Swans and unicorns?
Radinka eyed him impatiently.
Need I remind you this is a vampire ball?
I know, Roman groaned.
10 years ago, he had insisted on eliminating the ghoulish decorations. It was a spring conference, after all, not a Halloween party. But everyone had thrown such a fit, he was now stuck with the same ridiculous Dracula theme every year. The same gruesome ice sculptures, the same black and white balloons floating along the ceiling. The same guests every year, always dressed in black and white. Each year, he hosted the event at Romatech. They opened up a dozen conference rooms to make one huge ballroom, and vampires from around the world came to party. He'd started the tradition 23 years earlier to please the ladies in his coven. They loved it. He had grown to hate it. It was a waste of time that was better spent in his laboratory. Or with Shanna. She was never black and white. She came in colors, blue eyes, pink lips, and red-hot kisses. He couldn't wait to see her again, but first he needed to get some work done in his lab. He'd teleported to his office more than 40 minutes ago, but he'd been so busy with this nonsense, he hadn't even seen his laboratory.
Did my package from China arrive?
What package?
Radinka ran a finger down her list.
I don't see anything here from China.
It has nothing to do with the damned ball. It's for the formula I'm working on in my lab.
Oh, well, I wouldn't know about that.
She pointed at an item on her clipboard.
We're trying a new band tomorrow, the High Voltage Vamps, and they play everything from minuets to modern rock. Won't that be fun?
Hilarious. I'm going to my lab.
He headed for the door.
Roman, wait up!
He heard Grigori's voice behind him and turned around. Grigori and Laszlo were entering the far side of the ballroom.
About time.
Roman strode toward them.
Laszlo, I still have your cell phone.
He took the phone from his pocket.
And I need you to remove these wires from my mouth.
Laszlo just stared at him. His eyes were wide and unfocused. His fingers were flexing with jerky spasms as if he wanted to grab a button, but wasn't quite able to master the movement.
Here, buddy.
Grigori escorted him to one of the chairs that lined the walls.
Hi, Mom.
Good evening, dear.
Radinka gave her son a peck on the cheek, then sat beside the chemist.
What's wrong, Laszlo?
When he didn't respond, she looked at Roman.
I think he's in shock.
We both are. Grigori ran a hand through his thick brown hair.
I've got bad news. Really bad.
Great. Roman called out to the workers to take a 30-minute break. He waited for them to file out, then faced Grigori.
Explain. I offered Laszlo a ride to work this evening, and he wanted to stop by his apartment to change clothes. We went there, and it was a total mess. I mean, destroyed. Furniture broken, cushions shredded, and spray paint on the walls.
They want to kill me, Laszlo whispered.
Yeah.
Grigori grimaced.
They painted a message on the wall. Death to Laszlo Vesto. Death to Shanna Whalen.
Roman's breath caught. Bloody hell.
The Russians know we're harboring Shanna.
How did they find out? Radinka asked.
It must have been Laszlo's car, Roman said. They traced the plates.
What will I do?
Laszlo whispered.
I'm just a chemist.
Don't worry. You're under my protection, and you'll be living in my house for as long as you need.
There, buddy. Grigori patted the chemist on the shoulder.
I told you it would be all right.
It was far from all right. Roman exchanged a worried look with Grigori. Ivan Petrovsky would take Roman's actions as a personal insult. He might even encourage his coven to attack. By protecting Shanna, Roman had exposed his own coven to the possibility of war. Radinka squeezed Laszlo's hand.
Everything will be fine. Angus McKay is coming tonight with more Highlanders. We'll have more security than the White House.
Laszlo took a deep, shaky breath.
All right. I'll be okay.
Roman flipped open Laszlo's cell phone.
If the Russians believe she's in my house, they might attack.
He punched in his home number.
Connor, I want security tightened around the house. The Russians— Sir!
Connor interrupted.
You called just in time. We canna find her. She's missing.
It felt like a kick in the gut.
You mean Shanna?
Aye. She's gone. I was just going to call you.
Damn it!
Roman shouted.
How could you lose her?
What's going on?
Grigori stepped toward him.
She's gone,
Roman croaked. All of a sudden, his throat didn't seem to work right.
She fooled the guard at the front door,
Connor said.
How? Couldn't he tell she's mortal?
She was dressed like one of your ladies,
Connor explained.
And she pretended she was here with Simone. When she insisted on going out, he let her go.
Why would she leave him? They'd shared a kiss only an hour ago. Unless—
Are you saying she met the other women?
Aye,
Connor said.
They told her they were your harem.
Oh, shit.
Roman walked away a few steps, lowering the phone. He should have known those women couldn't keep their mouths shut. And now Shanna was in so much danger. If the Russians get her— Grigori left the sentence unfinished. Roman lifted the phone back to his ear.
Connor, station someone outside Ivan Petrovsky's house. If he captures her, he'll take her there.
Aye, sir.
Send a bulletin out to the coven members. Maybe one of them will see her.
He had followers in the 5 boroughs who worked night jobs. It was possible one of them might see her tonight. Not likely, but it was their best chance at finding her.
I will. I'm very sorry, sir.
Connor's voice cracked.
I was fond of the lass.
I know.
Roman hung up. God's blood. His lovely Shanna. Where could she be? Shanna was waiting in front of the Toys R Us in Times Square. The area was always brightly lit and jammed with people, so it had seemed the safest place to go. Tourists snapped pictures and gawked at buildings covered with video screens. Street corners were busy with vendors selling handbags. It had occurred to her while she was walking that she was in desperate need of cash that would not be traceable. She couldn't contact family or old friends without endangering them. Besides, her family was overseas. They'd come to Boston last summer for a short visit, then left again for Lithuania. And her old friends were out of state. So she'd called some new friends. The guys at Carlo's Deli. Carlo had seen the destruction at the dental clinic and was willing to help. She'd asked Tommy to meet her here. She was pressed against the building to keep from being mowed over by the constant surge of moving people. When she spotted Tommy, she yelled and waved her arms.
Hey!
The pizza delivery boy grinned as he dodged pedestrians. In his hands, he carried a zippered pizza case. Hi, Tommy.
Sorry it took me so long.
Tommy's jeans slid down his lanky form, revealing boxers with baby Scooby-Doos. She gave him a hug. Thank you so much. And please thank Carlo for me, too.
No problem.
He leaned close to her ear.
The cash is in a Ziploc bag underneath the pizza. I figured we'd better make this delivery look real.
Oh, good idea. She took her checkbook from her purse. How much do I owe you?
For the pizza?
Tommy asked in a booming voice as he looked around. Then he lowered his voice. 4 enchiladas, it was all we could spare. He seemed to be enjoying the situation, like he'd suddenly joined the cast of a spy movie. I'm assuming that's 400. She wrote a check out to Carlo's Deli, then handed it to Tommy. If you can wait a week or so before turning that in, I'd appreciate it.
What's going on, Doc?
He unzipped the bag and removed a small pizza box.
Some big guys with Russian accents came by the deli, asking questions about you.
Oh, no. She looked around, suddenly worried they might have followed Tommy.
Hey, it's cool. We didn't say nothing.
Oh, thank you, Tommy.
Why do those guys want to hurt you?
Shanna sighed. She hated involving innocent people. Let's just say that I saw something I shouldn't have.
The FBI could help. Hey, I bet that's who those guys were.
What guys?
The men in black. They came by asking about you, too.
Well, I guess I'm very popular lately. She needed to call Bob Mendoza soon. Hopefully, this time he'd answer the phone.
Anything else we can do?
Tommy's eyes sparkled.
This is kind of fun.
It's not a game. Don't let them know you've been in contact with me. She fumbled in her purse. Let me get you a tip.
No way. You need your money.
Oh, Tommy, how can I ever thank you? She kissed his cheek.
Whoa, that'll do. You take it easy, Doc.
He wandered off with a grin. Shanna gathered up her belongings and headed in the opposite direction. In a drugstore, she used the payphone to call Bob.
Mendoza here.
His voice sounded tired. Bob, this is... Jane Wilson.
What a relief. I was so worried. Where have you been?
There was something wrong. Shanna couldn't quite put her finger on it. He just didn't sound worried or relieved.
Tell me where you are.
I'm on the run, Bob. What do you think? I need to get out of New York.
You're still in New York? Where, exactly?
Shanna felt a prick at the back of her neck. Rational thought told her to confide in the federal marshal, but her gut was screaming something was wrong. I'm in a store. Shall I come to your office?
No, I will come for you. Tell me where you are.
Shanna swallowed hard. There was something odd about his voice, something distant and mechanical. I'd rather go to your office tomorrow morning. There was another pause. Shanna thought she heard a voice in the distance. Female.
I will give you directions to a safe house. Be there tomorrow night at 8:30.
Okay. Shanna wrote down the address. It was somewhere in New Rochelle. I'll see you tomorrow. Goodbye.
Wait! Tell me, where have you been? How did you escape?
Was he trying to keep her on the phone? Of course. She was being traced. Bye. She hung up. Her hand was shaking. Good God, she was getting paranoid. Even a federal marshal seemed suspicious to her. In another week, she'd be blubbering to herself about aliens and wearing aluminum foil on her head. She gazed at the ceiling as if to communicate with God and let out a long, silent groan of frustration. Why me? All I ever wanted was a normal life. She purchased a box of hair dye and a cheap nylon zippered tote bag for her meager belongings. Then she found a reasonably priced hotel on 7th Avenue and registered under a false name, paying cash. With a great sigh of relief, she locked herself into her room. She'd done it. Escaped the Russians. Escaped Roman the pig in his house of horrors. She didn't know which upset her more, Roman's taste in women or the coffins in his basement. Yuck! She shuddered. Forget them. Think of the future and how you will survive. In the bathroom, she applied the hair color, then settled on the bed to wait 30 minutes. She ate pizza while flipping through TV channels. When a local news channel flashed by, she stopped. Good God, it was the Soho Bright Dental Clinic. Shattered glass littered sidewalks that were partitioned off with yellow crime scene tape. She turned up the volume. The newscaster explained how the clinic had been destroyed the night before. Police were investigating the matter in connection to a nearby homicide. Shanna gasped when a picture of a young blonde woman flashed on the screen. Her body had been discovered in an alley close to the clinic. Official cause of death was unknown at this time, but the reporter had heard rumors of a bizarre injury. 2 punctures in the neck like an animal bite. People in the neighborhood were blaming a secret cult of teenage dropouts who liked to pretend they were vampires. Vampires? Shanna snorted. She'd heard about the underground societies, bored kids with nothing better to do with their time and money than drink blood and have their canine teeth purposely altered to resemble vampire fangs. It was sick. No reputable dentist would ever do such a thing. Still, against her will, a series of memories zipped through her mind. A wolf's fang in Roman's hand, his seemingly lifeless body lying in her bed, a basement filled with coffins. A chill crept up her spine. No, there was no such thing as vampires. She'd been through too much trauma. She was getting paranoid. That was all. People only pretended to be vampires. And there were rational explanations for everything. She'd checked Roman's tooth and it had been a normal size. Okay, so it was more pointed than usual. That could be explained too. It was an unusual genetic trait. A person could be born with webbed fingers or toes without being a mermaid. And the coffins? Oh, God. What possible explanation could there be for that? She went back to the bathroom to rinse her hair. She toweled it dry and examined herself in the mirror. Platinum blonde, like Marilyn Monroe. The comparison was not too comforting. Marilyn had died young. Shanna regarded herself with dismay. She looked a lot like the woman she'd recently seen on television. The blonde woman killed by a vampire.
This is not my area of expertise, sir.
Laszlo twisted a button on his new, bright white lab coat.
Don't worry.
Roman scooted onto a stool in his lab at Romatech.
Besides, how could you hurt me? I'm already dead.
Well, not technically, sir. Your brain is still active.
His brain was mush, though Roman didn't care to admit it. Since receiving the news about Shanna's disappearance, he could hardly follow his own train of thought.
You did a good job wiring Vanna to work. I'm sure you'll manage with me.
Laszlo picked up a wire cutter, then changed his mind and selected some needle-nosed pliers.
I'm not quite sure how to go about this.
Just rip the damn wires out of my mouth.
Yes, sir.
Laszlo advanced toward Roman's open mouth with the pliers.
I apologize in advance for any discomfort.
Roman acknowledged the remark.
I appreciate your confidence in me.
Laszlo yanked the wires loose.
And I'm glad to have something to do. Otherwise, I start thinking about...
He lowered his hand and frowned.
Arrgh.
Roman had wires poking the inside of his mouth. This was not the time for Laszlo to obsess over death threats.
Oh, sorry.
Laszlo resumed his work.
I still don't have my car. We left it at the dental office last night with Vanna in the trunk, so I don't have anything to work on tonight.
Roman remembered his unfortunate conclusion regarding the vampire artificial nutritional needs appliance. That toy had propelled him into a powerful state of bloodlust. She would remind every vamp how glorious it was to bite. He hated to tell Laszlo his project would have to be scrapped, especially when the guy was going through hell. Maybe after the conference.
There.
Laszlo removed the last of the wires.
All done, sir. How does it feel?
Roman ran his tongue along his teeth.
Good. Thanks.
Now he wouldn't have to attend the conference with wires in his mouth. And Shanna wouldn't be able to use the splint excuse to avoid kissing him. Not that he had much hope for future kisses. He glanced at the clock in his lab. 3:30 a.m. He'd been calling Connor every 30 minutes for an update, but no one had seen Shanna. She'd pulled a great disappearing act. Roman knew she was tough and smart, and she had his crucifix to protect her. Still, he worried. He couldn't concentrate on work. His package from China had arrived, but even that couldn't distract him from his growing sense of frustration and anxiety.
Is there something else I can do?
Laszlo was back to plucking at his buttons.
Would you like to assist me on my current project?
Roman gathered a pile of papers from his desk.
I'd be honored, sir.
I'm working on a formula that would enable us to stay awake during the daylight hours.
Roman handed the papers to Laszlo. His eyes widened.
Fascinating.
He examined the papers. Roman returned to his desk and opened the package.
This is a root from a rare plant that grows in southern China. It's supposed to have remarkable energizing effects.
He dug through a mass of styrofoam peanuts and pulled out a dried root encased in bubble wrap.
May I see it?
Laszlo reached for the dried plant.
Sure.
A week ago, the project had fascinated him. But now Roman had lost interest. Why bother to stay awake during the day if he couldn't share the time with Shanna? God's blood. She had affected him more strongly than he had realized. And now that she was gone, there was nothing he could do about it. 2 hours later, Roman returned to his townhouse. His guests from Europe were safely tucked away in guest rooms on the 3rd and 4th floors. His so-called harem had been chastised for their rudeness to Shanna. They were skulking in their rooms on the 2nd floor. He entered his office and headed to the wet bar for a bedtime snack. While the bottle warmed up in the microwave, he wandered toward his desk. Memories of Shanna filled his mind. He could see her resting on the blood-red velvet chaise. He could see them kissing by the door. He stopped with a jerk. There on his desk was the silver chain and crucifix. Shanna, no! He reached for the cross, but it instantly seared his flesh. Shit! He dropped it and examined the burned skin on his fingertips. Just what he needed, a painful reminder that God had abandoned him. Damn! He would heal overnight, but what would become of Shanna? Without the silver cross, she had no protection from the Russian vampires. This was his fault. He should have been more honest. Now, in her anger, she had rejected the one thing she needed most to survive. Roman squeezed his eyes shut and concentrated hard. He'd been connected to her mentally just the night before, and it had been an amazingly strong, two-way connection. Perhaps some of it remained. He reached out for her. Shanna, where are you? God's blood. He felt so alone and helpless. Shanna moaned in her sleep, haunted by a strange dream. She was at work, and Tommy was in the examination chair, telling her to chill. Then he transformed into Roman. He raised his hand, palm up. A wolf's fang rested in a pool of blood. Shanna rolled over. No blood. In her dream, she picked up her instruments and looked inside Roman's mouth. She glanced at the dental mirror. What? The mirror showed an empty chair, but Roman was in the chair. Suddenly, he caught her hand. He wrenched the dental mirror from her grasp and tossed it onto the tray. Come with me. Instantly, they were back in Roman's office. He took her in his arms and whispered, Trust me. Shanna felt herself melting. Then he kissed her, kisses that she never wanted to end, kisses so hot that she kicked the blanket off the bed. He led her to his bedroom and opened the door. His king-sized bed was gone. In the middle of the room sat a black coffin. No! Shanna stared at it in horror. Roman held out his hand, beckoning her forward. She retreated to his office, but the harem was there, laughing at her. They had a new member, the dead blonde from the television newscast. Blood trickled from 2 punctures on her neck. With a jolt, Shanna sat up in bed, gasping for air. Oh God, even in her sleep she was a basket case. She dropped her head forward into her hands and rubbed her temples. Shanna, where are you? Roman? She looked around the dark room, half expecting one of the dark shadows to move toward her. The clock on the bedside table glowed the time. 5:30 a.m. She turned on the lamp. No one there. She took a deep breath. Just as well. Roman couldn't help her. He couldn't be trusted. Tears of frustration threatened to overflow. Dear God, she had never felt so alone and helpless. Chapter 14. Shanna hid in her hotel room most of the next day, waiting until it was time to meet Bob at the safe house. Her thoughts eventually gravitated back to Roman. How could she have been so wrong about him? He was a brilliant scientist and a gorgeous-looking man. He'd rescued her without a concern for his own safety. He'd been kind and generous. And there had been something else she'd sensed inside him. A great well of remorse and regret. She'd understood his pain. God knew she lived with guilt and remorse every day of her life. Karen had been alive when she'd first found her, but out of fear, she'd done nothing to help her. Her gut instinct had told her that Roman suffered from the same kind of torment. She'd felt connected to him in a deep-rooted, elemental way, as if their 2 souls knew how to comfort each other more than anyone else's ever could. He'd given her hope for the future, and God help her, she had sworn she was giving him hope. It had felt so right with him. So how could he be a womanizing bastard with a harem? Had her loneliness and fear skewed her perception so that she no longer read people correctly? Had she somehow projected her own feelings of guilt and despair on him, making him appear totally different from his real self? Who was the real Roman Dragonesti? She'd been so sure about him. She had thought he was the perfect man. She had thought he was a man she could fall in love with. A tear rolled down her cheek. To be honest, she had already started falling for him. That was why it had hurt so much to discover his harem. In the afternoon, she visited the hotel's computer room and did a search. She found nothing on Roman, but the website for Romatech Industries came up, complete with a picture of the facility near White Plains, New York. It looked lovely, surrounded by manicured gardens. She printed the page and folded it up in her purse. Why? She didn't want to see him again. He was a womanizing pig. Wasn't he? She sighed. Whatever he was driving her crazy, and she had more important matters to worry about, like staying alive. By 7:45 that evening, she was ready for her trip to the safe house. The clothes Radinka had purchased were not designed for blending into the woodwork. With her hot pink pants and camisole and a big cotton shirt of neon orange and pink plaid, she could be spotted a mile away. Oh well, she would just think of it as a disguise. No one would expect her to look like a hot pink version of Marilyn Monroe. She packed up her belongings and took the elevator down to the lobby. She waited a few minutes in the taxi line in front of the hotel. The sun had set, but the city was still bright with lights, bright enough that Shanna spotted a black SUV parked across the street. She caught her breath. A coincidence, that was all. There were hundreds of black SUVs in New York City. The next cab was hers. She climbed in and was instantly assaulted by the smell of hot pastrami. She leaned forward to give the driver the address and noticed his half-eaten sandwich resting on a sheet of crumpled foil in the front seat. The taxi lurched forward, making her fall back.
New Rochelle?
The driver asked as he careened onto the avenue, headed north toward Central Park. Shanna glanced back. The SUV was pulling away from the curb. Oh, great. Her taxi made a right turn. She took a deep breath, waited, then looked back. The SUV was turning. Damn it. She leaned toward the cab driver. You see the black SUV behind us? It's following us. The driver looked in the rearview mirror.
No, it's okay.
She couldn't place his accent, but his complexion indicated African or maybe Caribbean. She glanced at his ID card. Aringo, I'm serious. Take a turn up here and see for yourself. He shrugged.
If you like.
He made a left turn onto 6th, then flashed her a grin.
See? No black SUV.
The SUV turned onto 6th Avenue. Aringo's smile faded.
You in trouble, miss?
I could be if they catch me. Can you lose them?
You mean like in movies?
Yes, exactly.
We in a movie?
Aringo looked around as if he expected to see cameras set up on the sidewalk. No, but I can give you an extra 50 if you lose them. Shanna mentally counted her cash. Dang, by the time this ride was over, she'd be almost completely tapped.
You got a deal.
Aringo slammed on the accelerator and zoomed across 2 lanes to make a right-hand turn. Shanna fell back against the seat. She fumbled about for a seatbelt. This was going to be one hell of a ride.
Ah, damn. It is still behind us.
Aringo swerved into another right turn. They were now going south, the wrong direction.
What kind of trouble you in?
It's a long story.
Ah.
Aringo cut through a parking lot and burst out onto a street without slowing down.
I know where you can get a good Rolex or Prada bag. Real cheap. Looks like the real thing.
I appreciate that, but I really don't have time to shop right now. Shanna flinched when the cab ran a red light and narrowly missed getting hit by a delivery van.
Too bad.
Aringo grinned at her in the rearview mirror.
You look like good customer.
Thanks. Shanna looked behind them. The black SUV was still there, though it had been stopped momentarily by the red light. She glanced at the dashboard clock. It was 15 past 8. She would arrive at the safe house late. If she ever arrived at all. Roman arrived at Romatech at 20 past 8. The gala opening ball was scheduled to begin sharply at 9. He wandered across the ballroom. A swarm of balloons hovered along the ceiling like a colony of black and albino bats. He groaned inwardly. Why did his guests love this ghoulish atmosphere? He certainly didn't feel like partying when everything here reminded him he was dead. The tables were covered with black tablecloths, topped crosswise with square white tablecloths. Black vases filled with white funeral lilies stood at the ends of each table. The center of each table was left blank for now. That space was reserved for the ice sculptures. Behind each of the 3 tables was a black coffin. No satin on the interior. They were actually giant ice chests. Nestled among the ice cubes were bottles of the new taste sensations he was introducing tonight: bubbly blood and blood light. A small stage had been erected on one side of the room, in front of the glass windows that overlooked the garden. The band was already there, setting up their equipment. A pair of double doors suddenly swung open. Workers held the doors while others wheeled in the ice sculptures. A flurry of activity buzzed around the sculptures. Everyone was excited. Roman had never felt more depressed. His tuxedo was uncomfortable. The cape, ridiculous. And there had been no word about Shanna. She'd disappeared, leaving him ragged with worry and his tired old heart withered with loss. He'd asked Connor to watch Petrovsky's house tonight. The Scotsman had agreed, even though it meant he would miss the opening ball. At least, as far as Roman could tell, the Russians hadn't found Shanna either. Radinka strode toward him, her face flushed.
Doesn't it look wonderful? This will be the best party I've ever planned.
He shrugged.
I guess.
He noted the warning glint in Radinka's eyes.
It looks great. You did a wonderful job.
She snorted.
I know when I'm being patronized. Your tie is crooked.
She reached up to adjust his bow tie.
It's hard to do without a mirror. Besides, it wasn't in the dress code at the monastery.
Radinka paused.
Then it is true? You were a monk? Not a very good one. I've broken most of my vows. All but one.
She made a dismissive sound as she finished with his bow tie.
You are still a good man. I will forever be in your debt.
No regrets? Roman asked softly. Her eyes filled with tears.
No, never. He would have died if you hadn't.
Turned her son into a demon? Roman doubted she wanted to hear the harsh words. Radinka stepped back and blinked to clear her eyes.
Don't make me feel all mushy. I have too much work to do.
Roman nodded.
We still haven't found her. Shanna? Don't worry. She will come back. She must. She is in your future.
Radinka touched her forehead.
I have seen it.
Roman sighed.
I want to believe you. Really, I do, but I lost my faith many years ago. And you turned to science? Yes, it's dependable. It gives me answers.
And it hasn't abandoned me like God, or betrayed me like Eliza, or run away like Shanna. Radinka shook her head, regarding him sadly.
For a very old man, you have much to learn.
She pursed her lips.
You realize, don't you, that in order to have a future with Shanna, you will have to get rid of your harem. Shanna's gone. The point is moot.
Radinka narrowed her eyes.
Why do you keep them? As far as I can tell, you ignore them. And you're supposed to ignore my personal life, remember? How can I when you are so miserable?
Roman took a deep breath. One of the ice sculptures was in place. God's blood, it was the most hideous goblin he'd ever seen.
A coven master must have a harem. It's an ancient tradition. The harem is a symbol of his power and prestige.
Radinka stared blandly at him, unimpressed.
It's a vampire thing, okay?
She crossed her arms.
In that case, I hope my son never becomes a coven master. They have nowhere else to go. They were raised in times when ladies weren't expected to work. They have no skills. They are good at freeloading.
Roman lifted a brow.
They needed a place to live and blood to drink. I needed the appearance of a harem. Overall, the arrangement has worked quite well. It's only for show, then. You haven't had sex with them?
Roman shifted his weight from one foot to another. He reached up to loosen the tie that was strangling him.
Don't mess it up!
Radinka slapped his hand away. She glared at him.
No wonder Shanna is so angry with you.
They don't mean anything to me.
And that is meant as an excuse?
Radinka snorted.
Men. Even as vampires, you are all alike.
She glanced to the side.
Speaking of vampire men, they have arrived. And I need to get back to work.
She headed toward one of the tables.
Radinka.
She glanced back when he called her.
Thank you. You really have outdone yourself.
She smiled wryly.
Not bad for a mortal?
The best. He hoped she knew he wasn't patronizing her. He waited as the men approached. Jean-Luc, Grigori, and Laszlo were in front. Bringing up the rear were Angus and his Highlanders. Angus Mackay was a huge man, a warrior who had mellowed only slightly over the centuries. He was in formal Highland dress, a black jacket over a white jabot shirt with lace at the neck and sleeves. Because of the black and white ball, the Highlanders were wearing kilts that displayed the Scott black and white or the Douglas grey tartan. Their sporrans were made of black muskrat fur. With a nod, Angus dispersed his Highlanders. They spread out to conduct a security check of the building. In an attempt to look somewhat civilized, Angus had tied his shoulder-length auburn hair into a queue with a strip of black leather. A black-handled dagger was barely visible in one of his black knee socks. Angus never went anywhere without a weapon. In fact, Roman figured his old friend had probably stashed a claymore in one of the potted plants by the entrance. Jean-Luc was so much the opposite, it was almost laughable to see them side by side. Jean-Luc Echarpe had sophistication down to a fine art. He was more than the grand coven master of Western Europe. He was a world-renowned fashion designer. At first, Jean-Luc had focused on evening wear, since he and his followers were only active during the night. But when movie stars had started wearing his designs, his business had mushroomed. Now he was on the cutting edge of everyday fashion with his line of chic gothique. Jean-Luc was sporting a black tuxedo with a black cape lined in grey silk. He carried a black walking stick he didn't need. He was the most agile vampire Roman had ever met. Tall and slim, he could run up the side of a building without batting an eye. His curly black hair was worn with a disheveled look, and his twinkling blue eyes dared anyone to disagree with his taste. Jean-Luc might look like a fop, but Roman knew better. The Frenchman could turn deadly in less than a second. Roman nodded at his friends.
Shall we go to my office?
Aye, Angus replied for the group.
Grigori tells me you have some new drinks for us tonight.
Yes, they're the latest from my line of fusion cuisine. Roman escorted the men down a hall to his office.
The first one, Bubbly Blood, is a combination of blood and champagne. It'll be advertised as the drink of choice for those special vampire occasions.
Formidable, mon ami. Jean-Luc smiled.
I have sorely missed the taste of champagne. Well, it still tastes more like blood, I'm afraid, Roman continued. But the fizz is there, and the alcoholic content. You can get a definite buzz after a few glasses.
I can vouch for that, Grigori added.
I volunteered as a guinea pig and drank a bunch. Great stuff. At least I think it was, he grinned. I don't remember much about that night.
Laszlo fiddled with a button on his rental tux.
We rolled you out to the car in an office chair.
The men chuckled. Laszlo blushed. Roman suspected the chemist was nervous at being in the company of 3 major coven masters. But then, Laszlo always looked nervous.
Did you get the whiskey I sent you?
Angus asked.
Yes.
Roman slapped his old friend on the shoulder.
Your fusion drink of whiskey and blood is next on our list.
Oh, good,
Angus said.
I tried the chocolat.
Jean-Luc wrinkled his Gallic nose.
It was too sweet for my taste, but the ladies love it. They love it too much.
Roman opened his office door.
That's why I invented the second drink we're introducing tonight.
blood light.
A diet drink?
Jean-Luc entered his office. Yes. Roman remained at the door until all the men had entered. I was receiving too many complaints from the women in my coven. They were gaining weight and holding me responsible. Humph. Angus took a seat in front of Roman's desk.
I've had a wee bit of grousing from my women too, but it didn't stop them from wanting the stuff.
They love it. Grigori perched on the corner of Roman's desk. Sales have tripled in the last quarter. Hopefully, Blood Light will take care of the weight problem. It's low in cholesterol and also has an extremely low blood sugar count. When Roman saw that Laszlo was hovering by the door, he laid a hand on the chemist's shoulder. Laszlo is my most gifted chemist. Last night he received a death threat. Laszlo studied his scuffed black loafers and twisted a button on his rental tux. Angus shifted in his chair, his expression grim as he looked Laszlo over.
Who would threaten this man?
We believe it was Ivan Petrovsky. Roman closed the door, then crossed the room to his desk.
Och!
Angus frowned.
The Russian coven master here in America. According to my intelligence reports, he works as a paid assassin. But who would pay to kill your wee chemist?
The malcontents would want to kill anyone who is involved in the making of synthetic blood, Jean-Luc said.
Aye, that's true,
Angus agreed.
Is that the case, then?
Roman sat behind his desk. We haven't heard from them since last October when they left their little Halloween present at my front door.
You mean the explosives?
Jean-Luc turned toward the Scotsman.
You're the expert. Who do you think is the leader of these true ones?
We have it narrowed down to 3 suspects.
Angus loosened the lace collar around his throat.
I thought we would discuss it during the conference. Something has to be done about them.
I agree.
Jean-Luc tapped his walking stick on the floor as if to accentuate how strongly he felt. He had reason to feel strongly. The malcontents had tried to kill him, too. Roman clasped his hands on his desk. If you don't have Ivan Petrovsky on your list of suspects, then you should add him.
He's already at the top of the list,
Angus said.
Why has he threatened your chemist? Ye would make a more likely target.
I'm sure he'll get around to me as soon as he realizes I'm responsible for this latest situation. Angus narrowed his eyes. Explain yourself. Roman shifted his weight in his chair. It's a long story.
They always are.
Jean-Luc gave him a knowing smile.
And they always involve a woman, n'est-ce pas?
In this case, yes. Roman took a deep breath. Her name